media. You want to put this on your page. You want to say, I'm listening to something that is total disruption. I'm listening to something that is going to, if nothing else, you'll take one thing away all day. So make sure you write that down. Take one thing away all day. And that makes a big difference as you're moving forward every single time. What is it that I'm learning? What is it that I'm going to learn today? And remember today, the really big piece is whether you listen to me or anybody else, be comfortable. Find a place where you can be comfortable. Make sure that you have your liquids ready to go. You know, if you need the restroom, go use the restroom. We've had speakers who need to go. It's okay. But sort of settle in and be part of the day. Take it with you on your phone and keep sharing it through the day, saying, wow, you know, this is great because what I'm going to learn and what are the other 10 people who need to know this? And you keep punting it out to social media. And the other thing that helps big time is comments. Because when you're live on the channel, if you're commenting, then we know you're alive, right? That is a huge piece to know that things are going on out there. And it really makes a difference as the comments come in. Now, I can't see them particularly, but if anybody has any questions, you can always make comments that we can address another time. We can go back. Hey, Julianne, how are you? We can go back and go from there. So, Mike, it's been just great to be on with you today. Great to have, be on here. And it's really about education and learning every single day and how we do things different.
Well, that's awesome, Michael. While we have you, do you have any insight as to if somebody's trying to get started in the disruption sort of, they're trying to get out there and you're a speaker and they're trying to amplify their message. Do you have any advice, any first steps for people that we can teach them?
Yeah, that's a great question because so when it comes to the industry that I come from, so it was, it's almost 25 years now. It's every time the clock ticks, it gets a little, and people say, why do you do what you do? I do what I do because of my grandkids. And it was my kids and it was my wife. And there's always the person. So first of all, I think it's really important to know your why. So if I spoke on all these large stages and my business partner took Tony Robbins to 82 countries, they did it together. And I did not do that. I did about 15, and I did that with T. Harv Eker and Peak Potentials, and we built the Global Mastermind, and we saw a lot of students. It was always the question become, how do I do what they do? So first of all, a couple things that are really important for those of you who want to coach, train, speak, and remember too that within disruption, there's always that part of how am I being of service, right? Because when you're totally disrupting something, you're actually serving a community to move them forward and you're taking them to the next level. And I think that's a really big piece. So you take a look at the Los Angeles Tribune, right? Been around since 1886. It's a little older than I am. Maybe it's about Michael's age. So, but as we get to that piece, you have to look at what is those first couple steps that you're going to take. So the Tribune has decided to do these big virtual shows. And what did they do? The last show we did had 1.7 million viewers. And why did it have that? Because they did a 3.5-year buildup. And they kept saying, how do we create a system that anybody can listen to? So it's by broadcast, right? And they started to broadcast obviously complimentary, and would broadcast around the world. So we went to 23 countries. And people would say, well, how do I get onto that stage? Well, first of all, be making a difference out there. That's the biggest thing I find with speakers. Number one is there's a ton of speaking training. That is, for those of us in the industry, I have never seen more speaker coaches in the last year than I have in my whole time in the industry, because people went through transition. Okay, so I've probably taught 72 trainings on speaking, and we've done this for years, and we've probably had about 10,000 trainers come through our system, and maybe 30,000 coaches. And if you look at between us and Tony Robbins and everything else, and it just means we're a little more gray hair, right? Because training speakers is like herding cats. It's the same thing with coaches. So everybody was a life coach in the 2000s, and we went all through Australia and Asia and Europe, and we took our shows, and our events were 3,000 to 5,000 people, and everybody was a life coach. Literally, I put their hand up. Who's a life coach? Every hand would go up. Okay, great. Then everybody became really a mentor. And mentorship has been interesting because a mentor, write this down, is just somewhere. You want to follow that person because they're a little further down the road than you are. And I'll go through 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind in a minute. But to get started, what you want to do is you want to follow a trend at the same time you want to sort of disrupt it. You want to do something, take a little bit of a step to the left or the right. So it's enough difference that people go, what are you doing? So everybody became a life coach, then everybody became a mastermind, then a mastermind leader, then they became, and all of a sudden we're all speaker coaches. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And mentorship is really big too. But if you want to get going in this business, here's the first 3 things you need to do. Number 1, get 3 coaches.
3.
So the first coach, very simply, is going to be the person who kicks you behind. They just kick you behind. They keep you moving. A coach doesn't have to be further down the road than you. They just have to be able to help you in a direction. So the first coach really just kicks you behind and keeps you moving forward. The second coach understands a little bit more about your business and also creates a direction. It's always, where am I going? The third coach is really that physical, mental, spiritual side, whatever it is. It could be your trainer, your personal trainer, your spiritual trainer. It could be whoever that is. That third person just is mind, body, and spirit. Okay. Then you have 2 mentors. 2 mentors are very simple. You're going to have a mentor who's further down the road, and you can pick a mentor who's got the lifestyle you want. Maybe they have the money you want. Maybe they're service the way you want. Maybe whatever that is, you want 2 of them. And stop asking mentors to be for free. Oh, come mentor me because I'm so wonderful. Okay. In 20 years with one company that I worked with, they picked 6 trainers out of 12,000 people. So how do you get into that pool? Do exactly what I'm saying. Because what happens is I truly look for those. I truly look for the ones who stand out. I think it makes a difference every day. Hey, Mike, see, I'm on a roll. What are you going to do? And then the biggest piece of that is after you get those mentors and coaches lined up, you want to join a mastermind. So first of all, you could find the 4 people around you, not your broke cousin, because you don't want people who pull you back down. So always write that down, not the broke cousin, right? You want to find 4 business leaders or 4 entrepreneurs. You're really looking for people who think differently, who disrupt, who are already moving in a different space, and get around them once a month. And then join regular masterminds when you're financially ready for it. And there's a lot of great masterminds out there. Our mastermind runs, it's about 25 grand a year. So Tony Robbins, the Platinum Partnership, which my business partner co-created, is 85,000 just to join. So they're at different levels. You join where you can, you become part of a group where you can, and that will make a difference every time. So with that being said, and really as you're building this, have fun. So right now you're listening to this call, right? And you're thinking, all right, am I having fun? Am I not having fun? So first of all, I want you to, wherever you are, just stand up. Yeah, you might be at a camera. We're not seeing you anyways. You might be listening. Just stand up, right? Throw your arms in the air and say, yes. That's all. Just throw your arms in the air and say, yes. What happens is neurologically, you're what's called heightening your state. Write that down. Okay. You can go ahead, have a seat. But what that does is that puts you in the learning state, and you're ready to learn, you're ready to move forward. Because every time you're moving forward, you're gaining new information and you're really taking it out to a new level. And I think that's a huge difference. The other thing too is you have to go back to what I said originally. Are you sharing? So there's a tendency that we don't share things. Okay. So we didn't get to 1.7 million viewers on our show without people sharing, right? That we just had a lot of people sharing, and we had a ton of comments. What do comments do? So when you're putting comments in all day long in the chat, you're actually getting the brain power working for all of it, but you're staying engaged. Write the word engagement. So how many of you out there listening to this, whatever field you're in, would like to have more engagement, would like to have more people seeing what you do? Maybe you're retired. I don't know what that word means because it's never going to happen. But maybe you're in a quieter space, we'll say that, and you don't want to share it with other people. Well, then you take a look at why. Okay. And that's fine. We're all in a different place at a different time. But really, when you look at this kind of information that's going on and all the speakers that are going to happen today, you have to take a look at from the standpoint of what is it that I know? What is it I'm going to know? And how am I going to take the learning? And write this down. One thing. What is one thing that I'm going to learn today that I'm going to take away? Well, Michael said about having a mastermind. Fantastic. I'm going to look for that. Maybe Anthony later, or Karen Hall or Julianne impart that information, or Stephen. That's that. Oh, that's it. That's the one thing. Because there's a tendency, if we get overwhelmed with information, there's a lot of it out there and there's a lot of it for free, and we can just click on a YouTube button and we can watch some of the greatest YouTubers. And that's great. We are in an information age. The problem is we get overwhelmed by information and then we start really sorting quickly. What happens is sometimes we miss the greatness because we click, 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 click. We're through 5 videos in a second, and we've missed some of that tidbits that sometimes you have to wait a couple minutes for, which is why I have no problem with somebody. We've done so many shows. We've done like 5,000 shows. I have no problem with somebody out there making dinner when you're listening. Your brain will sort for what it needs. I have no problem with you running around with the grandkids. I have no problem with you having the grandkids. We've had people in villages listen to while they're tilling the soil and doing whatever it takes. By the way, fluids are important. See this? My bottles had better days. Time for a new one. Thank you, Amazon. This is not a plug. Go ahead and take your liquids. And be comfortable, because when you're talking total disruption, again, what is your meaning on that? And what does it mean to you? Right? And the thing is that you're just doing it differently. You're looking at it a different way, and that will make sense. So back to being a speaker. So here I am being a speaker, and I'm like, how do I get into this business? How do I truly get into this business? So at the Tribune, right? And we work with Jake and Mike and all these great people. They're on our platforms. We always say, can I do something in a way that hasn't been done before, but that the audience will still accept at the moment until you can move them? And that's what we're consistently doing. So we do 4 live events a year. We do the big 4 virtuals. We do the 4 events at Barnes & Noble's in the Grove. It goes out to 23 countries. We have way too much fun. And sometimes we get mess ups. Computers don't work. I'm in a hotel room right now, so I'm looking down at you, which normally I wouldn't do. So here's what I did to try to make this happen, right? You can say, wow, how does that work? It doesn't matter. If people are interested, they'll listen no matter what. We learned that during COVID. We did thousands of shows, and people just tuned in because they got nothing else better to do. But I first put the computer on a pillow. Well, then it was like this. Okay, that didn't work. And then I'm looking around. These new hotels really don't have anything that's not nailed down. I'm in a nice hotel. So then I tried a pillow. Then I tried a cushion. Like, okay, forget it. This is just going to be the way it is, and it's going to work well. I've got a background on. I could show you the hotel. I put a shirt on, but the guys didn't send me a Total Disruption shirt. So we're going to have a conversation on that next time. But as a speaker, the biggest thing is, am I imparting the right information to the right audience in the right way? And am I having fun while I do it? And if only one person ever jumps on, that's the other thing too. Speakers have this tendency of, I got to have a lot of people on. If I got one person on, that this makes a difference. I don't know right now. Maybe 2 people are listening. Maybe 10,000 are listening. Doesn't matter. You still bring it on. You still bring that same energy into the room, and write that down. Bring the energy into the room, and don't make it all about you. So I've hardly talked about myself at all. And I do a whole earn the right. So write this down. When you ETR, when you earn the right, there's a reason people want to listen to you. There's a reason that, I expect that swag to be coming my way. And that's my gift. And there's an expectation that people will want to hear what you say sometimes, and they drop away. And it happens in audiences now. It's very different than it used to be. When you're on the live stage, we did a big event 2.5 years ago. We had 4,000 people in the room. People walk in and out. They're just so used to YouTube and TikTok, and it happens. So you take nothing personally. Write that down. Now, you've got your 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. You're an author, trainer, speaker, whatever it is. You're looking for a worldwide platform. That's when you look for a worldwide platform. Start saying to yourself, how can I be of service? So if you come to me and just say, sell me, sell me, sell me, I'm going to say, have you sold 100,000 books? You're going to say, probably not. We work with Mark Victor Hansen. There's 600 million books. Yeah, he's got a reason we listen to him. But what I want you to do is start to come from, how can I be of service? Can I just come to your event and help? Can I crew? Can I move a chair? I don't care how big you are. It doesn't matter. I've done that. That's how I started in this industry. And even with everything that I've done and put the speakers worldwide and put people on stage, I still go into rooms and move chairs. And how can I help? And can I sit at the back table? And can I help as people come running back because they want to buy everything you have? It's always that being of service that people will never forget. I talked a little bit about, we had a boat cruise last night with a group of actually dentists and attorneys, all entrepreneurs. And the biggest thing was everybody was just of service. We brought the food on the boat. Everybody did it together. We just hung out. And we really talked about how are we making a difference and how are we making a difference in this planet? And as a speaker, author, trainer, podcaster, you're always going to be looking at how am I making a difference and how can I be of service? So at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. That podcast network, we already have large numbers. We don't need to go any further. And all the podcasters are on there to be of service. Jake's one of the group on there, and we work with Julianne and we work with so many. Karen Hall's one of our big contributors. Anthony, you're going to hear. And the biggest thing is just how can I be of service? When they start whining, not this group, but the other group. Well, when they start whining and say, what about me? What about me? What about me? My system just turns off. And I know they're going to ask that, what's in it for me? Write that down. Everybody does. But I want you to come with a solution. Not what is not working, what is working. And that makes a big difference. So let's take a break for a minute. Don't go away. A break doesn't mean you get to, if you have to go potty, go potty. If you got to take a water break, take a water break, whatever that is, but come right back. But let's take a break for a minute and take a look at your screen. There we go. And Jake, really from that perspective, what I want them to do is I want them to see how many people they've shared this with.
There,
and I want them, right?
No. Yeah. Yep. 100%. Yeah.
What you guys are doing, we want to make sure that they share it with them, because you can listen to me all day long, but you're getting the information. Or how are you going to take it out there? But what I'd like to do is, as the other speakers come on today, is you to have this live effect, you to have this ability out there to really share it to other people. And that really makes a difference every single time. And what I'm going to do just for a couple of minutes after this is we're going to sort of walk a path of really getting yourself into the media. And not everybody wants that either. But to me, more exposure is a good thing. And if you don't want more exposure, then you find the part of your team that does. So, Jake, how would they share this with their friends and family?
Yeah, so the easiest way to share it, it's social media, guys. You guys all know how to operate Facebook. I can even, welcome to Techland. I can see them all laggy and funny, and that's kind of fun. But that's what we roll with. That's exactly what Michael's talking about. How you share it is, if you're watching on YouTube, share it on your Facebook page. If you're watching on Facebook, share the page. All you got to do is share it. Open it up, comment, tag a person in there that you want to have watch it. Just make sure you're engaging, growing your audience. Everybody here is an entrepreneur, a solopreneur, a scale up. They own a big business. They're going somewhere. They're doing something. They want to be able to engage. This is an opportunity to take our audience and engage with your audience. This is the connectivity part. Use it for just that, if nothing else, and take your Facebook pages and just share them. As you're scrolling through, it's a live feed. Share, say something cool about it. Hey, watch Michael Silvers right now. Get ready to watch Peter K. Weiner here in a minute. Just engage. That's the easiest way to do it. It costs nothing to show up. I say that all the time. It costs nothing to show up. And Michael talked about that from a servant's heart perspective. When you're at an event and you see people struggling, the crew's back there setting up chairs, show up, man. Show up and set up chairs. And smile. Always smile while you're doing it. I tell all my clients that, open the door and smile. Say good morning. That's where my message would come from with that this morning, Michael.
Yeah, and that's the greatest thing about everything that we're doing here is it is about showing up and making a difference. So right now, everybody start sharing to everybody out there. And I think that will make a difference because, you'll have something you can talk about with them. And if you don't want to talk to them, that's fine, but still share anyways, because sometimes, maybe you need to change some of the attitudes around you, because look at the circle of people that you're with. Hey, Jake, thank you. I'll just go a couple more minutes, then I'll bring you back too, because I want to know a little bit about why you created this. And we'll talk about that when you clear up your mic a little bit. There you go. But it's so if you take a look at, now that you shared it, so you shared it out to everybody that you know, and whatever business you're in, you have to look at who you want to be associated with. So if you're associated with Total Disruption, you're associated with us. Does that make sense? Because we work as a team and a family. And if you're associated with us, then you're associated with some of the biggest shows on the planet. If you're associated with us, then we can, we do bestseller status. We're a newspaper. We're a media outlet. We own, 8 other newspapers, and we can continue to ride that wave with people who really want to make a difference out there. At the same time, you might say, well, I'm just not that great. Then you're taking away your potential power. Because as you're really looking the way media is happening now, it's very different. So we're a newspaper that does these large virtual events, that does live events, that does Barnes and Noble events, that has bestseller campaigns. We do red carpets, we do the Grammys, we do the NAACPs, obviously, right? We're going to be doing Jane Goodall's event. Yes, Jane Goodall. Everybody remember with the, I once said monkey's boy, don't do that. but really with, she's changed the planet, and she has Roots and Shoots as one of her organizations for children, and we're doing her event. And it's really, how do we make a difference? Because see, what I've said is that it's all about really being a service every single day. So you're a speaker, trainer, author, whatever it is, however that looks for you. You have a podcast, you have a YouTube channel, you have a business that you haven't even figured out how to get on social media. That's why you're here today. You're here to listen to this call all day long and to get that one thing. You're here to make a difference every single day. So here we go. You ready? Number 1, be of service. Write that down. Number 1, be of service. And what I'd like you to do over the next week, this is called homework, right? We can call it home play. We can call it have fun. We can call it, you might not do it anyways. But who are 10 people you're going to serve this week? Service can be so many different things. You could drive by the one homeless person who's always on the block, down the block, and instead of looking at them with those whatever it is you do, right, it's help them in some way. Maybe create a pack, right? This is being of service. I ask trainers about the things they do. So my wife puts together packs that we put in the car. And the packs have some food, and they have some, they have usually like $5 or $10, and they have some food, and they have some cloths to clean up, whatever that is. And so that's one of the ways we serve. So how is it that you serve, and who are the 10 people this week that you're going to serve? Because that will make a difference every single time. Number 2, how are you going to become connected? So one way you can connect to us is join Total Disruption for $19. Just do it. Don't think about it. Bob Proctor told me once, with him and Zig Ziglar, buy every course on the planet and stay connected. Buy every course on the planet and stay connected. So the Los Angeles Tribune is connected to Total Disruption. Everybody get that? Total Disruption is connected to Los Angeles Tribune. So you want to make sure that you keep these connections. And we have a big announcement coming out from the Los Angeles Tribune. You'll be hearing more about it. Just think of social network. So we're going to be coming out with it's going to be announced today at one of a smaller event we're doing, and then you'll be seeing that in the next couple months. So keep an eye on the Los Angeles Tribune website and everything we're doing. So you want to be of service, you want to stay connected, which makes a difference every day. The other part of this homework that I'd like you to do is really take a look at what you learned today. Is there one other person that you can teach one of the concepts to? Don't go in depth. Don't drive them crazy. Just, you know what I learned today? I learned to be of service. And actually to be of service means we're going to go help 10 people this week. But, we have to start somewhere. So do one person. and we're going to go find that one person that we can be of service to. And it might even just be for a second. It could even be a family member. Yes, you can help family members. Maybe my daughter, I just know she could use an hour just to, so I'm like, I got all the grandkids. Now we watch them 3 days a week. So we get, there's points, but it's just what we do as grandparents, and we love to do it. But continue doing that and doing, and sharing that piece. The other thing too is make sure that you're listening to the news, the information. Somebody said, there was this whole thing about turn off the news. It's not about turn off the news. Think of it this way: listen to the news, and then what in the world do I need to help heal? Maybe it's just through meditation or prayer, right? And it's okay to know what's going on, knowing that the news is tailored a certain way. The one thing that we try to do is not become too opinionated and just give the news. And the Tribune is just about, here's the news, here's the way it is. But it's making a difference every single day, while you do that. So it's okay to listen to what's coming in, as long as you're careful of how you put it back out. That's always the question. That's always the issue that goes on. The other thing I want you to do this week is, and we know that we're going to be of service, we're going to help, we're going to go help 10 people, we're going to make a difference in one person's life, is where do you want to be in 10 years from today? So if you ever connect with me, and I'll leave it up to the guys if they want to put my email address out there, I have no problem with that. But the biggest thing that I want to know is where, and I don't want a novel. You send me an email that's 4 pages, I'm not reading it. I want 3 bullet points. Where are you going to be in 10 years? Where are you going to be? How are you going to make a difference? Who are you going to help? Does that make a difference? Everybody get that? Because that's that piece that I can hook onto and go, wow, this is where we can help you. This is what we can do. This is, we're a newspaper. We could press release all day long. We could bring you on red carpets. We could interview. There's all these things we can do. But what is the fit, and what is it? How are you going to assist us? Our mission is big virtuals, right? Bring in the news, big virtuals, podcast division. We have speakers, trainers, authors, game changers. We have a big media side, and all of that makes a difference as we move forward. So this is just, it's been great to be part of this. I like that we woke Michael up, but it's been great to be part of this. I'm kidding. And by the way, if you can't mess around when you're having total disruption, then you know what I'm saying. Let's totally disrupt the total disruption. I'm so honored to be part of the show. I'm so honored to be here, and it's going to be an amazing day. And everybody, stay with it.
Absolutely, Michael. What email address do you want me to give them? I'll put it in there as a banner. We'll make sure people get it in the comments.
You can just do the msilvers@latpn.com.
I can do that.
Awesome.
It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah. And if anybody emails me, if you happen to do that, put total disruption in the subject so I know where you came from, and I'll know the content behind, or that it just makes it easier I'll have an assistant sort through it, and I'll have her just say, those are the ones we want to make sure we take a look out for.
Awesome. So you had mentioned, and I put that in the comments for everybody, and Mike and I can talk about that a little bit, because you asked the question, why are we doing it? Why did we create total disruption in the first place? And in my space, right? I can speak a little bit of this, and I want Mike to speak to this as well. This became very organic. We started out with a very simple concept of connectivity, and people need to know how to do the things, how to do the hard things. And that the hard things are what creates massive results. And we started having this very organic conversation, and that's where it developed for me. That's where it started from. So I know we're having some mic and weird issues, and I'm playing with that on my side, so I won't talk a bunch. But Mike, from your perspective, why did we create this? Where are we going with this?
Well, we wanted to continue the conversation and from the coaching space outward, and say, okay, look, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things, and we wanted to bring those people front and center, talk about the things those people are talking about, interject our opinions, because we grow by learning. And like Michael Silver said, that when we grow by learning from others and mentors, we're trying to populate the world with a lot of mentors, and we're trying to help other people get their messaging and wording out there so that they can change lives. I always think if you hear the right message at the right time, that's the right moment for you to have that pop where your brain goes, wow, I really want to go there. You could have heard the same thing from 20 different people, but you hear it today and it's like, wow, I'm going to take action. I'm going to move forward. I'm going to join this. I'm going to subscribe to that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start my business. I'm going to take it to the next level, whatever it may be. Total disruption basically is the essence of disrupting mentally and disrupting sort of culturally what's happening in the industry and in people's minds. That's where the passion comes in, is highlighting these people that, like, our speakers are just a highlight of today, of a sample. There's a world out there of people just making change and showcasing those people, and then pulling what they say and educating the public. That's our mission right there.
I think that's a great piece too, because it is about the education and training part, right? At the same time, you have to, figure out how are they listening, how are they communicating, and how are they going to bring it into their system. And part of that's a disruption again, because media has changed media is greatly different than it used to be. At the same time, what I think is really interesting is you still have some of these podcasts and shows that go on for 2 hours and people are nailed to it. So don't ever worry so much we have to TikTok. We have to just tidbit, because there's people that still listen to the long-term shows. Just find your audience and find the way to communicate with them and give them enough meat to hold on to that they can do something with it.
Yeah, I want to plus one on that, and that's welcome to a little bit of disruption. So I'm listening to a speaker yesterday. I was in an event in Denver, and her name's Leela Veronica. I have a lot of respect for Leela. She's an amazing high ticket coach, and as she was speaking, one of the things she does, she talks to the audience about, okay, write down 3 results you give your audience. Write down 3 results you give your audience. And I got thinking about that. And to your point of the people that are glued to the 2 hours, here's where I think the difference between the two is. If I write down 3 things I do for my audience, that's all about me. It's all about me. If I write down 3 things my audience wants, that's about the audience. I have to show up differently now. So I think that the space, and this is where Michael and I are coming from, we're thinking from what does the audience need to hear? What do they need to hear? And we're just speaking to it. It's not a matter of here's the thing that we want to talk about. It's the audience says, I want to hear about this. So that's what we are generally projecting. And I think that's where we're getting that traction. And I like LA Tribune. I know that's where that traction is coming from. And some of these podcasts that are 2 hours long and people are glued to, it's because it's about their consumer. It's about their audience. And now that I know what they want, now I can serve them. So it's just rearranging the order a little bit for that.
Yeah, and I think that that's really helpful too from the perspective, because we take a look at in the shows in the last year, our hold rate is phenomenal. Our comment rate is off the chart, and what that says is that we're bringing the information the way the audience wants it, and they're fully engaged. Because it's always about, is the audience engaged? And if the audience is engaged, that's why comments on YouTube are great. At the same time, sometimes people just use it as their platform. But it's good to see that engagement, and that makes a really big difference.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Well, Michael, if you could leave us with the most important thing you think the audience needs to know today, what would that one thing be?
Yeah, I'll say right away, stay on the show the whole day. I mean, seriously, if you're talking total disruption, and everybody write this down. Okay, this is called a responsive, but I will listen all day, and I will share it. Because again, as you start to train yourself to do that, and make some comments through the day, say, hey, this is great. What is one thing? And you can even ask questions, because the guys here will go back and look through the questions, and they can always address it on one of their future shows. It might not be today, but it might be another day. And that's that big piece. And get ready to just listen more to the amazing speakers today, between Julianne and Karen Hall, and it just goes on and on and on. and make a difference today. Don't forget that. Make a difference today. Go out and serve somebody. Do whatever it takes. I'm actually, the minute we jump off this, you guys know Dr. Emily. I'm headed over to her event and
Awesome.
going to be speaking there. So, and I was just here in Orange County 3 days ago, but flew back down just to support her, because that's what we do in life. We just do these things that make a difference every day. So you guys have a great show. Have a great time. Don't forget, 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. Take that away today and just blow the show open. Share it with everybody you know, and have a great day.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael, thank you so much. Always great. Appreciate you so much. And you guys want to connect with him, his email is in the chat. Make sure you write Total Disruption in there so he knows where you came from, where the connectivity started. And man, say hi to Dr. Emily. She is credited. I credit her all the time, which she's the reason I got my first book written. She challenged me to get it done in 30 days. Like, came up to me and she like, yeah, you got to understand, Dr. Emily is not exactly a great big tall person, but man, does she show up that way. She shows up in a room with authority when she does it. So she came up and said, "You will write the book in 30 days." Got it done.
Yeah, she does. And actually, she's the reason that I know all of you. So she is just a powerhouse, and she's a connector, and she's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. And we'll see you on the next call.
All right. Have a great day. Have a great
Michael.
show. Bye, everybody.
All right. We're playing with technology. You can see that and Mike laughs about this all the time. You guys know that I live out in the middle of nowhere. Like, literally, I live in the middle of nowhere. I restarted my Starlink. I restarted the router. I restarted the computer. I've done all the things. But apparently this is how I'm going to look today, because it's just being grumpy.
It's a good look for you.
It's all good. I'm just, this is where my coach, Julianne, as our speaker coach, tells me to speak in sound bites. So that's what I'm going to do, because that's what my computer's allowing me to do today. So love all that. Real quick again, I told you we were gonna throw this at you guys all day long. You're gonna hear it. You're gonna see it. I am putting it on the screen again. So here is your QR code. If you want to, when you want to subscribe to we haven't even named it yet of what it's going to be. We're trying to think of something super cool and sexy of what it's going to be. But this is the behind the paywall laser coaching, community networking, resources. And oh, by the way, we haven't even mentioned the new book yet. The playbook of disruption that's going to be coming out for you guys, that all of our subscribers are going to get a copy of the book. You guys are going to get the VIP access for the conference. You're going to get the coaching. You're going to get the community networking. You're going to get the extra classes. You're going to get the PDF resources. That's all the stuff that's back there. And we're going to honor that one. And here's the deal. After today, price goes up. Today is the last and only day that we are going to allow you guys to play at $19. It's going to go up to $49 starting tomorrow. So if you guys want to get in, we want to honor it so that you can be part of that community, and we want to help you grow in your business. And a portion of every subscription goes directly to Boys and Girls Club and Wounded Warriors, because we're passionate about that. Mike, what do you want to say more about that?
I think you covered it all. The back office / playbook area that we're creating is going to be a community, and it's going to be a spot for people to just learn and grow from each one of these mentors that you hear from today. I mean, we'll probably be breaking down Michael Silver's and putting together a nice teaching and education on what he had to say. So each and every speaker you hear today, we'll break down the education, we'll go over it, and we'll do a live training on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we're going with this, because we know not everybody's watching right now. We know that. We're cool with that. We're going to play all of these on replays. They're going to exist, so you're going to be able to see it again. If you want to get the entire conference in its entirety, guess where that's going to be? Backside of the paywall. That's where that stuff's going to live. We've got a speaker later, Steve Ramona, that's going to be on that. That's a super connector. He's got an episode that we've recorded in the back that we've got a training on as well. That's where you're going to find that one. That's where you're going to get that extra stuff. So you're going to love Steve later. Let me drop that overlay. We're already running a little bit ahead, which is good, because I probably need the help and the technology and the time to make sure I can get stuff done. So my very next guest. So Mike hasn't even met Peter yet. He hasn't had an opportunity to spend time with him. So I'm gonna kick Mike into the back room. We're getting ready to bring Peter on, and I want to show you. You haven't even seen this video yet. I told Mike about this last night, like midnight. We were having this conversation. This is a shameless self-promotion for me that one of our sponsors, Peter Weiner, is a sponsor, and he owns PKW Media Solutions. He does some amazing video work. I always say he's a 4-time Emmy Award winner, because he is. And that's one of those things, like when we first met, he didn't say that a lot. And that shocked me, because that is such an amazing accomplishment that I don't get to say. And who knows that I will ever get to say it. But he can, and it's so cool. So this is the work that he does. And I want you guys to take a look at this video. I am going to do the best that I can to get this to work. It's been fun with entertainment and StreamYard this morning, as you can see with my funky camera angle. So I'm going to hope it does some justice. I did have to run it through a compressor and then upload it to YouTube. So this is me griping about StreamYard a little bit, that it's like, it should be a little easier. Now, chances are I'm not doing it right. I'm going to own a little bit of that, but this is the best way that I found to do it. So I'm going to go to presenter mode. I am going to bring that video up because I want you guys to see the type of work that. Now, don't blame the video quality on Peter, because it was an amazingly good quality video when he sent it to me. But I've had to do some work with it to get it to work. So here we go, guys. All right, let me guess. It didn't show up on the screen. Is that what I'm seeing? No, I'm going to try that one again. See, this is why it's always entertaining. So, hey, look, there it is. It finally came up. I'm going to rewind it. We're going to start it again. We're having fun with technology today. So we're going to get there. Here we go, guys. You ready? Let's start over.
Teacher said I was uncontrollable, too much sugar, disruptive to the class, just a negative influence on the other kids. I was likely going to end up in jail or worse. I'd never amount to anything. So what happened? For the next 25 years, I proceeded to just occupy that prophecy. What made the difference? What changed it?
Morning, kids. Jake Clendenning, team leader, Keller Williams, Northern Colorado Realty. Happy Monday morning. If you're not excited about Monday morning and you're not excited about numbers, go back to bed, have more coffee.
Hey, it's me again, Jake. I'm a business coach and franchise principal operator of Cyberbacker, Alaska.
I am the CEO and founder of CT Impact.
I have the freedom to go speak in really tremendous venues. That's what CT Impact is all about.
You have every resource available to you to do everything you want to do and are capable of doing.
Speaking on who are you in business with and how is that affecting your business?
Whether you believe you can or you believe you can't, you're right.
And how you can truly manifest in your world everything you want to by paying attention to the 5 people in each one of those rings.
Spiritual, physical, financial, business, job, key connections, relationships, and personal.
So one of the big announcements that we have right now is the first edition of Rings of Impact.
In 60 days, I wrote and published 2 books with the Chief.
The Los Angeles Tribune is launching a podcast division, and my podcast got selected to be amongst that division.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Business Disruption.
Get smiling, man. You want to be an influencer? It's not just about doing a 10-second reel on TikTok. There's a whole lot more to it.
This is why live is so much fun. That's why live is so much fun. That was like, I've watched that probably 25 times in the last couple of days since Peter sent it to me. I'm really digging it. It's super fun. Like, I'm finding some stuff in the background that I find super ironic and hilarious. So I'm picking it apart and just having a great time with it. And that's the type of thing that I can't create on my own. Like, not even possible for me to build something like that. It would take me an obscene amount of hours to even come up with something half as cool. So that's an example of some of the work that Peter does. And I've known Peter for a number of years. He's an elite executive business coach. He operates in the same spaces that I do. But the thing that he does amazing is what you just saw. He is PKW Media Solutions. I'm going to bring Peter on stage here, and we're going to start to have that conversation. We've done a bunch of, hey man, good to see you today.
Hey, good to be here. How'd you like that jitter effect, guys? That was, all part of the,
Yeah. Wow. I keep saying I'm blaming Elon and Starlink.
There you go.
I got up this morning and I was really excited because I did my speed test and I had like an unbelievable signal. I'm like, this is the best signal I've ever had. Well, that went away. So we're doing the best that we can with it, and it's a decent day out. It is what it is. You guys are all still clear. For whatever reason, it's just me. Nobody cares. You're not here to see me anyway. So, but it's a great piece of footage. You can find it on our YouTube channel with Total Disruption, so you can check it out there. I'll share it out with you guys too. Peter, give us a little bit of background on you, and then I'm gonna give it to you, man. You've got a lot to give to us today.
Sure. So my background's television. I've always been a story junkie. I went from acting to stage to producing and editing television at ABC for many years. And Jake mentioned my awards, and yeah, I am modest because I just don't like braggarts, and I don't want to be one of them. But I have the experience, and I really like story-based, narrative-based videos. I think that's really what's missing a lot of the time when businesses or speakers or influencers want to get themselves out there. And I would ask you this. I'd start with this question. What do you know about Jake now after seeing the video that you didn't know before? And that's really the point of this visceral media that draws people in. It's a medium that draws you in beyond your intellect. And we all know that when people connect emotionally with something and visually, and all your senses are being stimulated, it's a very different experience than somebody just telling you about themselves or trying to sell something to you. So Jake, what was your experience? Did you learn about yourself from the video?
I know it's true. I'm even doing it right now. I am very expressive. So as I'm watching that video, and this is where when Peter and I were shooting that, and obviously a lot of it we shot in Vegas when I was in Vegas doing a speaking engagement, and Peter happened to be in town. It was a really great event. We got to spend some really cool time together, solve some problems, talk about some things, hang out, and spend a lot of time. But as we were shooting that, the coaching aspect of it, some of the stuff that I didn't understand from a theatrical standpoint that I needed to do. So there's in the video, what's funny to me is there's a lot of times where Peter's like, stop talking with your hands, less talking with your hands. And I'm even doing it now. And even in the videos, I'm looking at that, I'm like, wow. And that's even me backing off as some of that. So I realize I'm very, very expressive with some of the things that I'm doing. And that was, here's the other thing I need you guys to understand. That wasn't one take. As we were doing some of those pieces that showed up, some of those were, a couple of them were, as I remember, they were really an authentic response that occurred that you were able to capture. And that was cool, just off the cuff. But a few of those were like several takes in. So that was nice and clean. I was speaking in sound bites, and there's so much that goes into it. And you're not even Italian, Julian. I'm Heinz 57, man. I can claim what I want to, depending on the day. And she's totally right. But from the coaching perspective, so this is earlier. Michael Silver said it. Get three coaches. Get three coaches. I'm a coach in a lot of spaces. I agree with that. Peter is a coach in this aspect. So that's one of the things I loved about this is he coached me through it. in that space because I needed that to happen as that was being done.
Yeah, and it's fun. I mean, that's what another thing about video. It's fun to make. It's fun to put together. There's an energy that comes out, and it's not hard to get a good energy out of Jake. So he's a great person to work with. Plus, we know each other, so we're having fun whether the camera's rolling or not. But it was really great because he is a narrative. I mean, you just talk to Jake for 10 minutes and you have a story, and that's really important. And in putting this together, I had all this YouTube stuff, and I had the stuff that we shot. At the end of the day, it was about that pain that Jake had, that pain he had to go through to get to the place he is now, and the giving person that he is, and the wisdom and the coaching. He was the screw up. He was the kid in the back row shooting spitballs, and there's pain in that. And we all have that pain. At some point in our lives, we were, in one way or another, we were that kid in the back row shooting spitballs and not feeling great about ourselves, and adults in our lives not telling us the right things. And when I saw that, and I remember when we were there, it was the most real moment of the day. And I was like, people need to know that about Jake and understand that we all go through that process. So I hope that in experiencing that video, that connection was immediately established. So now we have an open heart and open mind to the rest, and to learn what he is and what he does. So that was really the point of that. And that's why video is so important, because if you have that immediate connection, it can go the other way too. What I always say is bad video is worse than no video, right? It's not like publicity. You can hate someone right away too. That can happen. So it's really important that when you make your video that you're comfortable in front of the camera, and you understand the importance of that first impression, and then keeping and holding. So Jake, I'm going to have you flood me with questions. I can go into speeches about video all day, and I'm happy to do that if that's what you want me to do. But I would love to keep this relevant to Total Disruption in this event. So I am here. Fire away. I'm ready.
Yeah, and you guys can see I'm playing with the screen. I'm trying to get Peter as the bigger face on there. You guys don't need to see me. So if you're seeing me making that expressive face, me and the computer are having issues. So question, I've got a pile of questions, and Peter and I have done a few podcasts together, and that's been so much fun. We did his, which one of the podcasts he ran was bite-sized. We had a lot of fun with that, and it was an interview style stuff.
There were cartoons. I mean, when there's cartoons, how can it go wrong?
How can you go wrong, right? Saturday morning, we should have done it that way. Yeah, 100%. As you're thinking about, if you look back in your career and you look back at what it required in that moment, like the creativity, what was it? Your first Emmy, to get you to your first Emmy, what got you there that you're applying now that makes you and sets you apart in the media industry?
It's a few things. There's a lot of technical stuff, but I think the through line, if I look at my through line, it's the ability to identify and present a story, to be able to see random elements and random aspects of people and be able to tell that story. Now that works in two major phases. One, it's the production phase where you're actually dealing with people directly and you're talking to them. So I would say superpower one is that I'm able to get people to be themselves and feel good about it and want to do it on camera. That's number one. Number two is the technical side, which I also love, which is sitting there with your 100-to-1 ratio of what you have to what's actually going to end up in the final, and really organically working with the story until the story is right. So when I'm laying out a timeline, and I'll use Jake as an example, the first thing I did is I went through all the sound and built a story out of that, because you can have all the special effects and the best music and the highest quality video and drones and all kinds of stuff. You can have all that stuff, but if you don't have that basis, you don't have that story, and you don't have that personal interest when you're creating it, where you can feel as if you're a potential audience the entire time you're creating it, then you're not going to be able to build that engagement. So I had the support of an entire staff and television station. So I don't want to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. But I think that my contribution was the ability to find that story, get it out of people, and then put it together technically in such a way where it thrived and ended up being what I wanted it to be, and then was loose enough in the process to say, wait a minute, it's going this way. Just let's run with that because that's working. I know it was a lot of words.
It was a lot of work. Yeah. So one of the things, so here's the other thing that recognizable about the 2-minute video that you did for me, that particular reel. As we walked through everything that we recorded in Vegas, and then you took a lot of other video clips from other pieces, this is true. And I'm saying it's a good thing. I'm totally cool. It's not the story I expected.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't the story that I expected. So this is where Peter took the most poignant things that he heard from the story. Back to that point of in Vegas, he had that connection of that's what people need to hear. That's what they need to understand. They need to know more about that. And he was able to capture out of a lot of video that was there. I mean, we shot a good couple hours of video in Vegas when we were there, maybe even more. And then there's a lot of video files you pulled from. So I would bet you probably surfed through 6+ hours of video to be able to pull to that space to create this very clear story of where I was, where I am, where I'm going. And that wasn't what I expected, but that's, again, to your superpower of being able to pull that story out and tell it. So that's clear in that example. So I love that. So like from where you were and applying that superpower now, and I kind of described a little bit about what it is, like what are the clients that come to you, and you've got a lot of people that come to you. I mean, you're totally in demand, man, for the work that you do. When people come to you, what do they want? What are the questions they're asking you? Like, what does our audience need to know, that like the common stuff of what the reason is people come to you for media creation?
Well, what's interesting, the first thing people want to know is what the return on their investment is going to be. That is, if I'm going to be totally honest, that is the first thing people want to know with video, because it is an investment like anything else. So that's where my business coaching comes in. And I'm like, okay, what do we want to focus on? What's the most likely thing? That's the boring part. Sorry, Jake. For me, that's the boring part. I know it's your life. I'm sorry. But for me, once we start to get into the story, and once we started to get into, really elevating the business, and I think that's the right word, because that's what I like to do. I like to elevate the business owner or the representative of that business and have us learn about the business, but understand the context of the owner and their story to get us into it. And then maybe even the story of the clients. I have a client, a roofing client, and I live in Utah, and there's a lot of storms, and probably not as bad as what Jake gets, where he is in the middle of nowhere. I'm like on the edge of nowhere, right? So there's plenty of storms, and there's drama in that. And there's people whose lives were actually literally saved in some cases because their roofs were repaired properly. That's a little different than we'll save you money and we're the best in town. Because really, at the end of the day, who cares? We care about like the people that are almost in tears because their lives were saved because of the storm that was coming in. So that's the type of thing that I like to find in videos, because at the end of the day, we want a good story. We want to watch a story. We would rather watch, Netflix than an ad. So why not take the satisfaction of a story and the satisfaction of drama? And if there's not drama, something interesting to grab onto, and still elevate the company. So I think that's the difference between me and another production company, or having your Aunt Mabel shoot you with a shaky video and hope that it works. And it's the vitality of understanding that video is absolutely necessary, and good video is the next step. So I think what my clients learn and what my clients are seeking, even though they don't always know it until we start working together, is that next level of quality, both in story and both bringing it up to at least a television quality Even though, most of the stuff doesn't end up on TV, it ends up on social or on websites or being sent out in newsletters. But we all know that it's a ubiquitous thing. When you have enough good video, it can last you a long time until you get a major, haircut or weight gain or whatever. But until that point, it's it's totally usable. So I think what my clients get out of it, the best compliment I got, and I've gotten it a couple of times, I actually know myself better now than I did before the video. That was beyond my expectation of what these videos do for people. I want other people to know them and to want to work with them. But if they're actually knowing themselves better as a result, that's growth, that's progress, and it's exciting to be a part of that.
Well, and there's the passion. We can hear, and you can totally hear it in your voice when you're talking about it. Like there's a spot. There's a spot that you're like, all of a sudden, and again, it's a result of the client came in asking for one result. They came in asking for ROI. And that's where most people start. And like, do you think McDonald's asks for ROI on billboards? Do you think Burger King asks for ROI on signage on the street? There's no way to measure it. There's no way to measure that. I mean, are you going to get a return? Yes. Does it take time? Yes. Do you have to work at it? Yes, to all of those things. And yet where you get to is where they actually go, wow, the story that you told was, now I know me better. Mm-hmm. I actually know more about my business. I know more about that because I wasn't, and what I think, this goes back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm going this direction, but I think you're telling the story from the consumer's perspective. What does the consumer need to know about Jake? And you even said that you videoed it as you were filming it, and you said, wow, that's the story that people need to hear. So I think that's the important part, is a lot of times, like for me in video, if I came to Peter, I would have had, and I didn't, I give him artistic license because I should. But if I would have come to Peter, I would have said, what I want to portray is this. I want to convey this particular message. But based on what Peter's saying, I don't know that was the right way to go. I think I probably would have come off wrong. I would have had a different expectation of where the video would have gone, which then I wouldn't have liked it. Instead of
maybe
over.
I mean, collaboration's great too, but and when I'm shooting something, I would say that I have a 70% idea where it's going to go, and I cover a huge margin of where it could go beyond that. Just so you have, that's why you shoot for 2 hours for a 2-minute video, because you want all the options. If it starts to really move in a direction that you're connecting with and it is working, you want enough material to be able to support that. And that comes from years and years of cranking out shows. It's like, it's just years and years of doing that and having that be the natural course of things when I am working. So it's all a very exciting thing. And what I tell people is it's necessary, but it's also fun. And for me, it's the fun part. It's the marshmallows in the Lucky Charms, of business. And I think people underestimate the importance of video. What I always say is, why am I out there hustling and getting clients? It's because nobody wakes up in the morning with a video emergency. But the reality is, your business is going to be elevated and you are going to get results if you have the right video, and most importantly, know how to use it once you have it. So understand what your marketing plan is and the way you're going to use it. And of course, we have Julianne, who's an expert at getting everything out there and getting it out there in the right way. And I so look forward to hearing from her and seeing what she has to say, because I am dying to hear how her whole network is working and all that stuff. And we've talked before, but yeah, she's really exciting, and I'm excited about learning more about that. But getting it out there is really important. And the most heartbreaking thing that happens to me is we have good video and good, clients that paid me ahead of time and all that stuff. But I'm still heartbroken because they get their video and then they just don't take the next step, even though we talked about it, even though we went over the steps. They're like, this is great. Okay, now what? It's like, well, You need to put it out there. You need to get it on your website. You need to get it out in your newsletters. You need to take the short versions that get people's attention and get them all over social. It's like everything else we're doing. It's like, it's like everything else we're talking about in disruption. We need to disrupt people. We need to get in front of them and go, oh, wow, I want to see more about that. I want to go down that story trail. And I want to reach 1,000 people a month that didn't know who I was last month. And video has that power because, let's face facts, people don't read anymore. They just don't. So you want to be drawn into something that is the marshmallows and the Lucky Charms.
Yeah, I'm going to make a banner out of that. Yeah, it's the marshmallows and the Lucky Charms. I think that's brilliant. So you touched on it, and I know this is true for me because you absolutely hit it. Was I got the video, and within like a minute, I was going to text you. Like literally, I was ready to do. I'm like, okay, now what do I do with it? Like It's absolutely where we are as business owners, developers, entrepreneurs, visionaries. That sounds like a lovely word, but it is just also known as troublemaker, right? As visionaries, we're crappy admins. We're horrible admins. We're awful at it. So that's what we want to know. Okay, what do we do with it? And then my very next question is going to be, well, who should do it? Because I'm going to suck at doing it. So, I mean, yes, we have a team that we have put together. We have Peter, who is building stuff on the front end that is just amazing content. And we have a content expert for social media developer. We have, as you met, Stephen Mesh. We have Julianne, who is helping work through our show and push our show out. So if you're going to think, if we didn't have a show, if we didn't have a podcast, if we weren't doing the conference, if I was just Jake the coach, which once upon a time I was Jake the coach, what's your first recommendation to convert Jake the coach from Jake the coach to the executive influencer coach? What would be step one of video utilization? I'm saying 30,000 foot view. I don't want you to give the farm away. Hold on to some of the marshmallows. Don't just sift them all out.
I'm happy to give them away.
Yeah.
I think that I think where we started was the right place, and from there I would get into the details. Okay, so I can't look at it completely objectively, but I'll just ask the people watching today that saw the video, what do you want to know next? And I think that's the very most important thing at the beginning of that first video is, what do you want to know next? So if this were a full video campaign, it wasn't just something that I knew was going to pop up on this particular show, which is what I focused on. I was like, I'm going to, put together the 2 minutes that's going to get people curious. I would do, a 30-second, probably a 10-second, and a 1 minute that you could just blast on social to get people to the point where they would either come to this event or look at the longer video on your website or, whatever platform you want people to go to. So once they get to that, you find out what they want. And if you have a more robust video campaign, for example, let's say I flew out to Wyoming and I spent 2 more days with Jake, and we were like, okay, we're going to do an entire video just on your book. And we're going to do an entire video just on your past. And we're going to do an entire video on your business coaching. And we're going to do an entire video on total disruption. Then as people get curious from that initial one, it spans out to the other ones, and they follow your story and they get more into it. So that gives you celebrity, it gives you credibility, and it satisfies people. And from a business perspective, softens them to the point where they know, like, and trust you, and they swipe the credit card. And that's just how it works in this world now. And it elevates you to whatever you want it. So if it's executive coach you want to be elevated to, great. If it's influencer you want to be elevated to, great. I feel this video pointed you in the direction of, I wanted to land you where you are now, as an influencer, as a co-host of Total Disruption, as someone whose program has all the elements of all these amazing things that you've done in your life. So I guess I would just ask the people watching today, what do they want to know next based on what they saw? And it can be a rhetorical question or you can respond. But I think that's really what it's about. It's about taking it to the next level, like when you see a good show or you read a good book and you want there to be a sequel and you want to be with that character more. It's no different than that. It's just a much shorter form of that story satisfaction and character satisfaction.
Nice. I'm really curious of how this theme's going to keep going today, because I'm already hearing it. It wasn't that we intended to set the stage this way, but there seems to already be that little bit of, what does the audience want to hear? What does the consumer need to know? Really focusing on that external onus of, and that's where I really think in that video work, in the work that you do, you're telling the story from the perspective of the consumer, from the perspective of the client, of what they need to know next, where they're going, what they need to do. So, all right, so let's play this game for a few minutes.
Okay.
Knowing now what we know about Peter, what do we need to know next about where Peter is, what you're doing, like what your services are? What can you tell us about, like, the audience? The audience needs you. Let's be really, really clear on that. Like, the audience straight up needs, it's easy for us to say, okay, I'm going to do and I did it this morning. It was terrible. And you can ask anybody that saw it, because I was doing a walk around video of, hey, we're getting ready to go live here in a little bit. And guess what happened? The audio failed, kind of like my video's freaking out right now. So this is where leveraging professionals, leveraging the other people that do the things, to make sure it is demonstrating you the way that you need to. And a lot of people are going to say, well, I don't have the money for that. I just don't have the money to be able to do it, to be able to elevate myself to that space. That's a little bit of a chicken and egg. I mean, you can sign up for all the courses that you want to take, all the classes that you want to take to do that kind of stuff. By the time you go through the course, you buy all the equipment and you spend the hours trying to, like, if I would have tried to make that 2-minute video, it would cost me significantly more money than it is to work with Peter, because I value my time. So,
I use plumbing as an example. Why don't we fix our pipes? Because we're going to end up making the problem worse and having to pay more in the long run. It's really the same with video, because bad video is damaging. It's like a flood. It's like, oh, I'm not interested in that person anymore, because, obviously they don't care, because I saw their video and that proves that they don't care. Right. So there's a couple ways that I help. And one is, making the video myself and working with me directly as your producer, business coach / producer. We don't mention the business coach part because it's built in, but it is vital in those initial steps. You want to make sure that you know what you're aiming at before you start, right? And the other way is I coach people in how to do it themselves. And I have a downloadable course that does that, which I'm not going to pitch. I have my this way. I have my QR code when I go to full screen, and that'll just take you to my site, and you guys can snipe my videos, and you can see what I have available on my website and all that. And we do have a giveaway, which I think Jake's going to be able to get to you. But what I offer is really those two things: is direct production, consultation, getting your initial campaign going, but also if you want to do it yourself and you're the type of person that's slightly immersed in production and just wants to know how to do the basics and have it work, I actually have an animation that'll help with that everyone's going to get. But I also have a course and I have consultation to get you going in the right direction and at least understand what the essentials are to have a video not be a bad video and to represent you and tell your story properly. So the QR code it'll get you to my contact information, and you can watch a bunch of videos and stuff like that. I do have a video. I have a 2-minute video here of some of the stuff I've done that kind of shows me and my business. I'm not sure if it'll play.
Well, I get that. Let's attempt it and see what we get. And worst case is, get me the link. We'll get it to the audience.
Okay, I'm going to hit present, and I'm going to hit share screen, and it says 2 monitors. Let's see. I'm going to try share screen. I don't think that's the one I want.
I'm sure one of my 3 coaches is currently cringing in the green room right now as I'm pushing buttons.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not. It's probably. Oh, wait, window. Oh, look, I did it. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that, I think, Jake, I think you need to take it from here. I have it loaded up, and I think you need to, do you see a shot of a bunch of like
Negative.
downtown LA?
Negative.
Okay, let's see.
Kind of
Well,
cinema mode, but yeah. Oh, nope. There you are. I'm going to add that to stage. I see that thing over there.
okay, here we go. And now I'm going to hit play and hope that we have audio.
Please give a warm welcome to Peter K. Meyer of PKW Solutions.
Everyone, I have a question. If you could show your story to thousands of people every single month, what would that do for your business? The first piece of something, whatever it is that I pull out of the ground, whatever kind of rock I'm looking for at the time, there's so much excitement that I'm hollering and yelling.
Everything that we create is designed to help team athletes and performers feel less anxiety, to feel more joy. And if they do that, they can actually perform better.
And what if all that your future clients have to do was simply follow your story?
And right there in front of me, 4 feet from the bow, up came the hump of a humpback. And so I stood up and ran up the railing, and the boat ran into the whale, and I never let go. All of a sudden, everything went pitch black.
If people know you and like you, they will inevitably trust you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ben Lewis. I'm here with Roman Holmes.
You understand that one size doesn't fit all. We're not about cookie cutter solutions here.
We have a designer in-house that can get you your design done quick. We get your brand out there. That's what we do.
Everyone says, oh yeah, Cross Museum Services. They send the best people and all, of course, the expertise. It's like, let's just solve this by calling Cross Museum Services.
My vocabulary is returned. I didn't realize how much I missed that. Just being myself again is just such a relief.
So living here in Utah, we get multiple severe storms. We had a very large windstorm come through, and it just changed our situation from difficult to impossible.
I own a marketing and website design agency. So I thought, okay, what better way to really make myself visible than to have a video done by an Emmy award-winning producer.
Peter really asked me the right kind of questions to keep me very focused. And now I have this wonderful promotional tool that I've used with clients and students and galleries.
All right, it worked.
It did work. I am super stoked about that. Yeah, we're
so that's those are some examples of what I was talking about, just to kind of give you a sense. It go from light to heavy to real.
Oh no. Yeah, that's what I was afraid I just did. I was taking and here. This is not Peter's fail on video. This is Jake's fail. All on that one again. I managed to kick him out when I was trying to pull his video down. So we'll watch Peter come back in here in a second. We know we've got Julianne Meyer in the green room getting ready to come on with Mike Labersi, and she's going to talk about so many good things that are going on in the world with all things media. And then we're going to roll right into the panel where Julianne is with Karen Hall and Anthony Perez, who is also in the green room right now. So there's Peter coming back, and I'll beg some more.
I had to re-sign in. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, no, that was all me, man. That was all me. I pushed a button. So see, I'm telling you, man, I can't wait till my coaching call next week with my speaking coach, so she can tell me all about it. It's going to be great. So, all right, man. So we got a couple more minutes here. It's a great video. It's a great demonstration, and like. Now I want to know, what do I need to know more about Peter? Like, that's what I want to know. And you guys have got the QR code to be able to sign on. That video tells a story of what's my next step to engage with Peter. So Peter's one of our show sponsors. We're super grateful to work with him, that he's going to be able to just bring some absolutely amazing thing to our community. You know, it's because it's not about us. It's not about Mike and I. Peter's bringing things to the community for just the greater good of the community, for what the community wants. Like we partner together for that.
Yeah, elevation's the word I like to use. I just feel that all the videos you saw, those businesses and those individuals were all elevated, and not necessarily through their stories, sometimes through their clients' stories. the most touching moments are what the service they have done for their clients, which, as a potential client has a lot of power.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, man. So Peter, thank you so much. What's one thing you would leave the audience with today? What's the most important thing they need to know?
You deserve to be seen. And if you're depriving your future clients of that, then nobody benefits. The best service you can give is to let people know who you are and how you can serve them. And that is my primary focus as a producer and as a production company is to give your potential clients that and give that gift to you, because it's a double gift. Love that, man. Absolutely love that. Always appreciate your passion. Just love the work that you do. Really, really, really appreciate it. That's what I got for you today, man. So everybody click the QR code with Peter, connect with us, so that we can make sure we connect you with Peter, because you deserve to be seen, whether that is whatever video format you're choosing. Mike and I happen to be choosing a TV show that we're playing with this podcast, as well as public speaking and some different things that we're doing. But whatever your message is, man, you've got one, and you deserve to share it, and you've got the resources to be able to absolutely look amazing while you're doing it. Awesome. Thanks, Peter. Thanks so much. I look forward to sticking around and hearing the other speakers and continuing to be a passive part of this today.
Awesome. Love it, man. Engaged. Yeah, jump in, throw comments in there. Absolutely. That's what we want you to do. Share. So appreciate you. Peter, having a great day. Say hi to Utah.
I sure will.
Thanks, buddy. All right, we're pulling Peter off stage here. We're gonna add my partner Mike. And of course, see, I'm looking underneath my camera. I'm just being totally transparent in everything that I'm doing.
So, Jay, can I get a quick takeaway from that?
I would love to hear a good takeaway of that.
Thank you, first of all, Peter. That was awesome. Are you talking with your hands, or are we just training for kung fu class later? I mean, what are we doing here? I love it. You started out saying you need to talk less with your hands, and the entire time you're chopping and cracking. It's awesome.
I got asked yesterday how I stay in such good shape, and that's because I am. I'm doing kung fu all the time. That's how I stay in good shape. Just nonstop calorie burn. That's how, like, this morning's episode is brought to you by Pop-Tarts, so that you know that's what we're doing. Pop-Tarts and energy drinks and different things. So yeah, probably and coffee. For the love of God, coffee. So that's my answer. Is how I stay in good shape is I'm expressive. I move all the time. I'm animated. And we did an animated piece. Peter and I did some commercials years ago for a different franchise that I was involved in. And we did some animated stuff, and the animated version of me is really funny. So yeah, I don't know where that one still exists. I might share that with the audience at some point, but it's pretty hilarious.
All right, so let's pull up Julianne. I know she's in the waiting room, so let's go. Enough us for her.
We will bring up Julie Meyer. Good morning, Julianne.
Good morning, guys. It's good to be here.
Awesome. Well, this is all you guys. We're super grateful for Julianne to be here, and for Peter and for Michael Silvers thus far. We've had a fun morning already. I'm really enjoying it. So this is you're going to have Mike and Julianne, and then you guys are rolling right into a panel with Anthony Perez and Karen Hall, talking about just disruption in media. So tell us all the great things, guys.
Thanks, Jake. Hi, Julianne.
Hello, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing well today. So I'm going to dive in with a question. Then let's talk about you, if that's okay.
Quite all right.
All right. So let's talk about how you're disrupting conventional models in business right now. Like, what's going on? You're in media, you run a TV network, and we want to hear about that in a minute, but I just want to get going with, let's talk about what you're doing.
Thank you for that question. It's kind of a fine line because, as Peter was talking about the good video and all of that, there are certain people who are really good at their crafts. And then there are certain people such as myself who have to create a new wave, something that needs to look new in order to grow business. And that's what I do. I've basically given myself permission to fail, permission to look like an idiot in order to succeed and in order to change the paradigm of what it looks like to do media. As you mentioned, I am a TV network president, and therefore, since I do streaming television, there isn't really a lot of YouTube videos or anything like that to share how to do all that. So I basically had to reinvent or invent how that's going to look. And so for me, it's like, how do you integrate that into your business and growing your business?
All right. So how can like thought leaders and entrepreneurs who are trying to get their message out, like how can they leverage, because I'm just going to give you a quick plug. The success of our show is all you. You are the woman behind the men. And we owe you so much that I feel like we should have more than 15 minutes with you here today. I mean, I know you're going to be on a panel, but there's just so much power behind this TV show business that I don't know that everyone is quite up to speed yet on it. I feel like this is the new thing that no one's heard about, and I think it's time for people to hear about it.
I'm with you. Here's the funny thing. Streaming television in this capacity has been around about a decade. And it's kind of surprising because it is the best kept secret. So the thing that I love about what I do and what you guys are creating is that it gives you this platform that you otherwise would not have. I mean, you can grow your audience and your community at an exponential rate. And any sort of thought leader, change maker, somebody who has a message to give, they need somebody to be able to hear it. And that's what we provide. We provide the platform for people to grow and to not die with their music inside of them. It's just a place where people can be seen and heard. Now, the problem, and I love podcasting, and it is also overrun. So how else can you promote yourself and get your message out there? Now, everybody that I work with and everybody I know that Michael Silvers works with, it has to be a servant's heart. It has to be people that are trying to add and give value. I mean, the money's going to come, but if you're not willing to put your message out in a way to help other people, then you will never, ever succeed long term. So that's what I love about this. It is kind of like the best kept secret, but it's been around for long enough. So for example, the platform that you guys are on, the one that I'm working with, has over 9 million viewers. We have over 9 million viewers on the platform already. There's over 1 million views per month. My TV show alone has 175,000 views per month. So there's always room for growth and ways to get your message out there. So any sort of thought leader, any change maker, they need a platform. They need to get their message out. This is a wonderful way to do that.
Did you just say that your TV show has 175,000 viewers a month?
Yeah, per episode. So yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
Per
on
episode?
average. Sometimes
Wow.
more, but I like to lowball it because I don't want to ever blow myself up unless it's actually true.
No, I get it. I get it. But look, we're talking right now to those out there who are trying to launch and trying to get somewhere. I mean, try to develop that from a classic podcast and or a YouTube channel, or that's skyrocket numbers right there. So why don't we just dive in? Enough about that real quick. Why don't we just dive into what it is that you're talking about? What is your TV network? What's your role there? What's going on? Give me the whole spiel, please. Because now I'm interested. I mean, I'm on it, but I'm interested.
Well, things are in the process of changing. I'm going to be taking on a bigger role in the very near future, but at this particular moment, I run the Achieve TV network in particular. So I started that from scratch a little over a year ago, and it has been I have grown it exponentially in the world of streaming television. What I've done is basically unheard of. So, what I love to do is find people such as yourself and Jake and help you create your message in a way that people can accept it, hear it, and learn from it. And that's what I really love to do. I like to find people that have something that they really want to share, something that they're passionate about, and help bring that out. I don't need a million mini-me's. That's, I think, what is different. There's so many TV network executives that They want the unicorn petting zoo, and they have all these great ideas, but how do you actually implement them? So it's, a unicorn petting zoo sounds like a great idea, but how do you actually do that? How do you create it? Where do you get the unicorns from? What do they eat? All those things. So what I've done is basically create a space that people such as yourself, people such as myself too, because I put my show on my network, we have a place that we can shine just as ourselves. Because like I said, I don't want a bunch of mini-me's. I want you to be your best you and show your message. I want me to have my message. It does not have to look the same. You're going to do your best when you are you. And I think that is disruptive. A lot of us, we try to follow other people and emulate them. And yes, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you need it to be your wheel. And you need to own it and it have your personality and your taste and your mark on it. Make it yours and own it. I think that that's what's missing in a lot of TV these days.
Wow. So what's it called?
What
Like,
called?
What's the, let's give a quick plug to where we're going here. Where are we sending people for you?
To E360 TV.
Okay, good. E360 TV. I like
Yes,
that. I know where that is.
E360 TV.
Okay.
It started with a couple of amazing folks, and we've grown it exponentially since then. And I'm part of that team, and I'm excited to be taking on a new role with them, and a bigger role. Like I said, it's not something that we're announcing yet, but I'm dropping a nugget.
All right, we'll take it. So let me ask you another question. This is more maybe on a get started, a personal nature. Is it a little scary to start a TV show? Like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't even know the first thing about. I know I want to get my message out there. I'm a person that's decided to. I'm walking down the street, and man, I need to reach more people. Is it really difficult to actually do a show? Like, how do you get started? What happens there?
Exactly. There, like I mentioned before, there's no YouTube videos out there teaching people how to do what we do. There just isn't. It is that quiet. And yet there's still millions and millions and millions of viewers on the platform. So that is pretty amazing. But the thing that that's why I'm here. I'm here to coach. I'm here to teach you how to do what you do. And no matter what, whether or not, it doesn't matter if you are ready or you are not, I can help you get to that point so it is a lot less scary. I like to take out the guesswork. I mean, you still have to do all of your work for you, but I will guide you and you will never be left alone. I want you to succeed. That is my point. I always say that I'm living my legacy by helping others live theirs. And so I want you to be successful in everything that you do. There are different sticking points for different people. Some people, it's the marketing. Some people, it's the actual technology. Some people, it is the show setup or interviewing skills. It just depends on who you are and what your sticky point is, but there's always going to be a sticky point. I don't care if you're really good. I don't care if you're a TikTok sensation. This is an entirely different animal, and you will not feel comfortable until you do it. It's as simple as that. But I am there to help you, guide you, hold your hand, and that's why I love what I'm doing, because I get to help people do what they love.
Wow, that's powerful. Thank you for sharing that. So, what pitfalls have you experienced as you've started to do this? Like, what are some things that that as you're getting started in media, and we're going to touch on this a little bit in the panel, but while I've got you here privately, with no one else around. I would like to hear some common pitfalls of people that are getting started in media.
I think that part of the issue is consistency and commitment. And, Peter was talking a little bit about ROI, and that is important. But if that is your focus, you're already going to fail, because there's going to be ups, there are going to be downs. It takes a while to get to the levels of success that you're hoping to get to. It is not a microwave solution. I mean, it's kind of like a fad diet. You can't expect it to last if that's all it is a fad. You have to put in the time, you have to put in the reps, you have to put in the effort in order to make it last long term. I'm not saying that you will not have wins along the way. You absolutely will. But I think that most people confuse it with the instant cash. I mean, there is this learning curve where you have to translate people from watching you and liking you and it being some sort of vanity project into how are you really genuinely helping them. And I think part of it is people don't realize what they're worth, and what they're offering is worth the investment. That's a huge issue. So I think that's part of it. I think that's the biggest thing is, people aren't consistent enough to keep it going and grow it. And whether they feel like it or not, it is not a fast solution. But it's really good marketing. If you're going to market, you might as well do it with value.
If you're going to market, you might as well do it with value. That's pretty strong. And I mean, I can say from personal experience, yeah, you do enter into something like a show to add value. You can move fast, right? When you say you can move fast, but you have to expect it to go slow. You can move as fast as you can, but you still have to create the content. You still have to put the work in. It's work on anything. And you still have to push yourself to come up with content and do good interviews or whatever it is you're going to do. And you do help people on their sticking points, right? If I heard you correctly, you're
Yes.
around there. Like, it's not just sort of, hey, here's a show and I'm out there in the ocean with a rowboat and now I'm lost, right? You're there to help.
I'm the support team, and it's not even just me. It's the entire E360 TV team, but I'm the one that's going to be holding your hand. I'm the one in the boat rowing with you. I will never leave you alone. I will make sure that you feel comfortable as you can while you're uncomfortable, because there's always going to be that learning curve. There just is. And there's always going to be a sticking point. I don't care. It's just different for other people. And I think that that's part of it too, is where you have to realize that in the beginning, it's going to take you a little bit longer than you expect. And it is going to be harder than you expect and take more time than you expect. Just like anything, any entrepreneur knows this. It's going to cost you more than you think, and it's going to take longer than you expect. I don't give a crap who you are, what it is. If you are an entrepreneur, expect that.
That's some solid advice. Thank you for that. And once again, how do people get a hold of you? Where do people find you? Do you want us to put up an email address or something, or just a website? What can we do for you here?
Yeah, let's put my email in the chat. I will do that. That way people can reach out. Or you know what? Anybody who's reaching out to you and Jake, that's how you can get a hold of me too. So either way, they will guide you in the right direction.
Thank you. I feel like I've learned so much today from you. And we meet regularly, but I just feel like I've heard it differently today than I've ever heard it. So thank you. That was really concise. I got a lot out of that. Jake, did you get a lot out of that?
Yeah, and one of the things I want to say about that, from a support group, she talks about, I know I'm doing my kung fu, like from a support group standpoint of Julianne being support, she knows when I'm working on stuff. Like, because I've got some things I'm doing and I've asked her a question. She has texted me and says, you're not calling me enough. You're not texting me enough. You're not using the resources. Use the resources. So like, that's coming from passion. That's coming from a person in a place of absolutely wanting to see us succeed in what we're doing. And I know she brings that to everybody. We're not special. Like, even though we want to believe that's true, Mike's like, what are you talking about, man? I'm totally special. Yeah, I mean, that is where she comes from in that passion project. So that's why I love that. So, all right, man, and I agree. We could talk to Julianne for a lot longer, and we're gonna, because Julianne's part of this panel. So Mike's moderating this panel with Julianne, Karen Hall, and Anthony Perez. Let me bring them onto stage here, and then we will get rid of me again.
Bye.
Everybody's here to see you guys, man.
Go work through your katas back there, Jake.
Right, I do. I need to do a little Tai Chi yet this morning. Slow it down just a little bit, right?
Right. This is gonna be our theme for the day. Is just kung fu.
Find your zen.
Just kung fu is disruptive. Kung fu is disruptive. All right, here we go. We got Anthony Hall, we got Anthony Perez and Karen Hall coming in. We've had the opportunity of all working together. Karen Hall is the queen of empathy, and she's got an amazing podcast. She's also she is a podcast host. She's part of the LA Tribune Women's Journal. She does an awful lot of stuff. We text back and forth quite often. She's a public speaker. So I'm really excited to hear what Karen's got to say today. Anthony and I have had a lot of conversations in the last year that we've spent a lot of time together. He's a TEDx speaker. He is a podcast guy. He's a business titan in Colorado. He's got so much going on. Like, the resume is ridiculous of where he is, and he's such an influencer, and he is just an absolute icon in the community. And that's why we wanted his perspective in here with Julianne and Karen today in this disruption panel. So, Mike, you're running the panel. I warned everybody. We had a list of questions we sent out to everybody, and then I said, and Mike's going to run the panel, so be prepared for surprise. So we're super stoked about that. Julianne's eyes go up. But that's the conversation. This is all meant to be authentic. This is all meant to be real. Like, we want what we think you guys want, and we're going to go back to that. Here we go. Kung Fu again. Mike's playing with me. What we think the audience wants to hear is
Jake,
authenticity.
I'm animated too.
I know, Anthony does it too, but we think what you want to hear is the authentic stuff, the genuine things, the conversation versus that's why we're doing it live. That's why we're playing this game today, to make sure that you guys are connecting with us, who we really are, because that's who we really are. So, Mike, it's all about you, man.
All right. So thank you, everybody. And I like the blend of people we have here, because everyone is actually working in the communities and speaking and on digital, in public speaking, working one-on-one with people, doing groups, coaching. So there's a whole lot of human dynamic individuals here. So thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. And this is the essence of total disruption right here is not me. It's you three giving the world some stuff. Now, I'm just going to ask a few questions, and then we'll get a little bit. I'll give everybody a chance to sort of say who they are and what they do. Julianne, you can repeat yourself for those that are just tuning in. And I'm going to give one sort of repeat question, Julianne, because that's, now we're on the panel. We switched gears. Let's talk about sort of media, and you can talk about it in your own perspectives, and we'll go up maybe 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes each person, and depending on the answers. So we'll start with Anthony, and we'll say, what are the biggest changes you've witnessed in the media landscape in the past few years, or the speaking landscape in the past few years, and how's that impacted what you've had to do to adjust?
For me, I'm trying to catch up, and I know Stephen Mesh is on here, and we have conversations. You're not doing what I'm asking. And I'm on a learning curve, and I value that. I'm listening to Julianne, but I'll tell you this. When I did my TED Talk, it was like 2015, 16, that opened up a lot of doors. It helped. It was a topic that's relevant today. A lot of doors, a lot of views. But fast forward, 2024, like what we heard from Peter, video just connecting with people. Back then, we were watching TED Talk. We were getting a lot from it. It was like, ooh, cool. It makes me feel good. It helped me get on the stage. But now you can take, if you're on a TED Talk or you have a great opportunity and you leverage that the right way with the right resources, it opens so many doors exponentially. Like Julianne said, you could compound your efforts and impact people with what you're passionate about. And that in itself is huge. It's a huge deal right now.
Thank you. Karen, what do you have to add to that?
Yes, so I'm with the LA Tribune, and so is Julianne, and so is Jake, and I think Anthony is too. And one of the things that I was so drawn to the Los Angeles Tribune about was Mo Rock's vision of how he can disrupt media. We know that there's a ratio of approximately 17-1 negative news to positive news, and he wants to flip that on its head. And that was so exciting to me, because when we hear so much of the news that's out there, that 17-1, it can really deplete us, and it can cause our mood to shift, where we feel less enthusiastic, less empowered. And so when there is more positive, that's what we're all trying to do in disruption, is to have more positivity and to move forward and to get our message out there. Well, our messages are positive. And so I love Mo Rock's vision. The other vision that he has about disrupting media is he wants to have more platforms for women. And that's why he wanted to have the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. And he also wants to have more platforms with the podcasters. He wants to have more women podcasters and flip that ratio, which I think is like 80% men, and have more women on stages. And so I just am thrilled that he offers that. Being a woman, I think it's awesome because you do see so many men in these stages and in these positions. And so how are women going to be able to have their voice if they don't have a platform? And so I really appreciate the way that Mo has done that, and also Michael Silvers. And I'm just grateful to be a part of that disruption.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I mean, I think we do need to see, more women on stages, and man, that's part of the reason why both of you were here.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, Julianne, do you care to elaborate on that, like on that topic we were talking about, the biggest changes in the landscape and how's it impacted you? I mean, I know we just talked to you, but let's hear it.
Yeah, there's something that I want to mention, and it's this idea that, we think that everything is something new and something different, but it's all one ball. If you think about one ball, how many times can you bounce the same ball? How can you reuse and reiterate and use the same message in different ways in order to reach your audience? So to me, it's not about constantly creating something. So like, what you guys do in particular, you and Jake do, is you have your TV show, but it's also a podcast. You also cut it for social media. You also use it for teaching. You don't have to do something different for every single thing. I think that is really important. And the other thing that I think about when it comes to media that I think is worth mentioning is not one size fits all. If you are not into social media per se, don't do it. If you're into podcasting, do that. But whatever you do, own it and bounce that ball as many times as you can in the mediums that make sense to you and resonate with your soul. Just because it worked for somebody else doesn't mean it's your thing. So just make sure you pick something that you want to stick with and that is good for your heart, and bounce it as many times as possible.
That was powerful. That was 3 amazing answers. Thank you very much. So let me ask you guys something. How do you measure, and we'll just kind of go, I'll stagger this one again. How do you measure your success when you're doing something? I mean, when you have your podcast out there and you start to pump all this information out there, what are your metrics? I mean, people are dying to know. People out there that are posting content, doing things. Anthony, when you speak, what is your measurement on the metrics on what you're doing and how you're doing it? Why don't you start, Karen?
Well, one of the metrics obviously is views. And so I think that's the first metric that most people would look at are the number of views. And the other metric that is very commonly looked at is the engagement. And so we can measure that by the comments that people are making. But many times with my viewers, they aren't, like, a lot of my viewers aren't really into social media. And so they're not commenting as much there. But they're engaging with me personally, and they're reaching out and they're giving me direct feedback about what they felt was important or what resonated with them. And that means so much to me because that helps me to know, oh, that's what my people want out there.
All right, thank you. So yours again is your metrics or views, engagements. That's powerful to you. I like that. Thank you. Julianne, what about you?
Karen's right. It is actual numbers. But the other thing for me is what comes out of my TV show. So, for example, being invited to write in books, being invited to speak on stages, being invited to host events. All of these things never would have happened before. I've been featured in magazines. You name it, I've done it. And it's all come from people seeing the value in what it is that I'm offering, and giving me another place to offer the same information. So for me, that is really a huge metric because people that I value what I have to say.
You're just full of them. People that I value what I have to say. I'm stealing all this stuff, by the way. I'm going to make it mine. Thank you. Anthony, what about you? How do you measure your engagement, like when you speak or when you're out there on social? How are you? Anything goes here. We're just trying to educate the public.
Well, Achieve, right? We're all about JVs and affiliations. I've learned at an early age, centers of influence, working with people, working through people. The only way that's a successful partnership, a win-win-win, is like Julianne said, are you creating value? We opened up this podcast, this event with Michael saying, be of service. We heard Peter say, you deserve to be seen. You need to be seen being of service to somebody. You need to figure out, who do you need to be of service to? How I like to tell people, I'm always focusing on being a resource to somebody's problem, solving an issue for them, connecting them with a resource. And when you're doing that not on your TikTok, but you're doing that in life, and people see that, and then you're translating that in social and in your different platforms, right? You're in alignment and people know what you're about, right? I'm all about, hey, how can I create a relationship and create value to centers of influence that we can work together to help each other accomplish what it is that we're passionate about.
Wow. That's thank you. I mean, that's great. So, again, you're getting digital, you're getting live, you're getting male perspective, female perspective, you're getting all these things. I hope everyone's taking notes. So as we move down this panel, I'm going to ask a personal question to everybody. And this is kind of one of those audibles. What was your biggest stumbling block getting started? What was your biggest hurdle you had to come over? Your biggest pitfall, your biggest stumbling block? Like, I want somebody to walk away from this saying, man, these people really inspired me. So why don't we start with you, Julianne? What was your biggest hurdle going into media?
First of all, my philosophy is, and I didn't make this up, but if there isn't a little bit of pee trickling down your leg, then you're not dreaming big enough. So you should always be scared. So that was never a stumbling block. But for me, it was believing other people's limitations, other people's, you can't do this. And when I stopped believing that, then I was able to soar. And when I owned who I am and how I show up in the world, then I really started making that impact and that difference.
So owning who you are when you showed up in the world. I love that. Thank you. Anthony, how about you?
I think for a lot of folks, Julianne, you said it earlier with the one-on-one with Michael, really understanding our self-worth, valuing what it is that we have to share with people. I knew early on when I started my professional career as an entrepreneur, I had to create a platform fast. I didn't have a PhD and a degree and all these fancy things. I didn't come from money, but I knew what I was good at. And I knew what I cared about. And I needed to figure out how to connect that with people. And there I go with my hands, right? But I think a lot of folks just really don't value what it is that we have to share.
Well, thank you. So I keep hearing the same sort of theme, is sort of that self-belief, speed, moving into it regardless, fail forward. So that's anybody that's listening out there, please take this note down. Okay, Karen, what about you? What was your biggest obstacle, hurdle, the head roadblock getting started?
Yes. So like Anthony, I have been very passionate about wanting to share what I've learned. I don't have all the degrees and all the money and all the things either. I didn't have a big following. And like Julianne said, fear, my dreams were so big and the fear was so great. And I did allow fear to get in the way for me. And I also found that actually the fear was came from past trauma in my own life. And so for me, every single time I up-level myself, I have to deal with past trauma and limiting beliefs. And I think, I already did that work. But no, now that I'm up-leveling, here it shows up again. And the fears are so big. I have to go back and I have to use emotional intelligence and I have to use empathy for myself. It's okay, Karen, that you feel these fears again. It's okay that this thought is there again. And then I have to practice self-love for myself to work through that and to process that so that then I can take that next step forward, because sometimes those issues with trauma and limiting beliefs and fears can be paralyzing. And so what happens for me is I go back to my why. Why am I doing this? And I remember my daughter asked me, why do you speak when it terrifies you so much? Why do you agree? And I said, because I love being able to share my message, and I feel it's like a calling for me. I feel so strongly about it that is what propels me forward. And I think if there's one person out there that I can help, then it makes it all worthwhile. Even if I stumble, even if I, sound terrible, if I reach one person with my message and I help one person, then I feel that it has been worth it.
Wow. I mean, so we've covered all bases. I can tell you that I'm a bag of trauma wrapped in human skin. So that's really, that's really powerful message to me. That shows up all the time for me. And I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with all of you more in all pieces. It's those stumbling blocks sometimes are things that we don't even address. It's not whether we wear the right clothing or we have the right media outlet or the right pitch or even the right why, right? We're sometimes it's an invisible barrier. If I'm pulling from you guys a little bit, it's that invisible barrier. I remember when I started my entrepreneurial journey in fitness space, I was a certified trainer from a weekend or a week class. And I jumped into I went from $8 an hour to, quadrupling my income and then into six figures in 6 months. And then, 2 years later, I evolved myself to where I'm meeting with surgeons and doctors and get referrals about all these medical people. And I'm like, I'm just a guy with a weekend cert, so you're ringing that bell. All of you are ringing that bell. What's your why? What's your mission? What's your purpose? How you can serve? So this is really powerful information. So I've got a tactical question, and then I've got one more personal question, maybe two. What advice would you give aspiring people that are just getting started? Now, this is a repeat question I talked about with Julianne, and maybe you can give a different answer. So I'm just getting started. What is outside of deal with your trauma, right? We just kind of covered that as we're kind of creating this group coaching session here. I feel like now we've entered into a mastermind. Let's figure out, let's unpack this. I'm just getting started. I'm in media. Media could be anything. I'm on stages. I'm doing a podcast. I'm starting to post on social. Could be paid ads. What advice would you give to somebody who's aspiring to up their message with kung fu hands like me? Anthony?
Well, whether it's platform speaking, media, or just business in general, right? Being an entrepreneur, taking the leap. I think one, for me, I always tell people you need to come up with a culture statement. For me, it's a Vince Lombardi quote. Individual commitment to a team effort is what makes a team work. And in that's a call to action for me as an entrepreneur. Two things I would say is you got to win in the area of accountability. You got to hold yourself accountable to the things that you say are important and demonstrate that to those that you support and serve every day. And never abandon your expectations, right? You're going to get let down, whether like we talked about metrics, you launch and there's two people there. It's your grandmother and your mom, right? You get excited about things and you do, whether it's a business, whatever, you got to just keep going, right? You got to just keep and understand that you said it earlier, Julianne, that, you're going to have wins along the way. They might not be as big as you were hoping, but you know what? Little wins throughout the week lead to big wins. And sometimes people don't appreciate the little wins.
Oh, appreciate the little wins. That is definitely a huge metric. Karen, why don't we go to you on that one?
Yes, Anthony. Oh, I so relate to that. So many times when I was starting my podcast and, people had all these views because they had this huge following, and I had my mom and my grandma, and I remember comparing myself and saying, oh, look at what they're doing and look at what I'm doing. And I thought, no, I know that is the thief of joy. And so I thought, I am going to celebrate everyone. I'm going to celebrate that 2 people did tune in. And I remember doing a happy dance, when I would celebrate those small wins. So thank you for bringing that up, because I know that there is so much power in that, because success breeds success. And so I think that's really important. Another thing, and as you mentioned, accountability. I think accountability is very important, and finding a mentor that you can look up to, that you can work with, and if it's a coach, that's excellent. I have a coach, and that has helped me tremendously. And I coach people also. And in the process of coaching, we need to know ourselves. And I think that is very vital. I was coaching an entrepreneur who was just starting out in a new position. He was in sales. He felt totally overwhelmed. And he was like, I'm quitting. I can't do this. And I saw so much potential. And I said, whoa, what is it that's causing this problem? And he said, we have to be there at 8 o'clock. We have these meetings. We have to do this thing, this structured. And I said, and why is that a problem? And I could tell that he was a racehorse and he did not want to be confined. And so I said, well, why don't you propose to your boss? How about if I come in he wanted to be there at like 10 or noon. I said, how about if you propose to your boss, I'll do it this way and just give me 2 weeks and see how my sales record compares to the others, because he was a sprinter. And so he went to his boss, he made this proposal. The boss said, okay, I'll give you 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, he outperformed the whole team. He became the rookie of the year. His sales were off the chart because he knew himself and he advocated for himself. And so I would encourage everyone that is starting out to know yourself, know what you love, and know why you want to do it.
Great advice. Julianne, care to echo anything here or add something new to your previous statement? Amend your previous statement?
Obviously I want to highlight both of the two speakers who just went, Karen and Anthony, because what they said is gold. And the thing that I would also add to that is, I think that we think in the beginning that we have to arrive somewhere, that we're going to arrive at some point. But what we don't realize is that the finish line, there isn't one, and it always moves forward. So once you feel comfortable, if you continue to grow, you're always going to be slightly uncomfortable. And so you're feeling it now, you're always going to feel that. So get used to feeling that. It's never going to go away. There's always going to be something. And here's the thing too, you're not going to do it perfectly. You have got to laugh at your mistakes. If you don't laugh at your mistakes, other people will feel sorry for you. You don't want them feeling sorry for you in media. You want them to laugh with you. You become more human when you make mistakes. It's totally fine to do that. Live especially is extra hard. There are so many things that people watching don't understand that go into it. And it is an exceptionally hard event that you and Jake are doing, Michael, that 8 hours of live television is not easy to do. So kudos to you and stepping out of your comfort zone.
So thank you for that. Yeah, that's some really powerful advice, guys. Thank you so much. So I've got two. We're running on time here, so I'm going to go with the personal versus the tactical because I'm selfish. I've got 3 powerful people here, and it's all about me. So I want to learn this. How do you guys avoid self-sabotage? This totally has nothing to do with media, but I'm just wondering, you guys are people who put themselves out there constantly. And all of us entrepreneurs shoot ourselves in the foot sometimes. How do we avoid it? And if you happen to be self-sabotaging, how do you back out of it? Karen, why don't you go?
Wow. Well, this is like the perfect question, because this is what we all do. And so many times we're not conscious of it and we don't realize the repercussions of what we're doing. And so the first thing is to become aware. And emotional intelligence, that's one of the pillars of emotional intelligence, is self-awareness. And so many times when we are sabotaging ourselves, we will recognize it in our body. Maybe we feel off, or maybe we feel that fear creeping in, or maybe we feel tense or something. We usually recognize it in our body, and then identify it and have the courage to deal with it. And so then regulating our nervous system is the next step. And that is extremely important. And as I've talked about, dealing with limiting beliefs, and then reaching out to the coach, if you have a coach or your mentor, to work through that. Because many times when I am dealing with something, like when you said, how do you get out of it? When I am self-sabotaging myself, which I do on a regular basis, and I can't quite get from here to here. I know all the things because I'm a coach. It's like, yeah. But I can't get it to my heart to where I can move forward. But when I talk to someone, there is magic, because all of a sudden, I guess my brain is using a different part, because it's like it becomes the observer of the words that are coming out of my mouth. And it's like, what? And all of a sudden I see it differently. And Then when the mentor or the coach that I'm working with offers compassion to me, oh, my heart just melts. And I'm like, oh, and then I'm able to have compassion for myself. And then I'm able to overcome that sabotaging behavior. And then I'm able to move forward because I'm like, Julianne, I just start laughing at myself. I'm like, oh my heavens, I should know better. I'm the coach. And then I'm shaming myself. And then I laugh at myself because I'm shaming myself.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I love it. So laughing at yourself. I'm going to start doing that. Maybe I won't be able to get through the rest of this broadcast because I'll be laughing at myself so much. So thank you very much, Karen. Anthony, go. How do you stop yourself from self-sabotaging?
You know what? There's so many distractions out there. And what happens is when you lose momentum, we forget about how we got there. And you start looking left and right and you start comparing and you get distracted by the new shiny object. I should be doing this and this and this. And, I've been teaching emotional intelligence for 15 years and I have a checklist and I go through it and I evaluate where I'm at. And sometimes what I found, I was talking to my barber and I was talking to Jake, Karen's right. I was going through something. I reached out to Jake and he, in like 15 minutes was like, here's the 4 things. Let's go through these. And then what are you doing? And like when I sat down and talked with my barber, he goes, so what do you got going on? And I rattle off like I got this and I'm then we have a tendency when shit ain't going right, we have a tendency to be like, oh man, I'm dead in the water. Oh, what I need to change. No, we need to talk to somebody and have them give perspective to say, are you kidding me? You've got so much in 6 months, you're going to reap the benefits. And sometimes we are our worst critic, right? We're not at the finish line. We're not big enough. We're not happy enough. It's not what we're doing. We're not feeling fulfilled and we're chasing this thing. And we just need to check in with someone that we trust to say, listen, man, shut up, come off the ledge. You're killing it. Focus on these 4 things, win in these areas, and get back to me in 2 weeks. And you know what? You got to hit a reset button. I think we all go through it. And that's what works for me. Just self-awareness, evaluation, but then reaching out and saying, hey, I need somebody to just kick me in the ass,
Perfect. I'm hearing external mentors. I love it. Julianne, you care to wrap this up?
Absolutely. I love what both Karen and Anthony just said. And for me, I'm not always self-aware of self-sabotaging behavior. So that's why I have a team that's already in place. People that will call me out on my crap. People who will say, hey, look at what you're doing. People that I trust, that I can accept their constructive criticism, because we don't become successful on our own. And the other thing that is really important is to practice the behaviors that will get me out of those self-sabotaging behaviors before I am in that crisis situation. You've got to practice it so it becomes second nature. You do it when you are not struggling, so that when you are struggling, it just is something that you do to stop doing what you're doing. I don't care what it is. If it's talking to your mentor, if it is, going out in nature, whatever it is that you need to reset yourself and start back over again, you do that. And you practice that when everything's fine.
Thank you. Well, looks like Dad came home, so we got to wrap this up. So is there any way we have email addresses? How do people get in touch with everybody here, Jake? Do we want to put stuff in the chat? What do we want
I would love to put stuff in the chat. Absolutely. I put Julianne's email in there. Hopefully that's the right one. But that's the one that I threw in the chat for you guys. Karen and Anthony, if you guys can add yours to the chat or tell me what they are, and I will make sure I add them. I have both of them. I can add them. They just won't be in live time. Because I'll just pull them up on the other monitor. I'll add them too, because that's a better option, because then maybe I'll actually spell it right. So loving that. So here's a little bit of thing. If you guys have a couple minutes, you want to hang out and we want to roll through the audience, a couple more questions, you want to feed them off. I don't see Brad in the green room, which tells me Brad might be at the hospital having a new kid, which we're cool with that. He was planning on being here. I have not seen him yet today. And of course, part of live TV is we're always dealing with some of that stuff. And we always give people grace for where they're at in the world, man. That's a big piece too. And I know he's got a lot going on. I totally respect it. And for the audience, if he doesn't make it here in the next couple of minutes, we'll take a break and we'll come back at noon, and we'll go record a thing with Brad another day. And we'll make sure we bring it to you guys. So we'll still make sure you guys get to see it. I'll respect him in that space too. So, so Michael, what else would you want to ask this crew while you got them here? We'll give it a couple more seconds here, or a couple more minutes, whatever it takes. I don't care. I'm here all day, so whatever we want to play with. And worst case, we'll take a little lunch break, and we'll come back at noon if that's the worst case.
All right. So when you guys are creating content, right? What is a key strategy? Do you say, okay, I'm trying to convey a certain message over a certain amount of time? Or when, what's a strategy that you guys are out there doing? Again, Anthony, whether you're in speaking, or Karen, whether you're working with clients, like, is there a certain thread you're trying to create? And then how does that work for deployment purposes? Like, when do you start that? When do you stop that? Now we can get a little more tactical because we expanded the time just for a few minutes. I don't want to keep everybody. I know y'all are probably going out for walks or hikes or doing something fancy today, not, while watching this. But it's important, I think, for people to understand when you're in media that, and when you're doing things, that is there a theme? Is there no theme? Is your theme chaos? I have no idea. That's why I'm asking. Julianne, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Michael. So for me, it is really simple. Keep it short and simple, because it affects their nervous system if you go over 30 seconds, actually. So you got to be really careful about the message that you're conveying. So the thing that I like to do is small bits and pieces, leave them wanting more, and try not to communicate too many ideas at once. Because if you're trying to communicate too many ideas at once, people get overwhelmed. They can't hear you anyway. They'll stop listening. And it's okay to repeat the same thing over and over again, because it's going to hit differently depending on where the person is at that particular day and time. So I think that that's really important. But the number one thing is, what do I want to share? What is my intuition telling me? I think a lot of us just try and figure out what the audience wants, which is absolutely part of it. But what is your intuition telling you that you need to share? You may not feel comfortable sharing it. You may not think it's relevant, whatever. I'm telling you, every single time I've just shared from my intuition, I've had multiple people say, thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear. So don't underestimate your intuition.
Thank you. Karen, I know you have a flight to catch soon. So what do you got?
Yes, I totally relate to what Julianne said. So many times when I'm giving a speech, I have, my thoughts prepared, but then as I'm watching, and thinking and interacting with the audience, I'll get a prompting about something that I should say that's totally off script. and I'll be like, I don't know why I feel this way, but I'm going to share this thing. And so I can totally relate to that. And I've had that same feedback, that was just what someone needed. And that is so rewarding to me. The other thing that drives me in what I do for, social media and different things is authenticity, because I feel like that is such a key, that it isn't scripted, this is totally heartfelt. And that's what I connect with. That's what resonates with me. And so that's what drives me in all of the things that I put out, whether I'm speaking, whether it's a social media post, whatever it is, it comes from my heart.
Wow, thank you. So I'm kind of getting this extemporaneous vibe. So that's good. I'm getting a vibe of create from the center and work your way out. Anthony, what about you?
When I'm working with a client, it's a keynote, a motivational talk. I got a framework, but I want to make it tailored. A lot of times, I'm a person of faith. I'll just throw it up there. There's been many a times my TED talk was totally divine. It just came, right? Discernment, intuition, right? I do a lot of observation in my life and look for the leadership lesson, whether good, bad, or, hey, bad experience, whatever. What can I learn from this? Because when I'm going through crap, I'm not the only one, right? Crap's just not attached to me, right? Attracted to me. Everybody's gone through this situation. If I'm going through a bad situation in my personal life, or my professional life, and it's affecting. Right now, Stephen Mesh will be happy to know that I'm working on a lot of content. It's almost my therapy, right? And like Julianne said, I'm not really looking like what's the hot thing to be sharing with. Hey man, this is affecting me and it's impacting me, and this is what I'm learning. And you know what? Or my employees going through something or something, like sharing that, because you know what? That's going back to authenticity. That's people are out there going, you know what? I can relate to that. I've been going through that. Man, that mess in my personal life, man, that was really affecting my professional life. Wow, what he just said, wow, that was for me. And I think that's sincerity, authenticity, a little bit of discernment, being intuitive. Yeah. You know, just kind of reflecting and evaluating where you're at, what you want to share. So
All right, guys. So I appreciate, yeah. And it turns out it was my fault. What a shot on that one. So Brad is here. We're ready to launch with Brad. Super stoked to have him today.
You had the baby?
Anthony, Karen, thank you guys so much. I will make sure your emails are posted in the chat. Mike, thanks so much for leading that. I am going to get rid of some people, as I would say, and I am going to bring Brad into the mix. He is here. And again, I apologize for that running a little wonky, but that's, you know, I'm asking for grace today. This is the first one, guys. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. All right, Mike, how you feeling, man? You feeling like we're making good progress today?
Man, we've covered a ton of information. I'm pretty excited to hear what Brad has to say. He's on the hot seat.
Yeah, Brad's coming in. I'm bringing him in right now. So we're excited to hear from him. And yeah, if he's been watching it all, he knows that I'm having a technologically entertaining day. So, all right, Brad, me, Mike, you guys haven't had a chance to actually connect yet. So we're super stoked to have you here today, and just, you know, hear about your journey and what you're doing. We know we're excited. You're about to be a new dad again, and I'm super stoked for that, man. That is cool, and you've made time for us today, and we're super grateful for that. And yeah, that's what we got. I mean, we're gonna roll right into Brad. I don't want to take any more time to talk about our stuff. We'll get to that, but let's dive into Brad. So, all right, let me kick Mike off the stage again, and then we'll bring him back here a little bit. There we go. Brad, how are you today, man?
I'm great. Yeah, baby's not here yet. Brian will be here on Monday. He's on his way.
Love that. Absolutely love that. So you've got so much information to share with us. And you and I talked a little bit about which way to go here today, you know, and how to deal with this. And I'm just going to prompt you and let you own it. Cause that's what
you know, I got it.
I know, man. So that's where it is. So tell us what the audience needs to know about you, who you are, how they connect with you, and then just tear it up, man. I'm going to pull myself off the stage because they're not here to see me. They're here to see you, man.
It's cool, bro. You know, you can stick around. Nah. So me in a nutshell, man, who is Brad Butler II, man? I'm a husband. I'm a father. I'm grounded in faith. I'm a guy who just realized, you know, what my purpose was in life. And then from that moment that I realized what my purpose was in life, I decided that I was going to spend every day of the life that I had left chasing that purpose. So just to give you a quick backstory. Well, matter of fact, before I give you that, let me just let you know where I'm at right now. Then it can make it a little bit more sense for you. So I'm an educational consultant, but most would call it a motivational speaker. So I travel the country speaking at schools, universities, and corporations. I'm primarily talking about, you know, success and retention, you know, being able to be the best version of yourself and how you can overcome those limited beliefs and things of that nature. But I'm also, you know, giving you tangible, you know, items and tools that you can use, resources. And I'm reverse engineering my success so that another person will be able to do it themselves, so that they can't look at me and like I'm some type of unicorn, like, you know, like the purple elephant where it's like, oh, well, yo, only you could do it. Like you're a 1 in a million. No. I'm 1 in a million because I decided I wanted to become 1 in a million. Right? Not because I was born that way. To just give you guys the, you know, understanding of where I am now, you know, I am, I'm trying to say, I always have a hard time trying to describe myself. That's the hardest thing for me, because when you spend so much time being this other person and not being the person that you are right now, you almost feel like, wow, how did I get here? And you have to take that time to like think through it, like, wow, okay, yeah, I did do that. I did do that. And I did, and it did take me this long to get here. So for anybody that's listening right now, I applaud you for being on, the conference and taking the time to do something to better yourself, because it's Saturday where I'm at. So I don't know if you watch it internationally, you might be in a different time zone, whatever the case may be, it might be a different day. I don't know, because we got that type of reach where we're all over. We're not just in the US, like we are all over the globe. So I'm extremely thankful to be here and be able to be a part of this and touch so many people. So I don't know where you're listening from or where you're hearing this message, or if you're catching a replay, whatever the case may be. But if you were stuck in that space where you're like, man, I don't see a better version of me, the only thing that you need to do is pay attention to me, this story, this session that we're about to go through, right? Because this is what's going to help you to get that breakthrough that you're looking for and get you to stop thinking about where you currently are, but where you want to be, right? Because in my mind, I knew where I was at in my life in certain situations, and I was like, this is not where I want to be. I do not want to stay here. Like, I don't want this to be the end of my story. So if I gotta go back and rewrite these chapters, right? So that I can be the best version of myself. So where I'm at now, okay, I'm an entrepreneur. I travel the country doing this work. My mentors are Dr. Eric Thomas, Jeremy Anderson, and Inky Johnson. I've been blessed to have them as my mentors in my life and teach me the game, teach me how to do this work at a high level. I've been able to become a well over 6-figure speaker doing this work, traveling and, creating a life that I wanted for myself and for my family. I'm extremely thankful that I have the freedom. Like just earlier today, before I jumped on this call, I was outside with my son, and we're just sitting outside. It's an area that we have where I'm sitting down on some rocks. My son really likes cars, so I'm just sitting out there, allowing him to sit there and watch the cars go by. I'm not thinking about bills. I'm not thinking about, the craziness going on in the world. I'm enjoying that time with him, and I have the freedom to be able to do that because I've created the life that I wanted for myself. Now, here's the thing. Some of y'all hearing that like, okay, great. He got the finances in order. He got the wife. He got the kids. The family's in order. He has the time, right? He has the mentors. He got the network. All that great stuff is going for him. Okay, cool. That's dope for him. Yeah, but it wasn't always like that. Like with me in the beginning, how it started, bruh, I'm originally from Jersey City. I grew up in a community where it was, impoverished. We had gangs, we had violence, we had poverty, we had all the crazy things going on that you hear about. Yeah, you guys have seen BET, you've seen the stories that they got on their little movies and Tubi and all that, bro. You've seen all that. So some of that stuff is fake, but a lot of it's real. Yeah, it is what it is, right? So I lived in a community that was kind of crazy, and my mom and dad, they were drug dealers. They were really popular drug dealers. And then they got out of the game. When my father got arrested, he did a bid, he came out, and he said he wasn't going to do that anymore. And then unfortunately, because of the struggles that you deal with in life and money, pressure that you have with that and having a family, unfortunately, my mother and my father became heroin addicts. And they struggled with that for years. But they realized that they were in that situation and they wanted to get themselves out of it. So they did what they had to do. My father went cold turkey with beating his addiction. My mom did the 12-step program to beat her addiction. And to this day, they are clean of the addictions that they have and never touched another drug again in their life. They turned their life around. Right. Now, why am I telling you that? Why am I giving you that? Now watch. The title of my portion of this presentation that we have, with this whole conference that we have going on here, when Jake said, okay, Brad, the conference is called Total Disruption, I said, oh, this is something I'm definitely supposed to be a part of. I'm supposed to be here. Like, this is like story of my life. This is what I'm supposed to be. So when it came to me, it's okay, Brad, what do you want your session to be called? Your session to be called? Oh, I want mine to be called Dangerous Disruption. Dangerous Disruption. And it started before I even understood what adversity was, right? It started with my parents and them overcoming their forms of adversity, and for them to be able to beat their addictions and get to where they are now in life, where they live a good life and they're doing well for themselves. They had to create dangerous disruption. Dangerous disruption. And here's the crazy part. When you hear the word dangerous, you think that, oh, it's something that's harmful to you, right? Harmful to you, your family, this, that, and the other. But dangerous disruption could be something that is thought of in the sense of dangerous to whom or what. In my eyes, I thought dangerous disruption, oh, it's dangerous disruption for adversity, for trials, for tribulation, for stress, for anxiety. Oh, no, no, no. It's not dangerous for those who are living a great life or living a just life and doing things righteously. No, this dangerous disruption is for those who are doing things the wrong way or any form of adversity that's coming to tear down me, my family, my community, my legacy. So I create dangerous disruption in all things in my life. Why? Because it's something that I experienced at such a young age with my family that it was only going to roll over to me at some shape, in some way, shape, or form to test me to see, Brad, can you create dangerous disruption in this world to make this world a better place? So with my parents dealing with their adversity, they were able to overcome it. My parents decided that they were going to separate when I was about 8 years old. When that happened, I moved from the urban community of Jersey City to then the suburban community of East Windsor. When I got there, it was culture shock for me. And about 2 weeks into the school situation, I ended up in special ed classes. Right? I'm in those special ed classes. And at the time, I thought it was the worst thing in the world. So if there's any educators on here, I don't want you to, feel any type of way. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is at the time, I thought it was the worst thing because it was different for me, right? It was a different environment, a different situation. And I just wanted to be normal. I just wanted to be treated as if I was normal. And I didn't feel like I was because I was in special ed class. And I was called every name in the book: stupid, dumb, remedial, retarded. You name it, I've been called it, right? But the thing is, I never believed that I was those things that I was being called, right? Those names that were being, those labels that people were placing on me, right? The decisions that people were making about my life, I didn't believe that they were the right ones. So in my mind, I believed that I had to create dangerous disruption, right? So for me, I did find a way to, eventually graduate from high school, still in special ed classes, but I graduated from high school and then I decided that I was going to go to college anyway, even though it didn't seem like it was the right idea. Other people around me told me that it wasn't the right option for me to do it, that I wouldn't make it. I couldn't handle the rigor in college or whatever the case may be, but I said, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm doing this thing anyway. So I went ahead and I went to college and I struggled through it, right? I struggled through it, but I was able to make it through it. And I got my first degree. Then I went on and got my second degree, my bachelor's, and now I hold a master's in counseling. And I started my business, traveling the country, doing this work, making an impact the way that I'm doing it. But what I'm saying is, in order for me to get there, in order for me to get to that point, I had to create dangerous disruption in my life, right? Because the thing was, I'd gotten comfortable with things being negative in my life, if that makes sense. And for some of you that's listening right now, you don't even realize that you're dealing with that right now. You don't realize that you've gotten comfortable with things not going your way. You've gotten comfortable with things, just not being the life, not being the life that you wanted to be. The family life not being what you wanted to be. Like your relationships not being what you wanted to be. Your finances not being what you wanted to be. Your faith not being what you wanted to be. You got comfortable. I'm here. I'm the one that's here to call you out on it. I'm the one that's here to challenge you on this call in this conference to let you know that that is not the life that you were meant to live. The dreams and aspirations that you had for your life, you can still have them. Like the things that you want to be in this world, you can still be them. But you have got to be bold enough and be willing to create dangerous disruption in the life that you're currently living for you to be able to birth the life that you want to live. So here's the thing. It's 3 steps, right, that I found that I worked through that allowed me to create dangerous disruption, right? And I know you're like, okay, cool. I'm good with the process. Like, give me the process, Brad. Like, show me. Like, how do I get there? The first thing that you have to do to create dangerous disruption in your life, oh, man. You got to, and some people are like, I don't know about this, Brad. Like, it's the first one, and you already kind of throwing me off. Like, I don't know. I'm like, but stay with me, okay? If you really want to create some dangerous disruption in your life to get you where you want to be, this is the first thing you're going to need to do. You're going to have to get comfortable with good trouble. Yeah, I know some of you like, I don't think the word good and trouble are supposed to go in the same sense. Yes, it is. Don't worry about it. I know. I'm living proof. Listen, you're going to have to create some good trouble. What does that mean? You might have to have some uncomfortable conversations with some people. You may have to let some people go, right? You may have to move in a way that you're not 100% comfortable with. You got to do something different, right? I don't want you to get comfortable where you're currently at, right? So you got to create some good trouble. So that might mean you have to change it, like create a workout regimen, start working out. If you haven't been working out before, take a class, put yourself in some debt. Like, you got to do some stuff. Right? You got to take some classes. You got to get a mentor. You got to do things differently. You have got to change the norm, the status quo. Like, you cannot be the same person doing the same thing that everybody else is doing and expect for you to get a different result. I never understood that. You know, that's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That's not how it works in this world. You got to be willing to do the things that other people don't do to get the life that other people don't have. I have a life that most people don't have. Why? Because I was willing to do the things that most weren't willing to do. I stopped drinking. I was never a smoker. I didn't do drugs. Right? I'm not clubbing. I don't do all that stuff. Like, that's not me. That's not what I do. Not because I have an issue with the things and like I'm bad mouthing those who do certain things. That's not it. It's just that I didn't believe that any of those things were going to help me to get to where I wanted to be in my life. Some people you don't get it. Like, you think that, okay, this little thing over here, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a little vice or whatever. It's like, everybody has their thing. Yeah, I get it. But it becomes a problem when that small little vice or that little thing that you do overtakes your life and it stops you from moving in purpose. It stops you from doing the things that you're really supposed to be doing in this world. So yeah, you got to be willing to be like, okay, I'm willing to create a little bit of good trouble. Yeah, so yeah, some of your friends, your close friends are going to kind of look at you funny, or your friends are going to look at you, your friends are going to like talk about you, or you might have family members who are talking about you or looking at you funny, or you think you better than us because, yeah, whatever. Like, you can say what you want, you can do what you want, you can feel what you want, but you're not going to stop me from becoming the person that I know that I need to be for myself, for my family, for my legacy, for my community, whoever it is that you need to take care of. That was my thought process. I don't know about anybody else, but that was number one. I went looking for good trouble. I went looking for it. I'm like, I got to create some good trouble. I got to get myself out of this norm, this space of complacency. I got to challenge myself to be like, I think I can be better than this. Okay. That's the first one. And I know that was a rough one. The first one is a tough pill to swallow. But if you can get past that first one, then we can move on to the second one. Okay. The second one is, I need you to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Right? So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, what that means is you are constantly challenging yourself. You're constantly doing something different. You're constantly doing something new. You're just never allowing yourself to get comfortable. Like, you just can't. Like, I don't know about some other people, but okay, if you're comfortable with where you're at, then fine. You continue to do what you're doing. But if you want more out of this life, so mind you, pay close attention. The message that I'm delivering today is not for anyone who's comfortable where you currently are in life. If you're comfortable where you're at, this message is not for you, right? Just give me a couple more minutes and then you can, roll over to the next person who's going to be presenting. But for those of you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, you got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. A coach told me that a long time ago. My football coach from King University, Dan Garrett, great guy, right? He said, you got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. If you don't like something, change it. And if you can't change it, change the way you think about it. Because if it's one of those things that you can't change, okay, the only thing that you can do is change the way your perception of it, your perspective, how you view it. So for some of you, it's like, okay, I don't like working out, or I don't like studying, or I don't like trying new things. Okay, I get it. You think the other people in this world do? You think everybody likes doing new things and trying new things and constantly challenging themselves or putting them in a situation where in this area right here, oh, I'm the top, I'm the highest part, I'm the highest echelon, like I'm the peak of the mountain, I'm the best, I'm the 1%er over here. Now I'm gonna go over to this area where I'm at the bottom, where I'm not good, nobody knows who I am. Like, I'm not making any money yet. Like, I'm struggling. I got to learn this thing. It's a huge learning curve that's connected to it. You think everybody in this world wants to do that? No, we don't. But we put ourselves through it, and we do it because we know that once we master another skill set, once we master another thing, it will take us, our business, our skill set to the next level and put us in a situation where we'll be that much better. So you got to continuously put yourself in a situation where it's like, okay, I got to continue to learn more. I got to continue to work, right? I got to continue to just not be comfortable with where I'm at. Like, I don't know about many of you. I don't know about everybody that's in here who's in the chat, in the room, whatever the case may be. Like, if you're one of those people where you're like, listen, I have got to continue to work. I know what it looks like to be complacent. I've seen it. My people around me, my friends and family members who are doing the same thing over and over again, getting the same result, and they're complaining about their life, not doing anything, not realizing that you have the power to change whatever it is that you want in this world. You don't like the job that you got? Quit. Go get another one. Now, I'm not saying quit and don't have another job lined up or something like that. But I'm saying you have the power. You don't have, no one is controlling you. You control your life. You make your decisions. So I'm saying the only thing that you have to do to be able to get to the next level and start changing the perspective of your life and changing the outcomes and the results that you receive in your life. Okay, let's get comfortable with being uncomfortable and just watch how things start to change for you. Okay, cool. That's the second one. All right. All right. Now we get to the third one. The third one is, stay with me. All right. So if y'all are in the chat, I just need you. I want to make sure this is working for y'all. If y'all in the chat, just go ahead and put 3. Put 3 in the chat. If y'all listening, because I don't know. Okay, I can't really see. I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. 3. Okay, got a couple 3. All right, great. All right, we're good. So the third one is, I need you to change the way the game is played. Okay. Yeah. Change the way the game is played. You want to make dangerous disruption. You got to change the way the game is played. Now, you're probably thinking, well, come on, Brad, like there's laws, rules, and regulations that are out there. You can't just change the way, things are done. That's not what I mean, right? I'm not necessarily saying for you to change the rules and like put yourself in a situation you could potentially, get arrested or nothing like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's certain rules. There's a certain game that your family has probably already been playing. Your circle of influence has already been playing, but that's not the way the game should be played. You gotta play the game to win, right? There's some people who play Monopoly a certain way where they just whatever property they land on, they buy, and then there's other people who play Monopoly strategically. Like they're trying to get Park Place and like they're trying to make sure they want all the blues that's in that section. They want to build them. They're playing the game a certain way. They're trying to play to win. So you got to ask yourself, like with the game that your friends and family members and close friends that are around you, like the way that they're playing the game, are they winning? Are they winning? And I'm not saying that you lose your integrity, your core values, or anything like that, your character. I'm not saying you lose any of that in the process. I'm saying you still be true to you. You be who you are. You still can maintain being a good person. Hold on to your faith in those things. But you may have to change the game. For some of you, you don't know how money works. You don't know how business works. You don't know how to actually be successful. You just want to be successful. But you got to change the game. If you're around some individuals who don't have mentors and coaches in their life who are guiding them, then you need to put yourself in a situation where you change the game and get some for yourself. That's what I did. I didn't know anybody, in my life who had mentors, who were guiding them, who were millionaires and who were really doing the work at a high level. I had to get around those individuals. I changed the game. I changed the way the game was played. I wasn't about to just keep going to a 9 to 5 and expect my manager or my boss to help blow me up or make me successful. It was never going to happen. I said I had to make myself successful. I had to blow myself up. So the way that I did that was getting mentorship, getting guidance, right? I'm one of those people where I'm grounded in my faith, so I double down on that, right? I don't know what yours is. Like, I don't know how you're going to need to change the game for you or change the way the game is played for you. Like, that's up to you to kind of figure out and sort out. But I do know for a fact that you can't do what everybody else has been doing around you and expect to get the success that you're looking for if that's not what you want. If your mom and dad and your aunts and uncles around you, like that's not the life that you want. Like if everyone around you is say an educator or a teacher, but you want to be a business owner. Okay, well, you have to get some counseling from people who have been successful business owners. Not saying that anything is against your friends or family members. There's nothing against them at all. But I'm sure they have, the best, of interest for you. But you got to get with the people who have been successful and have done it at a high level. All right, so those are 3 areas right there where it's like, okay, the first one is you got to go looking for good trouble, right? You got to go looking for that good trouble to get into, right? So you can start changing things, changing up the status quo, right? The second one is you got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? Because there's too many of us out here right now who just like, you're super comfortable with the way that things are and things will never change for you. Like, you waiting for the lottery, you waiting for you to hit the lottery or somebody just drop some money in your pocket or, somebody to just give you this once in a lifetime opportunity. Why wait for things to happen when you can create? Why wait when you can create? Like, somebody put that in the chat. Like, why wait when you can create? Like that is the line for you right there. You don't have to wait for somebody to give you the success that you're looking for. You can create it, right? And the last one is change the way you play the game. Change the way that the game is played. Because you're not going to win by these other people's rules and the way that they're playing the game. You got to find your way where it's like, okay, what is going to get me the success I'm looking for. Like I'm a big fan of possibility versus probability. Possibility meaning is something possible? Can something be done? Probability meaning the likelihood of a thing being successful, a likelihood of something happening. I wanted to increase the likelihood of my success, the likelihood of me being able to take care of myself and my wife and my kids, the likelihood that I would be able to travel this country, speaking life into the students, speaking life into individuals, and helping them to see that success is possible for them. It's not just for a few. It's not just for the ones who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. It's for anyone who is willing to work for it. It's for anyone who is willing to go out here and create dangerous disruption. So lastly, I got 3 questions for y'all. Three questions that you should be asking yourself. Okay. The 3 questions that you need to be asking yourself. The first one is, are you successful? To decide on whether or not you should be going out here searching for dangerous disruption. The first one is, are you successful? And what I mean by that is, I don't mean by how much money you have, how big your house is, or how nice your car is. Like that doesn't matter to me. I don't care. If anybody who knows me knows I'm not the money guy. I'm not the guy who's trying to sit around and talk about money all day. I'm just not. I'm not. I just care about my family, my community, and my people more. I'm a people person. I'm not driven by money. Doesn't mean I don't need it. I do. And if I provide my services, I want to be paid properly for it, right? That's not what I mean. But what I'm saying is I will not be driven by money, and money will not rule my life and make me make the wrong decisions, right? It won't get me out of character. It won't get me out of who I am, and it won't taint my integrity. Like that's I won't allow that to happen when it comes to money. So by success, by are you successful? I mean, do you have the life that you've dreamed of? Like, do you have a successful marriage? Do you have a successful relationship with your friends and family members? Like, are you happy with the way that things are going, right? Are there things that, like, are you excited to get up in the morning? Are you one of those people where it's like, I'm trying to go to sleep early because I'm trying to hurry up and get up in the morning and get to work. I want to do this work. Like, I'm blessed with another day to be able to go out and do the work that I do, whatever it is. I don't care what it is that you do, right? But do you have that feeling in the pit of your gut, like when you wake up in your morning, like I'm so thankful, I'm excited, I'm ecstatic to be able to get up and go do the work that I do, and I'm happy to say I love you to my wife and spend time with my kids and pick them up and do different things with them and spend time, like I take vacations, whatever it is that you want to do, whatever you really hold near and dear to your heart. Like, ask yourself that question: are you successful? Okay. Second question is, are you taking advantage of the opportunities that are in front of you? For some of you, you don't realize that there are many opportunities that have passed you by, and you don't even realize it. You're asking for opportunities. You're asking for, like, man, where's the silver lining in this? When's my break going to come? It probably has passed you a million different times because you're not opening your eyes to it. You're not looking for the opportunities. You're not searching for it. You're not on the same wavelength as those opportunities. And for some of you, you're not even open to it. You're not making yourself open to it. Like I was going to networking events. I was going to conferences. Like, I was making myself available. I was asking to serve. I was going to conferences and just doing anything I could to help out because I wanted to avail myself for the opportunities. I wanted to be successful. And I realized that I could do it by being of service to other people and just seeking out opportunities. Hey, what's going on here? What's going on there? Okay, is there anything you could tell me about this? Like, hey, this is the work that I do. Like, are there any opportunities? Can you help me out with this? Can you help me out with that? Like, and just seeking out those opportunities. And then when they do come, not being hesitant about it at all. To take those opportunities. What is the opportunity? Yep, let's go. Let's do it. I'm not even sure if I'm the best option for this, but I will figure this thing out as I go because I cannot miss this opportunity. I can't miss my opportunity for greatness. I can't miss my opportunity to be able to just create dangerous disruption in my life to get me to where I want to be. I don't know if that's you, but I hope it is. And if you actually took a second to sit down and think about your situations in life, the time that's kind of passed you by, and realize that, wow, man, that was an opportunity. And man, that might have been the opportunity for me. But do me a favor. This is a quote that, my first mentor, Kendall Ficklin, once told me. He said, make sure you take advantage of an opportunity in the life of the opportunity. Because if you do that, it will create another opportunity. Right? So just make sure that, like, okay, when the opportunity does come your way, because I promise you there is an opportunity that is coming your way to make your life that much better. You take full advantage of it. You give it everything you got and get the most out of that opportunity. Okay. The last one. Are you authentic? Are you authentic? The success that you say that you want, the life that you say that you want, do you want it for the right reasons? Do you want it because it's just about money? Do you want it because it's about cars and clothes and women or things, jewelry? I don't know. Or is it something more? Is it because of the change, the drastic change, the dangerous disruption that you'll create in this world? There are some people in this world who all they're about is money. And I'm not saying that anything is necessarily wrong with that. If that's what your thing is, okay, cool. But there are some select people in this world who legitimately care about others and want to go out and make money so that we can help others who are less fortunate and not able to do for themselves. I don't know about you, but I'm one of those people where I get great joy of when I have the ability to serve others and be able to be there and provide for others and do things for others the best the way that I can. It's not always money. Sometimes it's just my time. Sometimes it's just service, providing my skill set as an orator, like whatever it might be. But I just love the ability to be able to be of value and be of service to the community, to people in general. Because if we're not helping each other, we're hurting each other. I'll say that again for you. If we're not helping each other, we're hurting each other. So listen, I just wanted to make sure that you guys got those points. The 3 points that I said earlier, and the 3 questions that you should probably ask yourself before you decide to go on this embark on this journey of dangerous disruption. I hope that makes sense. And I hope that you guys got something from that. So before I get out of here, I always close this out with one of my signature close. People always ask me to do. So you guys ready? All right, cool. Here we go. Be careful of your thoughts because your thoughts become your words, and be careful of your words because your words become your actions. Be careful of your actions because your actions become your habits. And be careful of your habits because your habits become your legacy, and that is how the world will remember you. If you haven't heard it today, this week, this month, this year, or ever in your life, I promise you're gonna hear it today. I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I encourage every last one of you to make your next day your best day. Why? Because the work you've done today is not enough to get you through tomorrow. My name is Brad Butler II. Thank you for listening.
Oh, so good, man. I can't type fast enough in the chat of all the good quotes because it's like by the time I'm done typing another one, he's already laying another one out. It was like I'm probably just going to transcribe the entire thing and just post it all because it's all quotable. So good stuff. Like the passion. I followed Brad for a while now, and just listening to him speak, listening to his message, the consistency, the authenticity, that servant's heart that he has had and where he comes from in that space. It was just such a good connection. And I reached out to him and I said, hey, this is what you're doing. Like no hesitation, none. He's like, yep, I'm in. When is it? It wasn't even like, let me check my schedule. It's like, yeah, I'm doing this thing. We want to show up to your audience. So Brad, how do they find you, man? How do they reach out to you?
Oh, man, I'm easy to find. So on all social media platforms, it's Brad Butler II. If you guys are looking to book me or learn more about me, you can go to my website, which is bradbutler2.com. bradbutler2.com. I tell people all the time, if you can't find me, you are not trying.
That's fair. So I put it in the chat. It is in there for all of you guys. Brad, that was awesome, dude. Absolutely loved it. Thank you so much for being part of this. We'd love to have you on the show another time so that we can, bring some more value and just keep bringing it to the audience, man. So much good stuff today. Like, I love the good trouble. Like I was just giddy about that. I was a little schoolgirl back here. I was having a great time. So Brad, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And man, God bless and congratulations on the new edition. And man, anything that we can do for you, always reach out. We're absolutely here to up level each other.
Thank you, Jake. I really appreciate the opportunity. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to speak in front of your audience. I really hope that I was able to bring some value, into their lives today. And there's any way, shape, or form that I can help you guys in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'd love to, help as many times as I can and as often as I can.
Yeah, man. Absolutely appreciate you. Brad, thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Mike. Man, we got to do this thing in person next time.
Let's do it.
There's a thought process. We're not there yet, but there's a thought process.
I got you.
Thanks, Brad.
That was awesome.
Yeah, so good, man. I couldn't type fast enough. I could not type fast enough. It was really
Isn't that what AI and transcription are for?
Yeah, it'll absolutely do that after the fact with all the stuff. So we know Robin is in the green room. I am super stoked about that. I have got Robin has got a pile of resources that she sent over to me that I have added into the banners. I'm going to be working hard behind the scenes to make sure that we're getting stuff out there when Robin wants it, because she's got a lot of great resources for you guys. She's taken out the head trash. I really love that. So, well, I warned you guys, and I'm not done saying it, and I'm gonna let Mike talk about it this time because I keep talking about it. But we're gonna throw the overlay up for you guys so that you guys can see it on the subscription platform. Then eventually it'll load, I promise. There it is. All right, Mike, tell us what's important about this.
So with the total disruption group that we have going here, it's Jake and I essentially walking lessons of life, business, and all things that are improvement. Everybody you hear today, we typically take their message, break it down, and we teach on it. We don't make this stuff up. We take real world examples of people that are doing things, and then we teach on what these people are doing over and over and over again. Some people are ultra successful in business. Some people are ultra successful in life. We want to bring that to the community. And then we have our laser coaching feature where, ask us anything. I mean, between the two of us, we have a coaching Rolodex of probably $3 to $4 billion of clients that earn that much money in their businesses and lives. People that have done stratospheric stuff. We know we tap into these people and we want to bring it to you, making it accessible. It's a community that is going to help you move forward in many areas of your life. So join up. Part of the proceeds go to the Wounded Warriors and the Boys and Girls Club. Automatically, every month, automatic donation right to those two causes. And if anybody out there's got a great charity, drop it in the chat rolls, man. We will put them in there as well. We'll rotate through. And if anybody's got a good cause, charity that's making some impact, we'll be happy to donate to that too. And again, the price is going up. So it's a sort of an introductory conference rate of $20 a month. And then it goes up to $50 starting tomorrow. So it's never too late to join.
Yep. Just click that cute little QR code under my big old head in the screen. That's where you go to find out. And yeah, love that. So absolutely love that. All right. Our next speaker, and I think we're roughly halfway through. It is noon. Look at that, noon Mountain Standard Time.
We are literally halfway through. We're right
literally halfway through. Michael Silvers always picks on me because he says Pacific Standard Time is the only time that matters.
East Coast, Eastern Standard. Yeah. Eastern Standard Time is the only time zone.
I know all these people everywhere. So this is one of those things where I would say all time zones matter. If I'm going to coin the old ugly that's out there, shouldn't have done it too early, too soon. Yeah, all time zones. So I'm Mountain Standard. I don't care about any of you guys. So, all right, our next speaker is, I've had the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with her and learn her story. We got on a great call, and she's got a killer keynote speech for you guys that she's just bringing it. I am going to just let us out of the room. I'm going to keep us here for a second anyway, while we bring Robin on stage. So she's coming in. Tremendous resources that she sent over that we're going to be able to share with you guys. I'm going to attempt to share them in real time, but you can see how my face is doing. So yeah, it might be a little bit of lag, but I'm going to do the best I can. So I really appreciate you guys. Mike, I'm going to kick you out again. I'm going to kick me out. And Robin, we're going to give it to you, man.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. I will move that over there, and I will put my notes over here so I can talk to y'all. So awesome. I am Dr. Robin. I'm a former competitive beach volleyball player turned high-performance business psychologist and professional confidant. And what I'm going to share today comes from my work with founders and executives and professionals and athletes for the last 15 years. So my goal is to perhaps remind you of something you already knew, but maybe you aren't utilizing quite as well as you could. You might learn something new, or it might be something you've never even really thought about, a different way to think about it. So we're going to talk about why these demons always show up in the middle of the night. The title of this talk is Take Out the Head Trash, How to Fight the Demons That Keep You Awake at 3 a.m. Why is it always the middle of the night? What are the two types of fear that are likely coming up? One you should walk through, one you should heed. How do you tell the difference? We're going to talk about the most common forms of self-sabotage. I know in the earlier panel, they were talking about self-sabotage. They were talking about fear. They were talking about trauma. We're going to expand on that. And then I want to discuss a few ideas about how you can improve your ability to think critically under stress. So many of us have to think critically under stress. So I like Jake said, I have some resources. He's going to do his best to share them. But if for some reason you don't have access to those resources, you can't see them on the screen, they don't show up in your chat, you're watching whatever, reach out to me on LinkedIn. Just say, hey, I heard you on Total Disruption. Can you please send me those resources? And I will forward you the list of links and resources that I share. So there's my LinkedIn right there. You can just search me, Dr. Robin Odegaard, or Mental MacGyver. I'll come up either way. So let's get into it. Here's what I know about you. If you're here at a Total Disruption conference, you are on a life journey that is complex. You've got competing priorities. You probably feel a little bit personally isolated and intellectually lonely. There aren't very many people who understand you. And you don't want to burden your loved ones, your friends, with the waves of anxiety, the dread, the disgust, the frustration. You may feel embarrassed about it. You certainly, if you have employees, you're not talking to them. If you have a business partner, yeah, you're not sharing it with them. And if you have investors, oh no, that'll get you a vote of non-confidence. You are so not going there with this. And so you keep it to yourself. And it gets heavy and it gets more isolating. It can become exhausting. I know in the panel discussion, one of the guys said that he talks to his barber. I've heard that. When I ask my clients, hey, before you had me, who are you talking to? Taxi drivers, bartenders, barbers, the trainer at the gym, like great humans, I'm sure, but how much business acumen do they have? Are they giving you good advice? But you have to have somewhere to talk to when you're keeping this to yourself. And there are days you have to force yourself just to push through. And as long as you keep yourself super busy and really focused and really in your logical mind, the head trash stays quiet. Now, when I say head trash, I've asked a lot of people, what does that mean to you? And it means different things to different people. So I'd like you to think about right now, when I say head trash, what does that mean? Do you have words? Do you have the running commentary? Do you have feelings, the anxiety, the stress, the dread? Do you have barely suppressed panic? I had a client say that to me. Head trash for him was barely suppressed panic. I had one person say to me that she has song lyrics. That's what's keeping her awake, is song lyrics. So what is head trash for you? I'd like you to think about that for a second. Now let's talk about, why is it always the middle of the night? So there are kind of three parts of your mind. You probably have heard this. You've got your emotional or subconscious, your logical or conscious, and then you've got your kind of limbic, that primitive brain, your unconscious mind. We're not going to be talking about your unconscious mind today. It's beyond the scope of what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about your emotional mind, which is your subconscious, and your logical mind, which is your conscious. So your emotional brain, that part of your brain, doesn't have access to language. Have you ever had a situation where you've said something and then thought, that sounds really dumb when I say it out loud? That's because it's coming from your emotional brain, which doesn't have a ton of access to language. Contrarily, your logical brain only has access to language. So if you're in that really anxious state and you're like, what is wrong with me? It's because your logical mind has no idea what's actually going on. So your gut and intuition, which isn't always right, but can be, comes from your emotional mind, and then your logical mind is the language and the decision making and all of that. At night is likely the only time your logical brain turns off. And when it does, your subconscious brain is like, woohoo, now I have all these ideas and I have these worries and I have things going on. And that's why you can't sleep, because your subconscious brain, your emotional brain, hasn't had a chance during the day to say, hey, issues here. And you have limited willpower, which holds your kind of emotional brain at bay during the day. If you've ever been on a diet, you've experienced this. In the morning, you eat a great breakfast. Lunch, oh yeah, good lunch, no problem. Dinner, you're probably okay. And then 8 o'clock at night, you're sitting on the couch eating ice cream directly out of the container, right? And that's because you've run out of willpower. The same thing happens if you're dealing with people and making decisions and managing stress and dealing with anxiety and holding down the dread. By the time you get to the point where it's the evening, you can no longer do it. And if you're tired or you're sick, the same thing. If you've ever had a situation where your brain is just running, it may be because you feel run down. So to keep this from happening, you have to get access to your subconscious brain, get out of your logical mind on purpose. So here's the first resource. Jake, here's your warning. The 30 best pieces of advice for entrepreneurs in 2023. And that the link is right there. But if you can look it up, the 30 best pieces of advice for entrepreneurs in 2023. The one I want you to look at specifically, or I want to call out, is Product Board CEO Herbert Palin. He created what he called the Founder Mood Meter. And he plotted how he felt. That's a feeling word, felt. You may have to Google feeling words list to come up with feeling words, but how he felt about the prospects of his company. And he did it 3 times a day. Now that's a lot, but if you're super, super busy, if you take 5 minutes 3 times a day to go, how am I feeling? You're going to get access to that emotional brain. It's going to help that subconscious brain tell you. And I'm going to, at the end, when we're talking about critical thinking under stress, I'm going to give you a really quick way for you to kind of check your emotional and mental state. I'll give you a really easy way to do it. Other ways. Create silent time. Create time where you don't have input and you don't have output. And you've heard some of these. I'm sure you know these. Journaling. Meditate. If you're driving somewhere, turn the radio off. Drive in silence and see what happens. What does your brain do? Exercise without music. And I know that gets boring. You're counting to 10 over and over and over. That's the point. You want to give your brain time where there's no input and no output. So much like you do in the shower, your subconscious brain has that chance to go, hey, have ideas. Oh, I have worries. You can go for a walk. Ideally in nature. Nature is best. Touch some trees, go out there without listening to a podcast. Don't have input. So many of us spend the entirety of our lives, except when we're sleeping, with input. You can also talk to yourself. You can do this in the mirror, or you can open a Zoom room where you're the only one in there. Have a conversation with yourself. That's going to feel weird. It's going to feel weird because your logical brain's going to be like, this is the dumbest thing we've ever done. That's sabotage. That is your logical brain sabotaging and maintaining, holding down your emotional brain. Now, of course, you've been hearing it. I know because I've been listening in. The best option, the gold standard, have a trusted, business savvy confidant who you will tell the whole truth and who you trust to tell you the whole truth with kindness. And I know, I get it. The coaching and therapy world is a very deep pool full of very shallow people. There are a lot of people out there who do a terrible job. It took me years to find a good coach for myself. And I'm sure the people that are on here today are a great place to start. Reach out to them, have conversations with them. I cannot encourage you enough to keep looking until you find someone who's a great fit for you. It's worth the time and money investment multiple times over and over. You need to find a way to get access to your emotional brain, and talking it through with someone, making it go into language so that your logical brain gets a chance to hear it, is going to make a huge difference for you. So you can learn more about the subconscious mind. Jake, second one, The Extended Mind by Annie Murphy Paul. I was able to get this at my local library. There's also a really good summary on the Blinkist app. If you don't use the Blinkist app, I love it. I listen to 2 summaries of books every morning when I'm getting ready for the day. And it tells me what books I want to delve more deeply into. And this one, The Extended Mind by Annie Murphy Paul. Recommend. It's a really good look at the conscious and subconscious mind. All right. So you've gotten access to your subconscious mind. You're going to find 2 types of fear. 2 types of fear there. One is trauma-based. So when people say to you, success is on the other side of fear, they're talking about trauma-based fear. And that is, it can be implicit memories. So implicit memories, here's this interesting thing that happens to your brain when you have a trauma. And trauma doesn't have to be, a life-altering, huge war. Like, there are a lot of different kinds of trauma. But when trauma happens, your brain is so worried about getting you out of the situation that it suppresses your ability to make memories. So your hippocampus, which is the part of your brain that makes memories, kind of doesn't do its job. And so you end up with implicit memories where you only have emotion. So your emotional brain remembers, your emotional brain has all of this fear and anxiety and stress, but the cause, the actual memory, is missing. So if you've ever had a situation where you're like scared and you don't know why, you may have an implicit memory. Conversely, an explicit memory, you have both pieces. You have the emotional and you have the actual memory, and you can verbally explain, oh, I have this fear because this thing happened. So trauma-based fear, that's the kind you have to walk through. The other kind of fear, which is one people don't usually talk about, is intuition-based fear. And this is your part of your brain that is experienced and knows and reads people and gets it. And the best way I can explain this is by sharing a story, personal story. This happened to me. Did not listen to my intuition-based fear. It was not good. So early on in my business, I decided that I was going to hire a PR and marketing firm. And I, asked around, and a friend of a friend recommended this person. Highly recommended him. Oh my God, he's amazing. I met with him, and there was a part of my brain that was like, yeah, this feels slimy. I don't like it. But I attributed that to the fact that I attributed it to a trauma. I grew up very, very poor. So the $20,000 price tag he put out there, I attributed it to, that's why I'm having this issue. That's why I feel like this isn't a good idea. Turns out he was slimy, and he took $20,000 and did basically nothing. And I went back to the woman who recommended him and was like, he was horrible. And she was like, yeah, I don't know. I've never worked with him. He gives a 20% kickback. So, I got to make some money when I recommended him. So that's why I did. Horrible. If I had listened to my intuition that it was slimy and it didn't feel good and kept looking, I wouldn't have lost $20,000. So you have to ask yourself, when you start having fear, when it starts coming up out of your subconscious, I encourage you to ask this question. What are you trying to protect me from? What are you trying to protect me from? And are you just getting red flags like, this is scary, I don't know how to do with this, I'm scared, is it just panicking? That might be a trauma-based fear, and you probably need to work through some trauma, but that's a fear you can safely walk through. But if you start hearing, it doesn't feel right, it doesn't work for me, something here isn't, then I would encourage you, keep looking, keep asking yourself questions. Don't walk through that, because it could be that you are pushing it down and pretending everything's fine when it's not actually fine. So I would encourage you, be careful of people who come down hard on either side. Now, there are some people who will be like, always walk through fear. Success is always on the other side of fear. And then you're going to have people who are like, oh no, always walk away. Don't do scary things. My mother happens to be one of those people. She's one of those people who don't do scary things. Be safe. And, she's the mom to 8 children. So being safe is important to her. I get that. But be careful of people who come down hard on always walk through it, always listen to it, because there's usually a middle ground. Okay, let me get a quick drink. All right, so we've talked about this idea of what is head trash, and I asked you to kind of think about, for you, when I say head trash, what does it mean? We've talked about why it comes up in the middle of the night, this idea of we're suppressing our emotional and subconscious brain. And we've talked about how to get access to that during the day so that it doesn't just bubble up in the middle of the night. We have the ability to kind of talk through it and get it out where our logical mind has access to it. And we can decide, is this a trauma I need to work through? Is there something I need to do with this? Or is this something I can just walk through? And we know that the gold standard is hiring someone business savvy that we trust to work with us. You've been hearing this the whole time. Coaches, mentors, counselors, therapists, find somebody. And we've talked about the 2 kinds of fear that you might find there, whether it's trauma-based or it's intuition-based. So we've got all this knowledge now. Here's where it starts getting a little bit interesting. We're going to start talking about self-sabotage and the psychological barriers that we throw in our own way. And I know Michael asked this question on the panel, when you self-sabotage yourself, what do you do? So here's some options. Let's first talk about some self-sabotages, that's a weird word to say, that I see very often when I'm working with high performers. First one, couldn't talk about this without talking about imposter syndrome and the belief that I am not good enough and dealing with that self-doubt. So here's the interesting thing about self-sabotage. It's about having the right level, It's about having the right level of confidence and knowing, do I know enough to share? And here's an example where I didn't engage in self-sabotage and I actually helped someone. I was at an event in New York City, and it was a TV event. We were all going to be on TV the next day. So we were there the day before, kind of doing the dry run. And they were talking about how, everybody should wear makeup, men, women, the whole thing. Everybody should have on some makeup, some powder. And at the end of the day, we're all leaving. And this woman who I basically just met comes up to me and says, Robin, you have to help me. I've never worn makeup. I have no idea how to do it. Now, I'm not a makeup artist. I know very next to nothing about makeup. I can do my own, sort of. And I told her this. I'm like, find a makeup. I'm like, no, that's not me. And what she said to me was, Robin, you know vastly more about makeup than I do. And either you can help me and I can have a chance at succeeding, or you can tell me no and I'm going to fail miserably. Please help me. And I was like, well, okay, she's right. In this case, I am a makeup expert to her. And so we went down the street to a little drugstore and we got a few things, and I kind of gave her a little tutorial and was like, okay, good luck. And I'll help you tomorrow. Bring it to the studio. And we did. And she did okay. Am I an expert in makeup? No. But for her at that time, I was. So imposter syndrome is not having the right level of confidence for the situation that you're in. And you have to deal with that self-doubt, that demon that says, oh, yeah, I don't know if you know enough. There are people who know more. There are always people who know more. But in the moment where you are right now, are you the person who knows a high level? Can you help the person you're in front of you? You either help them or you learn from them. You either know more than they do or you don't. But imposter syndrome is all this, I'm going to hide. I'm going to not shine my light. It might shine in people's eyes. So find that demon. And again, I'm going to repeat this question. What are you trying to protect me from? What are you trying to protect me from? If you'd like to hear a little bit of my story and my working with and dealing with imposter syndrome, you can watch my TEDx talk. Jake, if you can throw that, Creating Success Out of Chaos. You're doing a great job, Jake. I'm really impressed. So my TEDx talk is called Creating Success Out of Chaos. It's a little bit of my story, having grown up in a cult and the mess that made in my head and the imposter syndrome that I have dealt with moving forward. So imposter syndrome is definitely high on the list of self-sabotages I see. The second one, this is one that may hit hard if you are an entrepreneur and you are used to doing all the things all of the time. Hyper-independence, stubbornly doing it all yourself. It is a form of self-sabotage. You're wearing that badge of honor. You're afraid of accepting help. If you want it done right, you have to do it yourself. I'm the only person I can truly trust. It's up to me and only me. Everyone's counting on me. And then you've got the guilt and the shame that comes with that. You know that if you've probably heard this, I'm going to repeat it. If you can get someone else to do it at 80%, it's good enough, and you can deal with the fallout of the 20% much easier than if you had to do 100% of it yourself. Someone else can do it at 8%. You need to delegate that and move on, because that is hyper independence. So in 2023, the U.S. Surgeon General released a report entitled Our Epidemic of Loneliness and Isolation. Yes, I can talk. Jake, if you could throw that link up there. Our epidemic, it's hard to say, the epidemic of loneliness and isolation. And it says that 60% of adults say they don't feel very connected to others. The number of men who say they have 0 close friends is up 5 times since 1990. And ambivalent relationships, those are the most toxic. So an ambivalent relationship is that person who's supportive sometimes and deeply demeaning other times. You never know when you go to them if they're going to be like, yeah, you, or if they're going to be like, oh, that's terrible. Those are detrimental. Remove those from your life. They are not helpful to you. So if you're engaging in hyper-independence, you can't have ambivalent relationships around you, because it's going to make you more independent, because you can't trust people to support you. So find those people you trust, whether it's friends or family or your coach or your mentor or whatever. Find those people, hire good help, eliminate hyper-independence. It's a self-sabotage. Here's another one I see. Research as procrastination. I just need to learn a little bit more, and then I'll be ready. You're going to get run over, even if you're on the right track, if you just sit there. You're going to get run over, even if you're on the right track, if you just sit there. So good enough is better than not at all. Find that perfectionistic demon that causes you to say, I need to know a little bit more. It's not ready. I can't put it out. It'll be wrong. I don't know the technology. And I'm guilty of this. I want the technology to be perfect. I am so impressed with what they're doing today and that the tech is working, because I have put things out and the tech has flopped. My links haven't worked. And then I kick myself. Like, why didn't I test it better? Let it go. Move on. Find that perfectionistic demon. Again, 80% is good enough. Here's a story. When I was in undergrad, I took a biology class. I think it was a 300 level biology class. And I did all the things. I did extra credit and I went to the extra study sessions. I did all the things. And at the end of the course, he put up the bell curve so he could show the curve in the class. And it was a pretty standard bell curve. And then there was a big blank space. And all the way over, there was one little blip. And the class was like, who in the world? And that, of the 1,000 points in that class, that little blip had 987 points. That was me. That was me. An A in that class was like 750 points or something. So all the work I did, all the research, all the time, all the effort that I did between 750, whatever the number was, and 987 was wasted. I mean, except that I got a little blip, but wasted. I could have done much less work. I gave blood to get an A in that class. Unnecessary. So that's an example of research as procrastination. I did way more work than I had to do to be successful. All right. I cannot talk about self-sabotage without mentioning the business culture of alcohol and self-medication. The higher up you get, the more successful you become, the more that alcohol starts to play a normal role. And I work with a lot of very successful people, very successful businesses, multiple exits, who recognize they drink more than they should. And it starts because I had a bad day. I need to have a drink. Oh, we got this deal. Let's go out and celebrate. We have a drink. Everything becomes alcohol. And pretty soon it becomes such a normal part that you are legitimately self-medicating to keep your demons at bay rather than dealing with your demons. And yes, thank you for that, Jake. I did put out an article. I wrote an article about this on LinkedIn, about alcohol culture and the open secret of self-medicating. I encourage you to go read it, comment on it. I will respond to the comments. It is an issue. I'm not going to belabor it. You know, if you have a problem, I encourage you to find some help. Talk to somebody, join a group, whatever it takes. But self-sabotage of alcohol and other self-medication is a problem. All right, so we've talked about imposter syndrome. We've talked about hyperindependence. We've talked about research as procrastination. We've talked about alcohol. Ignoring your health and well-being kind of goes with underneath the alcohol. If you are not getting enough sleep, if you are not eating nutritious food, I see so many people who eat calories that have no nutrition. I actually decided personally to go back to the Center of Nutrition Studies at Cornell and do some continuing education so that I could do a better job of understanding diet for my clients, because I saw so many of them who were eating calories but not nutrition. And what that does is it makes you overweight and you're always hungry. Get enough exercise. That's a given. And it's sabotaging your future if you're not doing those things. So with sleep, I was on a podcast this week and someone said to me, well, how much sleep do we need? I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you is that a good day starts the night before. I don't have a wake up alarm. I have a go to bed alarm. So when my alarm goes off in the evening, that reminds me, stop what you're doing and start your bed prep and get into bed. I get into bed at the same time every day. If you can wake up in the morning and you feel refreshed, you wake up on your own without an alarm, and you're not relying on caffeine or other stimulants to keep yourself going, you're probably getting enough sleep. But if you have to have an alarm, you're groggy, you have to drag yourself out of bed, or you're using coffee or other stimulants to make yourself function in the morning, you're probably not getting enough sleep. If you're using stimulants, it's going to be miserable to get off of them. It just is. You just have to go through that to get off of that habit of, and I've worked with people who have sleeping pills at night to sleep and then coffee in the morning, and it's a vicious cycle. but that's self-sabotaging your future. And this is an example. This one comes from a colleague, and I do share this with permission. He had a client who he was working with, who he worked with for several years. They had a year contract. And so in the fall, he would send the guy the invoice, and the guy would pay it, before the end of the year, and they would just go the next year. So he sent the invoice, and he didn't hear back from him. I thought, that's weird. And so he sent another email, still nothing. So finally, after several weeks went by, he reached out to the guy's wife and was like, hey, I haven't heard from him. Is everything okay? Did he fire me? Like, what happened? And his wife said, he died in a hotel room, and we didn't even know he was gone for several days. And I know when I share this story, people are like, oh, that wouldn't be me. I don't work that much. I take care of my health. Averages suggest you probably don't. So this is me. This is me caring and kindly saying to you, please don't self-sabotage by ignoring your health. So we've got all these things that I just laid out for you, and you're like, now I'm completely overwhelmed by all this because I just ticked all these boxes and I have so much self-sabotage and I have no idea what to do about it. So let's talk about a tool. I call it the foresting project. This is for if you feel overwhelmed, overworked, undervalued, underestimated, if all the things. We're going to break it down and we're going to look at it one at a time. And I do this with clients, but it is possible to do it yourself. It's a little harder, but you can do it yourself. I like to use index cards. You can do it online, on a computer if you like. It's whatever works for you. But I'm going to tell you how to do it with index cards because it's the way I found that works best. Get yourself a bunch of different color index cards. If you really like color coding, get colored pens and whatever works for you. And I want you to start with work and personal. You're going to have 2 cards that say work and personal. And under work, I want you to make a card for every person that you deal with on a daily basis with your work or consistently with your work. This can be employees, it could be colleagues, it could be vendors, it could be your partner, it could be whoever you work with, investors, whoever you've got, work people. I also want you, that could be one color. Then I want you to put all the tasks that you do, whatever those tasks are, daily basis, all the tasks, tons of stuff. Personal, all the people you deal with, your spouse, your children, your parents, your in-laws, whatever. If you have a church family, do a church, do family and then do a church drop down and do all the church things. If you volunteer, whatever, I want you to put all your personal life things, create all this. Now on each card, I want you to list, and again, Google a feeling words list. I use them because my brain doesn't come up with words when I'm trying to get my emotional brain to do language. Get a feeling words list. I want you to look at each one of these cards individually, and I want you to say, how do I feel about this person? How do I feel about this thing? And I want you to fill that out. And then I want you to put on there, I want you to guess, how much time each week do you spend with this person doing this thing, whether it's work or personal? Do it for all the cards. And this takes time. This is not a half-hour project. This is a big project. This is a foresting project because we're trying to get the forest, which is all the index cards scribbled together, into individual trees. So put the feeling words. How do I feel about this person or this task? How much time do I spend? And I guarantee you, when you get done, you're going to add up all the time on these cards, and you're going to have more time than there is in a week. It happens every single time. You're going to have more time on your index cards than there is in a week. Then I want you to look at it. I want you to say, do I want to spend more time or less time? Do I have positive words or negative words? Is this a tree that needs to be eliminated? Do I need to cut this tree down? Is this something I shouldn't be doing? Is this a person who I have an ambivalent relationship with? Is this a person who is a dry well? There's nothing for me to drink here. Do I need to cut this tree down? Does this tree need to be pruned? Maybe it doesn't need to be removed. Maybe it's just less time I need to spend on this tree. Maybe it's a tree that needs to be fertilized. Maybe this is a tree that's important to me and I'm not spending enough time on this tree. I need to fertilize this tree. I need to be more nurturing with this tree. Maybe you're going to get this all done and realize you've got some holes. You've got some holes. You got some trees you need to plant. I don't have any friends. I don't have a colleague that I trust. I don't have a confidant. I don't have that professional person, that coach, that mentor. I got a tree I need to plant so I can help with some of this. So if you are overworked, overwhelmed, undervalued, underestimated, if any of that's happening for you, I know I'm telling you, oh, I'm going to add all this work, but trust me, it'll make a difference. Do the foresting project. Come and work with me. I'll do it with you. It is much easier when you have someone who can help you, talk through it. It's absolutely much easier. So foresting project is going to help you. It's going to make a big deal. So I'm going to take another drink, and then we're going to talk about critical thinking under stress. All right. How to not choke under pressure. Now, this is something, obviously, we see it a lot in sports. This is really easy to see in sports because in athletics, you see them like fail. They drop the football or miss the ball or whatever happens. Like they fail very publicly. But for many of us, the critical thinking under stress, if you've ever had a situation where you've had a discussion with someone and you walk away and 20 minutes later, you're like, oh, I should have said. You weren't critical thinking under stress, kind of a choke under pressure situation. And this happens if you're feeling isolated and intellectually lonely. It's hard to kind of think critically because you don't have someone you're talking through it with. You don't go to someone and say, hey, I have to have this difficult conversation. Here's what I'm thinking. Get it out of your subconscious brain, get it into your logical brain. So it's trying in the moment to do all of that, and it's really hard. So you need to stay in your zone of genius as much as you can. So you've got your zone of tolerance. So if you think about it, your zone of genius is probably about 10%. Everything's great. It's amazing. Your zone of tolerance is about 80%. And then 10% is absolutely terrible. But in your zone of tolerance, the 80%, you're not going to be in flow. It's going to be okay, but it's not going to be great. That 80% of your life is places where you can start delegating things because you want to stay in that 10%, that zone of genius as much as you can. And that means being able to critically think under stress and getting yourself into that zone. So you have to be able to recognize when you reach your limit, going back to the founder mood meter, the link we shared earlier. But here's a way to think about it. I promised you I'd show you an easy way to think about it. So right now, on a scale of 0 to 10, if 0 is, it is so bad that I should go back to bed, this is terrible. And 10 is, I am so euphoric, I can't even think. Where are you? Where are you? So for me, when I'm presenting like this, I'm usually around kind of a 7, 6.5, 7. I'm getting toward the end and I feel like I've done a pretty decent job. So maybe I'm pushing into 8, right? And that for me is my ideal space. But you're not going to, when you're, critical thinking, you're under stress, you're not going to be like 0 to 10. That's not going to be a thing. It's not how that works. So we've used this traffic light model. And this is from a course that I actually facilitate. But the traffic light model is if you invert the traffic light. So red would be 0 to say 4. And then yellow is going to be 4 because they overlap a little bit. 4 to say 7, right? Yellow. And then green, which we put at the top because we invert it. Green is 7 to 10. So you can, if you're under stress, am I red, yellow, or green? If you are red, if you're in that 0 to 4 range, don't try to have conversations. Don't try to have conversations. It's not going to go well. You're not going to be able to function. You're not going to think critically. It's going to be bad. It's going to escalate. It's going to be bad. Don't take a walk. If you are at 10, if you are so euphoric, if things are so amazing, oh, I'm so excited, I've got this great contract. Don't sign a contract. If you are that euphoric, you're not going to read it. You're going to miss the fine print. It's going to be a problem. Critical thinking under stress is knowing when you've reached your limits. If you are in red or you are on the tippy top of green, take a break, walk away, celebrate if you're green. Yes, absolutely. Come back and read the contract later. And you have to adjust before reaching that critical mass. So that's what I encourage for my clients. Look at it. Am I yellow but heading into red? Am I in that yellow-green spot, like where I said I was now, that 6.5 to say 8? That's a really good space because you've got enough oomph that you're paying attention, you're focused, but you're not so far gone that you can't think. So think about that and adjust before you reach critical mass. If you want to learn more about this, here's another link for you. Think Twice by Michael Mauboussin. It's an older book, 2009, so some of the examples are a little dated, but the ideas, the information he shares is really, really good. Really, really good. So here's what I'd like you to know. Your biggest obstacle is probably internal. Your brain needs a way to get the noise out of your subconscious so you can analyze and make sense of it. If you keep pushing it down, you keep burying it, it's going to find ways, it's going to sneak out, it's going to sabotage your sleep and your health and your happiness and ultimately your success. So paying a business savvy confidant who has the knowledge and skills to support you both personally and professionally, gold standard, ideal answer. But if that's not an option for you right now, make a point to create silence during your awake time. Walk, drive without the radio on, whatever. Your subconscious needs room to speak. Take notes about what comes up for you. Trauma-based fear, intuition-based fear, what's happening in that space for you. And I'm going to close it with this, and you can come back, Jake. You can burn hot, you can burn fast. You don't have to burn out. So that's what I have for you. Again, if you didn't get those links, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm very happy to share them with you. And you can reach out to my website, mentalmacgyver.com. And there's a button on there. You can click time to book with me. I'd love to have a conversation. So there you have it.
Dr. Robin Odegaard, everybody. Like I'm going to steal a phrase I've heard another speaker say, thunderous round of applause for Robin. That was so good. So much. Holy smokes. Like you guys just got a master's degree education. That people pay some huge money for that stuff, guys. That was really, really great. We're super grateful for that. I know there was a lot of comments going through, and I was dealing with some of those off, trying to make sure I got everything posted and respond to some of the comments. People were loving on that.
You did a great job. Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, that worked. Thank you for putting them all in order. I was terrified when you sent me the big list. I'm like, I got to really pay attention, but they were all in order. She did a great job. Like as a speaker, as a producer, I'm like, oh, thank you. That was really, it really worked out really, really great. So Mike, what takeaways did you get out of that? We were texting back and forth, just so much good stuff out of that. So really, really quick before we roll into the next thing.
First of all, thank you. That was a masterclass. So thank you. I feel like you need to get on and get with us, and we need to do a full interview, full breakdown of what you're doing, teach a class for us in our community. And really
I can even tell you the story about growing up in a cult.
I mean,
it's
awesome.
a good story.
I actually had a friend of mine who his parents were like cult leaders. It was crazy, and he like excommunicated himself. It was a wild story.
I was excommunicated too.
Weird, right? Anyway, so I don't think, just for the audience sake, I didn't script my earlier questions around.
I heard you ask it, and I'm like, oh my God, that's a great question.
Yeah. So I feel like maybe next time I do interviews, you should be in the same room, or we should be together so you could interject. That was awesome synergy that you basically expanded on. So thank you. And I feel strongly about all the topics that you were communicating about. But I love when you said the coaching industry is a deep pool full of shallow people. That is awesome. You're so spot on. You are so spot on. And again, I'm going to tie it back to disruption, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to take people like yourself, people that have some meaning and value, expand on what you're doing. Okay. You might not be, a household name to everybody on the planet, but what you're doing is fantastic. And we need to get your information out to more people. We need to get your transformational processes out to more people. And people seeing this, and then us highlighting it and going over what you did and have you teaching some things for us, that's just going to be fantastic. So, we can't thank you enough. It was just a wonderful presentation. Really picked up my day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff. So awesome. So we got a little bit of housekeeping. We'll let Robin go. Connect with Robin. I'm going to attempt it one more time. You need to connect with her on LinkedIn. You've also got her website right there, but I'm going to go ahead and throw her LinkedIn profile on there one more time so that you guys can make sure that you connect with Robin. Again, thank you so much. I know our audience got a huge amount of value out of it, because I did. There's no way
Thanks
they
so much, guys. I appreciate you very much.
All right. Thanks, Robin. Have an amazing rest of your day. Let us know how we can help in your world.
Awesome. That was great.
So good, man. I'm watching the stuff trying to watch multiple platforms and manage some different comments in different spaces, which is like Julianne warned me when we said we were going to do this thing. She's like, and you're really you're going to do that? I'm like, yeah, we're going to do it. And it's great. I mean,
that's why we're doing it.
Am I going to be wiped out by the end of the day? No. Actually, I'm going to be like ramped up. I'm going to be outside running chainsaws and swinging axes and doing stuff later because like there's no way. I mean, this is just energy. Brad was so good right before her with just, oh man, I'm trying to punch out all the quotables for him. This has been great. I've really enjoyed it. So, all right. So we've got an afternoon full of great stuff. Now, here's where the little bit of technology hiccup I warned everybody about this morning. To make sure that we don't have weird videos doing what Jake's face is doing right now, we have adapted that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to leave this room open for live. We're just going to go dark, and you're going to see a single scroll that's going to live on here. Okay, you're going to see this nonstop ticker tape of the Facebook page for Total Disruption. So you can watch on the Facebook page. So what we've got, this next interview with Scott Lewis and Gene Fredericks and Dave McMillan and Kevin Hoover, amazing real estate panel that I had the opportunity of moderating. We pre-recorded it, and it's on the same Total Disruption page. We're falling in time. We're just about right. It's going to be 12:45 to like, I think it's, let me look at the schedule. Let me double check and make sure.
1:30. 12:45 to 1:30.
And it runs right at, so it'll be like right at 1:30. So watch that one. You may have to scroll up like one image on the Facebook page so that you can make sure you can see it. This page will be dark, but it'll be on this page. It's going to be on our YouTube page. It's going to be on my Facebook page. So we're going to do that. And then Mike and I are going to be back on this spot at 1:30 rolling into our next set of speakers. So everybody can stay in this room if you want to. You are welcome to leave it open, but scroll just a little bit on your Facebook page so you can keep watching that next segment. And of course, Mike, what do you have to lead us into the next real estate panel with?
All right, listen, real estate agents are definitely powerful people, and it's a constant, like a shark swimming in the ocean. You got to eat, you got to work. You have to list, you have to look for listings, you have to solicit customers, you have to go through the minutia. It's a ton of boring paperwork. It's a back and forth. It's a big decision. You're dealing in financing. You're dealing with people. You're dealing with emotions. You're dealing with touring multiple houses. I mean, the panel, the questions, the amount of labor that goes into selling a home, and the tenacity it takes to, go from trying to sell 70 to 80 houses a year is a juggernaut. So listening to some of this stuff coming up is, even if you're not in the real estate game, your takeaway is, let me listen to the people and their experiences and their takes on what's happening. It's going to be a pretty powerful panel.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. And then don't forget to come back afterwards. We've got a great afternoon. We've got Lou Vickery, who's been hanging out in the green room all day. We were excited to have him on board. He's got an amazing story to tell around his book. We've got Steve Ramota coming on this afternoon, and then we'll round it out with Craig Goodliff. And we've got some killer stuff. It ain't over, guys. We got a lot to do yet today. So thank you for everybody that's here. Thank you for everybody that's commenting. Keep sharing the page. The more people that see it, the broader the view gets. So that's what we're all here to do, create more impact. Best way to do that is to share it so that you guys see the Facebook ticker tape. It's going to stay here. That should be going live right now. So let's dive into that and watch that. Let us know how you think. And I'm going to make sure that it's working. I set it up, so we're going to go see. But we will see you guys back here live at 1:30 Mountain Standard Time. Okay. Our term, real estate professional. From that perspective, what you can expect as an agent in this market. So we've got some absolute hitters. So everybody take a second, introduce yourself, who you
All right, here we go, guys. So we're obviously, I'm still talking on the real estate panel on the other one. So you can pretty clearly tell that that one's pre-recorded, but it's got a couple minutes left. We wanted to make sure we jumped on and kept the day going with this and make sure we respected and bring Mike in. There he is. Lou is in the green room, and right on his heels is Steve Ramono. We were looking forward to listening to Steve today as well. Super excited to see these guys here. And Mike and I wanted to jump on, just kind of, Mike, summarize the morning for, like, good luck, but yeah, summarize the morning for us real quick of, you know, some of the key stuff that you took away, and then we want to talk a little bit about something else.
Okay, so I really love the flow of the way this thing's working out. I mean, we had all this congruency from media to real estate to mindset to everything. We've got access to all these high-level people doing things in real time. And our main takeaways from this thing is kind of look in, know yourself, move forward in a direction, but yet you're going to fail. Take small steps, take inventory, know some signals when you're self-sabotaging, and then go out and do it and then adjust. Essentially, that's kind of the deal that I'm getting from most of the panels and most of the people who are honest. And to really see real life people doing this stuff who are working people. These aren't just people selling things. They're people that are actually servicing as well. You know, nobody's on here selling anything to anybody. It's people in media and people in real life of all ages, you know, all success levels.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And that was, you know, I mentioned it earlier, and it was interesting to see if it would keep going. And I hate to prompt the afternoon to keep pushing on that, but like, I agree with you. There's a lot of alignment. There's a lot of congruency moving forward. It's been a great morning altogether. I mean, even coming into that and the panel, what cracks me up, again, it wasn't planned, but it's what we're hearing. The real estate panel, I recorded that 3 days ago. Like, that's when all those guys could get together, and you got, you know, when you've got a panel and everybody that's run this before, they get it. I mean, Steve has done some of this stuff before. We've been on panels before to where it's hard to wrangle 5, 6 people in a room at the same time. Absolutely. With time zones and stuff. So it's a challenge. So I happened to get these guys in the room. We did it. We recorded that 3 days ago, but it might as well have been live right now. The conversation had just kept on flowing through it. So I was excited to hear that. That, to your point, the alignment, the congruency is great. So we wanted to talk real quick before we got into Lou and brought him into the room. We have got, as most everybody knows, Michael and I are part of what's called Achieve Systems. Michael is the president of Achieve Systems. He's way cooler than I am. I'm waiting on the logo to fit. I'm one of the alpha leaders.
I just did it.
I did. It was there. There it is. See, it's there. I was trying to, and then
it was there. Now it's gone. I don't see it.
Stop touching the buttons. Stop touching the buttons, Jake. Yeah. There we go. We're playing Kung Fu again with the computer. So why does it keep going away? Mike, talk about Achieve Systems while I touch the button.
So I'd like to take a minute and just publicly thank my friend and mentor, Robert Raymond. He started Achieve Systems about 25 years ago, started doing conferences and shows. He's mentored tens of thousands of people in his years. He was a visionary beyond his time, and he still continues to innovate and make connections. So most of the group, Jake and I met through Achieve Systems. You'll see a couple people later that for Achieve. A couple of the media people on today were from Achieve. So Achieve Systems is a business development and growth network. It is a fantastic organization, and there's 4 live conferences a year. There are systems and processes and calls, and there's an Achieve University, and it's just a wonderful organization. If from a business development standpoint, if anybody out there wants to plug into a high-level organization, please direct message us on Facebook, on our social channel, and Stephen will get back to you on that. He's our guy that runs the social channels. But again, I wanted to take just 3 minutes to say, Rob, thank you so much for introducing me to Jake and doing all the things that you do and allowing us all to meet and use these skills. Also, Jake and I want to meet you live. We are going to be at the Achieve Systems Business Explosion Conference in Denver, October 25th. It's like a multi-day event. It is action-packed. Please message us on our social channels so that we can get you an invitation to this conference. It's free for our people. For our people that come through us, it is free. And it's nobody's selling you anything. It's just for you to come meet Jake and I there and get a real flavor for all the things that Achieve Systems makes possible for people. I highly recommend, if you guys are ready to take your business and life to the next level, come to that conference. Let's get meeting. Let's get live. What do you have to say to that, Jake?
That's it. You know what I got to say about that. I'm about the people. I'm about the connections. That's why we put this together today. Sometimes we can't be all together and in person. So we built this to get it together as we could get together in the time that we had. And the Achieve Conference is an opportunity to get together in person. It's a great great thing to do that. We want to meet our people, our community in person. We want to see what kind of shoes you're wearing. We can't tell what you're wearing on Zoom, but we want to know. I mean, connections is a huge piece. And Steve's going to talk about this later. And we've had a conversation with that too before with him. Connections, man, that's where it's at. It is a book I've read so many times, is 7 Levels of Communication, and that book talks about like just compounding interest of people that you know. And that's where this relationship with Mike and I came from, was from Rob. Hey, look at that. We got another Achieve down. Yeah, we
love Vanessa. Vanessa's my other partner in Achieve. She's fantastic.
I got to see her live yesterday. I got to spend time live with Vanessa yesterday. So, and Rob as well. We were at university. He brought his game yesterday. He wasn't feeling well. He's had a rough week, and it was his birthday. Like a lot of lesser people would have just said, you know what? I'm tired. I don't feel good. It's my birthday. We're canceling that. We're not doing it. Nope, he didn't. He soldiered up into that, and he ran a great event for 2 days that he taught from the front of the class, and he led by example. He really showed up well. So I'm
That's
grateful
Rob for you.
With him.
No, nothing slowing that guy down. So happy belated birthday, Rob. And again, thank you very much, brother. We love you. We appreciate you. We appreciate Achieve. Please message us or message Vanessa on Facebook. She's on there now. If you are interested in the conference October 25th, or if you want more to know about what fuels all this stuff in the background, which is Achieve. Thanks, guys.
Yep, that's where this started. So, all right, all those things said, and of course, Jake's trying to push the buttons again while we're doing these intros. We have got the absolute privilege. I was introduced to Lou Vickery not too long ago. I don't even know why that is on there, but yeah, I guess we are kind of looking good. I don't remember hitting that button. So
that would be Steve Ramona giving us a little props. So
that's Steve giving us right, and I didn't do that on purpose to pop it up there. I was actually working on a different button, but the computer's lagging. But that works. Guys. All right, so back to it. Let me get back to all this stuff. Yes, Lou Vickery. He's got a great book called Winning the Head Game, and that's where he was introduced to me through that. He sent me a copy of that book out of the greatness of his heart, and it has just been, it's a wonderful read. He's going to talk to you a little bit about that today in his keynote speech. So with that, Mike and I want to welcome Lou Vickery to the stage, and we
welcome, Lou.
Yeah, we're gonna Lou's a baseball fan, so like Lou and Mike could go ballistic on this. So they're the guys. So I'm gonna back out of this one, and Mike, load Lou into this, and Lou's going to take us.
Well, I think, hey guys, good to see you. You know what? I thought I was getting ready to pitch a ball game. I kind of got a little of those butterflies and got excited. And hey, I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Jake and Michael, for having me. As I look back over the years that I've been able to walk on this earth, I've had an opportunity to be involved in the workplace for 65 years. Now, I'm not going to share how old I am because I don't have birthdays anymore. I only have anniversaries. So I'm going to celebrate an anniversary 2 weeks from today for another birthday. When I was 17 years old, I left home to play professional baseball. I signed with the St. Louis Cardinals and had an opportunity to play in many different places. Got my cup of coffee with the big league club, then got traded to the Yankees. And that's another story. But I tell you what, I played in, as I said, in many different places. I also have had the opportunity to speak for 29 years. I had an opportunity to speak in every city in the United States with 150,000 people. So if it's anything that I have, it's exposure. I've been there and I've done that. I want to share a story with you, a baseball story. One of the places I played was Atlanta. Now, that was back prior to the Braves coming, and in old Ponce de Leon Park, as they called it. Michael, you appreciate this. The center field fence was 507 feet away from home plate. But I had an opportunity to pitch against Willie Stargell, who became a noted star with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And Willie hit one in that tree and actually got thrown out at home plate. It was recorded as the longest triple in the history of baseball. But in Atlanta, it was my night to start, left-handed pitcher. I started the game, and in the first inning, I didn't do too well. In fact, I didn't do well at all. It's a couple runs scored, a couple base hits, a couple walks, and the next thing I know, here comes the manager. And I did a baseball book in 95, called Answers to Baseball's Most Asked Questions. And in that book, there is a term, it says, get knocked out of the box. Well, what get knocked out of the box means is the manager comes out to the pitching mound and pulls you out of the game. So in the first inning, I'm out of the game. I'm knocked out of the box. Well, I proceeded down past first base to in the old stadium. You didn't go to the dressing room through the dugout like you do in the modern stadiums. You had to go down past first base and down under the stadium there to get to the dressing room. So I head to the dressing room to get changed, shower, and be able to all kind of wallow around in my pity. Well, on the way, obviously, to that runway that takes you down to the dressing room, the fans are telling me just how good I am, right? So my self-esteem is about this high. I get down and I change, take a shower, change clothes, get my street clothes, and I walk back down the runway, and I was going to check and see what the scoreboard looked like. You know what I'm saying? We haven't had our turn at bat yet. So I was looking forward to seeing what the score was. But just as I got to the end of the runway headed back out to the playing field, the only thing above ground is my head. And I hear the crack of the bat. And when I look, there's a line drive foul ball coming directly for me, and it hits me squarely between the eyes. Well, down I go. A bad night just got worse. So the ball boy comes down to retrieve the ball and finds me laying out there with this big knot had already formed right between my eyes. They call an ambulance. They carry me over to Grady Hospital. And they found out there what my mother already knew. I have a hard head. But I did have a headache, that's for sure, and a nice big knot. But the story I want to leave with you here is the headlines of the Atlanta Constitution the next day. The headlines read, Vickery knocked out twice, X-rays of head show nothing. So as I think through the years, I've used that excuse. Ever since I got hit in that head with the ball, I don't remember much. But that was an experience that relates to what I'd like to share and talk about today. One of the things that I did over the years that I was gone from my hometown of about 6,500 people is I maintained a bank account with my local bank. I'd had times, occasions, I was gone from there about 45 years. But I always maintained this bank account. Well, about 3 or 4 years ago, I went to the bank. I'd go home to see my mother. There's not many people, folks, that get to see their mother when they're in their 80s. But I did. We lost Mom 2 years ago at 99 and a half. So I go into the bank and I ask for my regular banker I said, where's Andrea? She wasn't at the desk where I knew she had been in the past. Well, she's been promoted. And so I said, promoted? Yes. And they told me where our office was located. I walked down to Andrea's, to her new office, and I walked in. And I said, hi, Andrea, I understand you got a promotion. She said, yes, I am now the chaos coordinator. Chaos coordinator? Now, what do you do as a chaos coordinator? She says, well, Lou, anything that starts with DIS, I'm in charge of. Disorganization, discomfort, disarray, disorder, disruptive. All right? And she told me a little bit about some of the experiences she had had. You know, we run into chaotic situations that are generated outside of us. But the ones I want to share today with you are the ones that we generate internally. Now, I remember an experiment we did as a kid in school, and it was where we took a piece of meat, some sand, some clay, some wax, and wood. And so we took those and we had a fire and we put each one into the fire. Now, what do you think the reaction was from each one? Well, the meat fries, the sand dries up, the clay hardens, the wax melts, and the wood burns, all reacting to the same circumstances and conditions. Just like the articles in the fire, we differ. Some of us become stronger, some of us become weaker when the heat is on. Some of us, we don't do anything. Some jump in with both feet. Hard workers tend to work harder. If you tend to blame others, guess what? You will intensify the blame of others. If you sweep things under the rug, you have a tendency to deny things. If you have a dependent nature, you lean even more on others. And so, as I looked at that and I think about this thing called chaos and the chaotic situations that we can generate internally. Now, I want to share a story with you, another baseball story. I had, when I signed my pro contract, and at that time, I wore big, thick glasses. I mean, it looked like a bullfrog looking through a 10-pound block of ice. Or if some people said it looked like the bottom of a Coke bottle. Well, I took a lot of ribbon about my glasses to the point where it bothered me. It just didn't sit well. And so I'd heard about this thing called contact lens. Now, folks, we're talking 65 years ago. And so I heard about contact lens, and the next season, I was just pedaling along at about a 500 pitcher. And so at the All-Star break in July, I decided that I would go and talk to the doctor about contact lens. And sure enough, I ended up getting contact lens. Now, let me share with you. They were a piece of glass about the size of a quarter that took a lot of effort to get in. And they were made out of glass. But I was determined I was going to get those because my nickname on the team was Mr. Magoo. Now, some of you don't know about Mr. Magoo, but I guarantee you there are some here that have heard about Mr. Magoo. It was a cartoon character, and he was blind as a bat. And so basically, I was trying to get rid of that Mr. Magoo tag that had been put on me by my teammates. Well, the first game that I was to pitch after the All-Star game, the first game was against a team I had already faced twice. And they remember me with my big, thick Coke bottle glasses. And just prior to the first batter stepping into the batter's box, Our catcher came out to me and he says, Lefty, which was a kind of nickname or between Lefty and Magoo. He says, I want you to throw the first pitch up against the screen. So sure enough, I heaved the first pitch against the screen. And he also told me, he says, look, here's what I want you to do. I want every time I give you the thumbs up, throw it against the screen. And over the course of the game, I did that 5 or 6 times. Folks, here's the reason why. Charlie Jennings, our catcher, was when the batter would come to the bat, he'd say, look, that dumb left-hander left his glasses at the hotel. And if I were you, I wouldn't dig in. Now, digging in means that the batters get set to really tattoo a ball. But you know what? I pitched the best game I ever pitched in pro baseball. I struck out 13. I wouldn't strike out 13 in a month, but I did. So, you think about what happens with situations, chaotic situations. For me, I was in a chaotic situation. Let me share with you the postscript to this story. I went on the next month, the month of August, and became the minor league pitcher of the month. So I went from being just okay to being really good for that particular year. What lies at the base of chaos? I was listening to Dr. Robin earlier, and she was talking about stress. I think stress and its 2 siblings, anxiety and pressure, stand out to me as a big part of the base of what we generate internally. I'm not speaking to you about what happens out there. I want to talk to you about what happens in here. You see, we stress over finances. We stress over careers. We stress over health. We stress over relationships. We stress over weather. And we stress over contact lens. And a ton of smaller, less significant areas of our life. Wouldn't it be great? No stress. But that's just not realistic. Rarely does anyone reach the pinnacle of success without experiencing, some mayhem, chaos in their lives. Now you may ask me, and this is where I want to carry you, what is the origin of stress? Well, I think it's a byproduct of fear. If we had no fears, we'd have no stress. But fears seem to become more intense because of the anticipatory nature of what lies ahead. Now think with me. Think with me. If we were not afraid of heights, what would happen? We're not afraid of heights. Are you afraid of heights? They say, experts tell us there are 2 fears that we're born with. One is the fear of falling, and second is the fear of noise. All the others are learned. So if I'm not afraid of heights, you know what? But I am afraid of falling. I'm not afraid of something new, but I'm afraid of the unknown that comes with it. Are you afraid of praise and adoration? No, but you might be because you don't feel you can live up to it next time. Are you afraid to stick your neck out? No, but you might be because you won't like yourself if you're unsuccessful. Are you afraid of playing and competing? No, but you might be afraid of losing. Are you afraid of reaching out and touching someone? No, but you might be afraid that they won't touch you back. Are you afraid of the future? No, but you may be afraid for what's in it. You see, fear develops from illusionary thoughts that become real over time. False experiences appearing real. That makes fear an acronym. I don't know who said that, but it's very appropriate. The longer we hold on to our fears, the deeper the roots. Internal fears, fear of not being liked, fear of not being good enough, the fear of being judged, the fear of rejection. What are all those? What's the base of them? You think about it. You see all those fears relate to what I call the fear of they. The fear of they. Well, who is they? Well, it could be family members. It could be business associates. It could be friends. It could be just acquaintances. But what they have in common is they are truly fears that we conjure up in our mind. So when we allow our lives to be controlled by they, and most of the time we don't think about it. It becomes almost second nature. Remember as a kid, we can't do that because what will the Joneses think? Oh no, we can't do that. There's too many concerns about what someone else might think. Fears of not being liked, fears of being not good enough, fears of being judged, fear of rejection. So what do we do? What do we do? I think there are several things that we can do to not let the fear of they be the guiding light for our lives. To fear of they, we fear that they'll judge us, tell us what to do, think badly of us, or criticize us. But let me share this with you. They need to have names. We need to think about who are the theys in our lives that cause us concerns, that make us uptight, that create chaotic situations for us. And we need to learn to deal with them. Chaos management, to me, involves several different things. I think the thing that really stands out as much as anything is that we have to understand the role fear plays in creating chaos in our life. And once we understand that, we can start to do something about it. We can start to make the adjustments internally. Now, the information I'm going to share with you, and the information I'm sharing with you now, is found in book number 21 in the Lou Vickery Library. It's entitled, Hello, Let's Talk. But we cannot talk to each other if we got something weighing on us. We're not going to be as effective as we need to be. I am going to share with you 5 things, 5 different traits, or as I call them, they're non-negotiable. I have about 13 non-negotiable traits, but I want to share 5 on the topic we're talking about today. The first one is that, let me share with you a story. Not a baseball story, so please bear with me. I was a closer on a team. Now, those of you who know something about baseball understand the closer's role. My job was to come in the last inning and get the out and secure the win, to get 3 outs and secure the win when we had a lead. Well, on this particular evening, in fact, I remember distinctly, it was a July 3rd game. And the manager had told me, he says, now, Lou, you've pitched 4 out of the last 5 days, so we're going to give you a rest. Oh, yeah, right. Well, we get to the 9th inning, and we're leading 6-1. And all of a sudden, the home team starts to rally. And next thing I know, here comes a signal, warm up. And so I proceeded to warm up. It's 6-3. The bases are loaded when I come into the game. There are 2 outs. All I got to do is get 1 out to secure a win. I throw 1 pitch, and the guy hits a home run. Now, in baseball terms, they call that a grand slam home run because 4 runs score. I better get the numbers right. 4 runs score, and guess what? we lose the game. Oh man. At 2:15 in the morning, I'm walking the streets and I bump into a police officer. And he says, "Son, what are you doing out here this time of night?" And I told him what had happened. And I will never forget. In fact, I've used it in every book that I have written. He looked at me and he kind of pointed his finger, touched me on the chest, and he said to me, "Son, in your business and in my business, you need a good forgettery." Forgettery. He says, "Yep, you need to learn to put it behind you and go on, because you cannot change that particular situation." And the reason I use forgettery up front is because there are things that we need to put into our forgettery. If I tell you I think the forgettery is just as part as a memory, just as important as a memory, would you believe me? But that's true. That's true. You see, the ability to put things behind us clears the way for things going forward. So if there's something in your life that you need to make an adjustment with, you want to change, it's what I call do some retrofitting, then it's important for you to look at having a good forgettery. It makes things easier. It makes things better. So the first thing I want to share with you was the importance of having a good forgettery. Now, some people have asked me, says, "Lou, well, how do you do that? I mean, how do you get, if something happens in the morning, you have it with you all day?" You know what I express to them, and I attempt to do myself? I attempt to have an appointment. I may say, "Okay, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to deal with that, but I'm not going to deal with it now, because it's not anything I can do about it, but I can talk to myself, have a great discussion, and maybe find something that will work if I put it off to the afternoon and not let it mess up my complete day." And sometimes there are things like that that happen that we can do just that. The second thing I want to share with you is learning how to monotask. 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 Now, simple enough, but it's important. You see, if I'm going to make some corrections and I'm going to move on beyond where I am and what I've done so far, if I got to make those changes I need to make in my life, if I need to put those fears behind me, I need to have less chaotic situations, then it's important that I do one thing at once. And that's what monotasking is. Take one thing today, one thing, and say, "This is what I'm going to work on. This is what I want to improve." You know, I remember distinctly how that works as far as the ability to monotask and work on one thing at once. You see, as a professional athlete and you have a role to play, then that's your role. My role was, as I mentioned later, I started as a starting pitcher and then I became a closer. And that was my role. And I did those things that were important to doing what I needed to do to be successful in my role. Monotask. One thing at once. And I will share this with you. You want to make an improvement? You want to do something different? Then monotask. And it takes you about 3 weeks to make an adjustment where it becomes a second nature with what you're doing. Monotask. The third thing I want to share with you is what I call now courage. You see, courage, fear is a mindset. Courage is an action. If you want to overcome, well, I want to get this quote right. So hang with me just a second. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Do the things you're afraid to do, and the death of fear is certain." The key is to enhance your ability to face up and do a better job of managing your fears. I had, as I think about now courage, I remember a discussion I had with a famous football coach years ago, Coach Bear Bryant. So Coach Bryant earned his nickname of Bear by wrestling a bear. And I asked him succinctly one time, I said, "Coach, you know, you wrestled that bear, but is there something that you are frightened of?" He says, "I can't stand a rat." And I said, "I didn't think about it. You get in the ring with a bear, but you're scared of a little rat." But isn't that true? You see, courage is not all encompassing. We may express courage and have courage for some things, but we don't for others. So when I think about now courage, now, when? Now. We have to have courage to do it now, not later, not tomorrow, but today. So what we need to change, we pick that one thing we want to test, and then we make the determination that I'm going to employ my now courage. Now courage. I was, as I was looking at the 13, I told you there were 13 different traits that we call the non-negotiable traits. I was looking for another one. Those are basically, I've classified as my top 3. But as I looked at the overall picture, and I said, you know, sometimes the toughest thing to overcome when you're in a competitive situation, and sometimes in an entrepreneurial position, you are in a competitive situation. If you're in sales, athletics, those are competitive situations. And there's one thing that really has a tendency to pop up, and that's pressure. That's pressure. Now, I'm going to say this up front. There's no such thing as a pressure situation. Let me ask you, is the first game of the season as important as the last game of the season? Is one play more important than another play? Is one game, does it mean more than another game? No. And then is one task as important as the next task? One situation is important as the next situation. Pressure tolerance. We have to understand 4 things. At first, the pressure basically depends on you. It's something that's mental. I've become uptight. You know why we become uptight? Do you become uptight? I think we all at some point in time have. But here's the key, and listen to me very carefully. The key to eliminating and not looking at it as a pressure situation is to understand that your role is to focus on the how-to and not on the end result. We get uptight because we start thinking about the end result. But we have to think about the how-to. What do I need to do the things that will take the pressure off? Because you see, if we do what we're supposed to do every time to the best of our ability, no one situation stands above the other. Right? I guarantee you that's right. Pressure situations. The New Orleans Saints were playing the Los Angeles Rams. And my friend, Coach Bum Phillips, he and I, who was the coach of the Saints, had asked me to speak to the Saints. He asked me if I would before the game. Now, I must tell you, the Rams are 2-touchdown favorite. And in pro football, folks, that's a lot of points. So I went in and he asked me, he says, now, Lefty, he always called me Lefty. He said, Lefty, he says, what you going to talk about? And I said, Coach, I think I'm going to talk about playing to win. And daggone if the Saints don't go out and defeat the Rams 20-13. Now, I'm sitting in the coach's office the next morning, and he's conducting a press conference. He's got some members of the press there. And one of the questions was, Coach, what was the difference in the game? And Coach looked at the sports writer and he said, simple. We were playing to win, and they were playing to keep from losing. Now, think about it. Think about it. Now, you may say, Lou, isn't this a stretch talking about fears and chaotic situations to be talking about winning? No, because what happens when you play to win? When you do things that you should be doing. You see, the focus is not on the don'ts, not on what can go wrong. That's playing to keep from losing. The focus is on what it takes to be successful. What do I need to be doing? Am I playing to win or playing to keep from losing? Now, what do you think? Do you play to win? Do you think doing the things, thinking the right situations? I reminded people for years that it takes 67 muscles to frown, but it only takes 12 to smile. Put a smile on your face. The smile is what you do that you should be doing. You're doing it right. And that's what counts. That's what counts. I want to share another story with you, a baseball story. How am I doing on time? I have no idea that I'm just firing away. But
You got about 7 minutes, Lou.
All right, that's great. Work out fine. Thank you, guys. Well, as I think about what I wanted to say in the end, I want to share with you a little bit about why I'm here. I want to share with you why after all these years, 19 years retired from a radio show, to get back and be involved in public speaking. So I want to share this with you. To have it the way you want it, you got to move beyond the way it is. You got to be willing to do things you dislike in order to do things you do like. Moving in a more productive direction requires changing something that you do every day. So I suggest to you, never stop seeking, never stop evolving, never stop reaching for the next level in your life, because you know what? It will require a different version of you, and that's what's going to happen. There is going to be a different version of you. And I said I wanted to share why I'm here. What I just shared with you came about on April the 27th, a little over 3 years ago. I was playing in a tennis tournament, and I played on the senior tour. And we finished a match on a Friday that took 3 hours and 2 minutes. I had never played in a match where the scores were 7-6, 6-7, 7-6. But we did, and we won. But I couldn't get up. I sat down and could not get up. They checked me out and found out that I had COVID. And by Tuesday, I had double pneumonia. I went to the hospital, stayed 22 days. In fact, on the 5th day, I was told, or my family was told, that I probably wouldn't make it. I wouldn't live. But I did. By the grace of God, I'm here. And then I got to thinking after that, by the way, I want to share this one thought with you. When the doctor checked me out, he looked at me and he says, Mr. Vickery, those tan legs saved your life. Those tan legs, because of all the outdoor activity. Stay active, folks. Be active as you possibly can. I'm blessed that I get where I am and I have one medication. No, I think I'm up to 2. I am blessed. You be blessed with good health by taking care of yourself. I'm Lou Vickery. I'm the proprietor of the brand A Wise Word, and my monitor is the voice of generational wisdom. As I mentioned, I'm international best-selling author of soon-to-be 23 books. And I said it earlier, the information I shared today comes from the book, Hello, Let's Talk. You can find that at Amazon. I want to show you, excuse me just a second, because I want to make sure we get this right. Is it backwards?
You got it. You're good.
Yep, it's perfect, Lou.
All right, great. There's the website. Check it out. awiseword.life.library. A wise word, got to put all that HTTP in it.
Yep.
Hey, guys, you think Lou hadn't had fun? Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Lou.
Great being here.
Thank you, man. Love listening to you today. Like, just that's one of those you can just sit here and listen to for hours. So much good stuff in there, man. I appreciate you so much. And Mike put his Yankees shirt on just for you.
Just for you, Lou.
All right. There you go.
Awesome. Lou,
thank you, guys.
Grateful for you today. Thanks for stopping in, man. It's gold. We're going to send you the recording. We're going to make sure that the audience gets to see it again and again because it's worth it.
Yeah, you're the best, Lou. Thanks.
All right. Hey, Michael, Jake, thank you so very much. God bless you, my friends.
You as well, Lou.
Thanks. Wow, that was powerful. Walk-off grand slam. I mean, I can only imagine the being in the closer role is the toughest thing in baseball. And it's that spot where you need to come through and boom, it just goes to show you, even the greats blow it every once in a while. And I love that. They call it
the forgettery. Forgettery. Yeah, Lou admitted. Yeah.
I need that. I need forgettery, and nobody better to learn from than Lou here on forgettery.
Yeah, that was so good, man. So good. Yeah, love that. We put a ton of stuff in. There's all kinds of stuff in the comments talking about Lou. So we absolutely love that. We've got another one of our sponsors and partners that we're going to talk to here in a second. But of course, because I said we were going to keep doing it, and I'm not kidding.
Yep.
We're going to throw the overlay up again so that you guys can absolutely see the QR code, because the QR code is so important, because that's the only way you're going to subscribe to get all the recordings, to get the extra episodes, to get the Steve Ramona episode. He's going to give you some bits and pieces of that coming up, as well as the laser and community coaching. And literally, this is the last day for it. $19 today. $19 a month is what your investment's going to be in that. And part of your investment goes to Boys and Girls Club and Wounded Warriors right away, because we want to make sure we're always supporting local. Mike said it earlier man, if you got a great cause that you're crazy passionate about, we want to know about it. We want people to be able to support in that way, because we're here to support the community as much as possible. So that's the deal for that. You have seen it yet again. there's a good chance you might see it one more time today as we're moving through this. That is very possible. So we got Mike's going to have a conversation with Steve Mesh of Mesh Media. You guys might have noticed our social media looks pretty good and looks pretty on point. Mike and I don't do that. Like we farm that out on purpose because we get some pretty amazing results out of our partner group. So we want Steve to talk a little bit about what he does, and then Mike's going to go right into having a conversation with Steve Ramona, and then we're going to wrap out the day with an interview with Craig Goodliff that I did, CEO of Cyberbacker International. That is a great one. It's going to operate the same way, guys. You got to just jump on the Facebook page so that you can see the interview, because it won't show up on the same spot just because of that's how it worked. But I'm glad it worked because we got it done one way or the other. So everybody that's hanging out with us today, thank you so much. We're super grateful for you guys spending time with us. We're super grateful to all our speakers today. They brought their audiences in. We've had a really, really good chunk of viewership, and it's going to keep on going. So super stoked for that. So with no further gilding the lily from Jake, because I'm trying to fill time while I push the buttons that lag, we're going to bring on Stephen Mesh, and Stephen and Mike are going to have a conversation about what's going on with Stephen Mesh.
Stephen, welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you and Jake both, and all the wonderful speakers that we've had. A little bit of an echo, but I'll tell you what about disruption is having to go after a guy like Lou Vickery. Amazing.
Yeah, you're going to have to bring your A game here.
So
before we get into you, let me ask you a question, right? You're a social media guy. And don't worry, audience, we'll get into what Stephen does, but he spends all day long doing this stuff. Well, I've got you here selfishly. Again, like I said, I'm very selfish in terms of I've got somebody, I can ask some questions. I like to just kind of wrangle it around. All right, so let's just talk about how can people, and we covered a little bit of this earlier, but I mean, you're a trenches guy. How can people, right, disrupt on social? Now, I have another question that's very similar. What I'm talking about is there's a lot of noise and a lot of stuff out there. I'm a person who wants to disrupt on social. Clearly, I hired an expert, you, right? Jake and I hired an expert, you, right? So I'm disrupting on social through my lever, which is you. So since you are the heavy, why don't you enlighten us a little bit on how to disrupt on social?
So you kind of talked about it a bit already, how there's so much noise in it. And one thing you could do that I would encourage everyone to do is calm the noise. A little bit back to kind of what Robin said, but more externally. So where there's so much division and negative comments, negative posts on social media, what you can do is bring people together, show off who you are, what you do, your talents, your hobbies, and really build a community around conscious engagement, where you're being a little more gentle with people, because that's really a lot of what we need more to calm that noise. You can't stop noise with more noise. You can only turn it down. Like if you follow Gary Vee at all, he's a great example. Most of his stuff has almost nothing to do with sales. It's talking about hope you're having a good day.
So basically, you're saying addition to subtraction. You're talking about that calm spot. I mean, that's a pretty cool perspective if you think about it. You know, most people, it's kind of like if you have opposing rock concerts, who can stack more speakers, who can amp up more, who can get crazier and crazier and crazier. You're saying go the other way, right? You're going the Zen route, right? You're going the, hey, let's go somewhere different. What a strategy. What an awesome strategy. And I think that's an underutilized tool. And I hope everyone's paying attention, because I feel like that's a little bit of a cutting edge idea. And it's there in certain circles, but in the mass media, it's probably not there. So let me ask you another question here. How can businesses and people begin to properly use social media? Like if I just had to pull you aside and say, look, let's give a quick template that somebody can walk away from this conversation with on exactly what to do, what platform should I be using? What should I be posting? I realize, you want to hold some of this stuff back because it's all custom, but let's give somebody 1 or 2 examples here of a path to start to begin to deploy information on social media.
So first step, obviously, is create your profiles. What you're going to want to do is go and look that up online, because I could tell you how you do it today, but it's going to change in a month. I guarantee you, because that's just how social media platforms work. And you're going to want to have the best practices. You're going to want to have stuff like emojis in your bio. You're going to want to have your links look clean. You're going to want to have your graphics, so your profile picture, your banner. You want to make sure when somebody's looking at it, not only on a laptop or a computer, but on the app on your phone, that it all looks good and nothing gets cut off. Because a great number of people are not on social media on their computers. It's on their phone. It's where people go to kill time. So having all your profiles look the part that you are an expert goes a long way. Because if they go on your page or your profile and they see graphics getting cut off, they see misspellings, they see a link that stretches a mile long, then they're immediately, whether subconsciously or in their conscious mind, have those red flags start going off. Like, how much of a professional is this person really, if what they're projecting into the world doesn't look clean?
So let me ask you a personal question, if you don't mind. How'd you get started in all this? Like, were you afraid to get going in it? Like, how do you have the confidence to do all this? And like, how many hours, how do you figure all this stuff out? Like, what does Steven do to get this going? Like, where'd you get your start? Talk about that.
So that's a pretty disrupting start as well. So my first foray into any kind of digital marketing was actually way back in high school. So I grew up in a tiny little town in rural Illinois, about an hour and a half outside of Chicago. And I was in a punk rock band.
Yeah, man. I love punk rock.
So I managed our band's MySpace page. We rented out the big hall in the firehouse and built stages, set up PA equipment, set up lights, and then I helped with all that and then promoted it on MySpace. Made flyers, all kinds of stuff. So it goes back a long time at this point.
I mean, I don't even think MySpace is around anymore. So you got some years of experience on you, and you've got some grit and grind. So that's how you got your start, huh? What kind of successes had you had with people? Like, if they follow a certain path, like this, can you talk about a couple of client examples without being too disclosing? And again, most people we're talking to right now are either they're using social media or they're not using social media correctly. But using social media, let's just like 2 or 3 success stories you may have, or 1 or 2.
Well, your page is one of the success stories. So across the board, before I was working with you guys, you had pretty low engagement numbers. It was nothing terrible, but as soon as I started doing your page, we went up to over 1,000% in reach. So that was a pretty great one. Another person that spoke today, actually, I do his social media, and the first week, something in the LinkedIn algorithm just really picked his stuff up, because that first week he got 10,000 views on a post.
That's exposure. Views lead to people know, liking, and trusting you, and I think that's the gist. So do me a favor, Steven. What's your company called? how do people get a hold of you? I just want to do this now because I got a couple more questions that I don't want to run out of time. Jake, do you have an overlay for Steven, or do we want to put Steven's contact information somewhere in this chat? I think it'd be a good idea.
So the website's pretty easy. It's Mesh Media and Design. My last name's right on there. You just add media, well, meshmedia.com. And the email's the same, steve@meshmedia.com. Easy way to get a hold of me. More than happy to talk with anybody. I'm out here to help you get seen online, build that online presence, and not only show that you're an expert in the field, but get you that engagement that really leads to more sales, more products, more services being sold.
Awesome. So if I'm somebody that, again, I can or can't hire you at this moment, give me a formula. Give me 2 social media platforms, and then give me something to do on those social media platforms starting today. Give me a 7 to 10 day strategy if you've got one, or something that in your words can encompass a strategy for somebody just to go, hey man, I was listening to this dude. He told me this, these guys use him. He must be good. You know, what do you got?
Okay, so since you two are both in some regard business coaches, I'm going to go with that service as a kind of framework for this. So the 2 social media platforms, LinkedIn, obvious, TikTok. Because the amount of engagement you could get on TikTok trumps basically every other social platform still, because it's still the newest. They're fiending for content, and there's more and more of the younger generation coming into their own money, starting businesses, and that's where a lot of them live. On the inverse side of that, there's plenty of older people jumping on TikTok because their kids or grandkids are sending them funny TikTok videos. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to do a video every day, and you're going to want to do a picture post every day for LinkedIn. It won't work for TikTok because they're a video only platform, but that way you have a variance in the content. And you of course want to create great content too. You want to find a framework that works for minute-long videos that hooks people right away. You can qualify and disqualify your prospect directly in the video by essentially saying something that I believe Brad said earlier when he said, this talk isn't for you if your life is going completely, great, okay. So you want to do that as well, because people hate having their time wasted. We've all fallen for the clickbait. And I don't know if either of you two have felt this, but I know if a company clickbaits me, I'm never going to buy from them ever.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Unless I've already bought from them and they're doing a pixelation trick, and they're trying to get me to click, then I get it. But no, I'm definitely not. I mean, that's a pretty solid advice. So video every day, picture post every day for, what do we say, LinkedIn or TikTok? Adopt TikTok if you don't already have it. Get out there and get TikToking and drive traffic that way. I mean, I feel like that's a really solid strategy. In terms of just something somebody can do tomorrow and really get seen. I mean, how long does it take typically for things to, and I know we're kind of running on time, but how long does it take? I know it's not, Julianne said a microwave, you don't put it in, bake it in a minute, and it comes out hot. How long does it take? What do I got to do here? I sit there and just post every day. Like, how long does it just take? 2 years or a month or a week?
So let's say your content is super on point, because the old saying, content is king, still very much reigns supreme. So the graphics you make have to be really good looking. The pictures have to be non-blurry. The video, the sound quality. If everything is perfect and you've got that framework down where you can grab people's attention right away,
Okay.
can essentially blow up overnight, but that's all based on what the algorithm wants. If you're doing it yourself and you don't have money to spend on a videographer, photographer, graphic designer, and someone like me, then it's going to be a bit more of a slow burn. And there's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing to be discouraged there, because even if you don't go viral overnight, 51% of Gen Z in a study has said that they would rather go to your social media accounts to look you up and see what you do than go to your website. And that number is only going to increase, because anybody can go and have Wix or anything else, make a website in about 5 minutes, put it up there and steal your information. And the younger generations are very hyper aware of that.
Hold on a second here. And I know we're almost out of time.
I heard it too.
I always have to pull these coaching moments out because that's gold right there. And for those of you listening to Stephen here, you just said social media becomes a story that you tell. People go to validate you via your social media versus your website. So and you're even saying the newer generation. I've got a feeling you're talking about the rise of a younger generation. So let's also just quickly point that out too. Stephen said a couple of things, right? Just right in that sentence. I don't want anybody to blow off. A nice new demographic is, what did you call it? Gen Z?
Gen Z. They're the oldest of them are 25, and even my generation's millennials are nearly at a 50-50 whether we're going to look you up on Facebook or trust your website, because again, anybody can make a website. I scroll past all the sponsored posts on Google because I know at least half of them are probably just phishing sites.
Okay. Well, thank you, Stephen. Is there anything else you want to add to this conversation, or is there anything else you want to say while we have our short time here? Because we have got to get cooking to one and only Steve Ramona.
Be the change you want to see in the world. Use social media to unite and not divide.
Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate you so much, and we love the work you do for us.
So good, man. So good. Appreciate Stephen. And again, that's meshmedia.com. Reach out to Stephen, check him out. And go do video on Facebook. Like that's what I heard. Video on TikTok and images on LinkedIn. I was listening, paying attention. So, and if you have to ask why we have a TikTok channel, you're looking at him right there. There's a reason. He's like, so your TikTok channel, we're making that, right? Yeah. So, yep, there you go. So that's how we got it done. So we're grateful to be in business with you. So we're going to dump Stephen off, and we're going to bring Steve on. How's that? So we have the privilege again of spending some time with Steve Ramona. And Steve Ramona is also another TV show host on E360 TV. He's going to talk more about that. Mike and Steve are going to have a great conversation. I'm going to do what I do.
Hold on, Jake. Don't leave yet.
Don't leave? Oh, see,
real quick. I'm going to take over the show for 30 seconds.
Steve's doing his host thing. Look at him. He's on fire.
Shout out to all the speakers. Unbelievable what they were talking about. And I got to follow Lou and Steven. I'm going to try to keep up with it. But I want to thank both of you. You guys, God bless you for what you're doing, this event and many more. Thank you for having me here. People, if you're listening to this or listening to recording, take notes like Michael and Jacob. These guys are out there to help. Talking about a servant's heart, you see two of them right there.
Thanks, man. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, it's been an amazing day. And my favorite part of setting this up was I didn't have to beg anybody to do this. Like at any point did I have to beg anybody. This was just hey, we're doing a thing. We'd love you to be part of it. And people were on it. Every single one of these speakers today was just, what value do your people need? What value do your people need? And they just are bringing it all day. So with that, I know Steve's bringing it as he always does. So I'm super stoked about that. And then Michael and I will be back to wrap us out to bring us into that last interview with Craig Goodliff. So Mike, take us away, man.
All right, Steve Ramona. I've been waiting for this all day, man. I'm so glad you're here. You're a podcast host, a master connector, TV show host, and you did a show for us. We did an interview on you, and you're up back in our paid for area. I'm just super, super psyched because you and I can actually have this second conversation to expand on what we did. For those people out there that don't know what it is that you do, can we talk about what it means to be a master connector and what it means to really be disruptive and get people together and try to, because you've done a tremendous amount of introductions for us, and I can't thank you enough. And then we're going to get into what your podcast is all about, how that's changing lives, what your TV show is all about, and how that's changing lives, and then how to run all that and manage it. I mean, I want to just pick your brain. If you want to go in a different direction, fine, but I feel like this is the creme de la creme. So why don't we talk about connecting and what it means to connect and what's the proper etiquette on that, and how'd you become a master connector?
Well, I'm going to pull something up here. I was going to follow some slides, but I'm liking this even better. But let me pull up this slide for everybody.
Yeah, you're the man, dude. You run it.
I think this will work. It's asking me, and I don't want to do that. Let's do it this way. Your screen. There we go. So first thing, engage fun. We're gonna have fun.
I can't see that, Steve. There we go. Okay. Perfect.
Is it sharing now? Yeah, there it is.
Yes, it is, sir.
Perfect. So we're gonna have fun. That's why I love Mike and Jake, because you guys have fun in business. We lose sight of that. We worry about, we're not making enough money, not meeting enough people, this, that. And that's what happens in business, but we forget about the fun. That's why I love you and Jake. You have so much fun, and our future is going to look great. And obviously, we all want to grow. And I just want to, before we get in our questions, I'm going to try to make this bigger.
Yeah, why don't we put that in presentation mode or something, Steve? Because it's kind of small on the screen.
Let's do that. See if this will show up. Slideshow.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is, I just found out about this gentleman this week. It's Olympic last 3 weeks. I know a lot of you are watching and enjoying and just the different lessons we can learn from the Olympics. But one was here. Shunzo Kido in 1928 ran the equestrian. Didn't win anything, moved on. His horse was named Kyakudo, I believe. Well, in 32, he asked to come in because the lead for Japanese equestrian couldn't race. So they asked Shunzo, can you race? He says, absolutely, I'm representing my country. Well, he's in the equestrian obstacle, jumping. He gets to the last obstacle, and he stops and pulls off and jumps off the horse. He would have won gold medal by minutes, easily. But he saw the horse was breathing hard and nostrils were flared. He thought his horse would die if he jumped that last obstacle. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen. So look up Shunzo Kido, his story. But this is somebody that's talking about a horse. I'm an animal lover. I know not everybody is. But that's a servant's heart. Giving away one of the biggest awards you can win, a gold medal in the Olympics that will live in infamy. His legacy is gone. He worried about the horse lived and everything was good. But here's the power of what he did. He served that horse. What we can do as humans is there's a bridge in Riverside, California, because it's in the LA Olympics, that's got a plaque that told the story of what Shunzo did with that horse. So now for the rest of time, when people go past that bridge, that legacy lives there. This person, Shunzo served this horse, thought more about an animal than his own needs. We need to think about that in our business. We're in the people asset business. We got to build our assets financially. We buy a stock. We want that stock asset to go up. If it goes down, it's not good. We got to figure out. We're in the same thing in business and in your personal life. You need to take care of people and do the right thing. And thank you, Jake. He's throwing out there, LA Olympics are coming in 2028. I'm excited. I'm going to probably go out. But that leads to networking, Mike. And we talked about on your show, and I talk about all the time. Shut up, listen. And then when you're done listening to the answer to the question, ask. How can I support you? What can I do? The ask part and the shut up, everybody does that. If you go to a Zoom room and the screen's black and somebody, you get that Brady Bunch boxes. Yeah, maybe they're going to the bathroom. Maybe they're getting a drink. And that's legit. But think about our audience. Are they really listening? No, they're going to get to the bathroom. So they might have missed the golden nugget. Like today in this incredible conference you guys have, somebody had to leave and I did, and I probably missed something. So you never know when that opportunity door opens, Mike, and what could happen. And the nice thing about a door, you can walk right back out.
Very powerful. You can walk right back out. I love that. So you're saying we're in the people currency business, right? So let's expand on that. Like, okay, I want to increase my network. How do I do it? How do I increase my network, and how do I not abuse my network?
It's a skill set, serving or being of service or law of increase. There's multiple bringing value, generosity. You guys all know Layla Veronica. Shout out to her. She was on my TV show. All we talked about being generous. That's all it is. And generous could be time, money, effort, resources, tips. It's a multiple. It could be edified. What did I just do when I kept Jake on? I edified this conference. Now that was authentic. Don't be inauthentic, but be authentic when you do this. Well, I saw both your body language. It's like, man, Steve, we really appreciate that. That's what you should learn in your mindset. How can I bring value to every opportunity? And this case today, it's total disruption. And guess what? You do that, you'll disrupt your business. And how would you like to grow or even scale like I have over the last year and a half, just having this mindset?
So it's a mindset thing, and then you're coming in and being. That's got to take some practice. I mean, that's got to really take some super practice. Do you have any tips for getting warmed up in that mindset frame? Like how to shift gears? Is it, or you just have to fail forward? Or in other words, so coach me here a minute, because you said something in our interview where you said something about the ask, right? So if you give to somebody and then you have an ask. If you don't ask, you've just given it all away. That's not how to serve correctly. Can you walk through that? Because a lot of people may misinterpret what we're saying in terms of just going around in a pauper style, philanthropic with energy and money and this and that until we're flat broke. In other words, when do I get served through serving others? What's the formula there, Steve?
I love this question. I get asked a lot, but you said it in such a great way is when you go and bring value to people. For example, I do referrals almost every day, and I get referrals back. So when I meet somebody one-on-one and I bring them value, I probably did it 5 times this week, the natural response is, how can I support you? How can I help you? Then my ask is, I'm looking for this for my podcast. I'm looking for a couple of things for my project. And guess what? We all win. If I do not ask, I turn those people into takers. And people are like, what are you talking about? Well, I just gave you 5 powerful referrals, Mike, and you're so excited to help me. And I say, no, I'm good. I just turned you into a taker. Now, it's not conscious level. It's subconscious level. And I learned this from a guy who made $250 million a year in his business. He just served. I said, tell me more. And he said, tell me how you serve, Steve. Well, I give a referral and I walk away. No. Ask. Here's how I need help. Here's where I need support. And I talk to, like, you guys coach and mentor a lot of business, and they're afraid to do that. What is the worst thing that could happen? If I asked Gary Vaynerchuk, use Steven's great example, to be on my podcast, he says no. Next.
Done.
Yeah.
Right?
Next. You ask somebody for a contract to become your client? No, I'm not ready at this time. Okay, great. Follow up. Next. Who do I talk to? I'm breaking it down simply, but it really is that way. And I look really dark, but that's okay because it's more the content than me. You rather listen to me than look at me. So that's always good.
I don't mind looking at you, Steve.
You're awesome. Yeah.
Well, thanks. I mean, I appreciate that. And I hope people get that takeaway where you're giving, but you're also getting. And even if you feel a little bit uncomfortable with that, you can't get broke enough to make everyone else rich. You can't get sick enough to make everyone else healthy. That's an age-old saying, but the truth is you've got to be able to ask. You might want to give 10, ask 1. Give 10, ask 10. There's nothing wrong with working through it. Since our conversation, I can't remember how many weeks ago it was now, maybe a month or 2 ago, every time I've referred somebody to someone else, I've also asked, hey, look, this is how you can pay this back. Because too many people, and I've been guilty of this, just, hey, go call my friend. Hey, go call my friend. Well, lately I've been working that wheel back around going, hey, what do you have got? What do you have for me? I've been feeling much more comfortable asking people, hey, do you have referrals for me? Hey, can you get me on a show? Which, by the way, I'm scheduled to do your show very soon. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
Can you get me on a show? Can you introduce me to 3 new people? And then what do you need? So not only am I asking again, then I'm re-asking them, what do they need? So I'm actually making sure that, and I'm feeling really good about that. I'm feeling very solid about that particular element of how to get back, because I give so much. Sometimes I give too much, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and let me ask you, Mike, great story. Has anybody disowned you? Has anybody left you? Has anybody said, am I ever talking to Mike again? Oh, Mike's an
No.
analyst.
No.
Nobody's going to say, I mean, and if they do, here's the power of this. If they do that and go, God, Mike's asking for, I can't help this guy. Well, they're not in your group. Yeah, move them on. If somebody gets upset when you ask, that's the phrase. And when you have that empowerment, Mike, and you do, and I know Jake does, it's so powerful, because then you can ask anything, and guess what? Your income grows because then opportunities come.
100%. So let's keep walking down this path for a second. In terms of just growing your network, right? Are you like, how do you, when you walk through your day, I mean, what do you want, 10 calls a day? And then you have like a little notebook that you ask, that you kind of say, okay, Mike and Jake do this, Bill and Mary do that, Jill and Joan do this. Is that how that works? And then you kind of look through that Rolodex every day and figure out who and what to help. You're like a superhero, man. Just kind of like a Christmas list. You just, there's Steve, like with a Santa Claus beard, rolling through the naughty and nice list. You're like, all right, I'm helping you, and you. I mean, how does that work? Walk me through that.
Well, abs, ABS, abs. What do you do your abs? All you fitness people out there, I know, Mike, you are too. We work our abs. What is the Olympic people? When we hear interviews on Olympics, Anna Hall, she came in 5th place, but she practiced every day with her trainers, her coaches, for 4 years and got good. She didn't get good enough, but with this, you don't have to win the gold. You don't have to win the bronze. You just win. So always be serving abs. Practice that every day. Start. It's a skill set. How did you learn how to use your CRM? How did you learn how to use Zoom? You practice. You did it multiple times. So you want to start on a Monday and say, every conversation I get into, I'm going to bring value. Now people come, Mike, and they go, I don't have any money. It has nothing at all to do money. It could be, Mike, I love your background. Or I can say, I loved your Yankees jacket. And I did. It was a very cool jacket you had on.
Thanks.
That little thing brought joy to Mike for 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years. We can care less how the longevity of that is. We just know an edification, a resource, or tip is just as good as I gave you $100.
I agree on that. And about that jacket, it's kind of ironic. I just got that jacket. A friend of mine is in retail. And believe it or not, the greatest closer in baseball, his name's Mariano Rivera. He was at this store and actually made my friend buy the jacket. Now, meanwhile, my friend is not a fan of the Yankees. My friend's been sitting on that for a while, and he just gave it to me yesterday. How fortuitous, right? You want to talk about universal alignment. You want to talk about all that stuff. And boy, did that put a smile on my face. So
and let's add to that, Mike. You're getting me fired up here. Well, this is your friend you've built a relationship with. Because this falls in personal now as well as professional. Because he liked you, you're a good friend, whatever label you put. He was a friend. He thought of you, and he gave you a gift. Because you know what? You've probably given him gifts over the years. So he goes, I got you. And plus you're a Yankees fan and all that. But this is the power of this. Stuff comes. And I'll tell a quick story. Me and my wife were out to dinner, and I like telling the waiter, this is a tip for everybody, say people's names. Hey, if you don't know, ask. But if a tag, say, Tony, thank you. You were so great. Can we get your manager? I want to talk to your manager. So we're at this restaurant. The manager comes up, and they're freaking out. We can see the two people talking in the background, like, "Oh, well, what'd you do wrong?" They just want to talk to you. Well, I always say, and this guy was unbelievable. I said, "Man, service was great. He did this, this, and this." So we got talking to the manager, and guess what the manager does? She's so fired up and excited that she had a great conversation. She goes, in the 49er stadium, it's called Levi Stadium. She goes, I work there. If you guys ever come up, I work at the bar. We'll get you a free drink. Now, Yeah, isn't that crazy? My wife, she was so excited. She's actually here listening. I know she's smiling, and my wife's excellent at this. She just edifies people. But what happens is when you go out and serve people and bring them value, we did ask for that. We had no idea she worked at the bar. But bringing her a gift, she brought a gift back. And that's what the ask is all about. Think about as a 6-year-old, when you ran to the Christmas tree and you opened that present, how excited you are at 6 a.m. You never got up at 6 or 7. You want to see what Santa left you. But people forget, as a 6-year-old, you also got a gift for your brother, for your mom and dad. Maybe you made a picture, whatever. So we call that the gift exchange. That's what I get to do, and you all can do every day of your life.
What a good story. And what a good, like, that's another way someone can try. What a nice little tip you just dropped. I know I'm famous for doing this, but in case someone just missed that, what a good way to warm up with a servant's heart. Get the manager, tell them what a great experience you've had, pump up the waiter, because they probably only get, I'm trying to keep my language clear. They only get yelled at or disciplined or scolded or whatever that by somebody who's a disgruntled customer. Somebody sending their food back, something was wrong. You get a person in there saying, wow, my server was amazing. What a great thing to practice. So maybe everybody who's watching us and everybody out here can try that the next time you're out to dinner. And then if you don't go out to dinner, go out and try it.
Sorry to interrupt, but the stats I've done over 100 managers or so, I'd say 10% of them saw good stuff. I had one manager, 10 years at the same restaurant, twice, me and another person edified and thanked them for their waiter. Every other conversation was, it was cold, it was late, it was this, it was that. And that happens. And with a servant's heart, and again, my wife's sitting here, she's so great at it, is we don't need to yell at the waiter. If the food was cold, it's not the waiter's fault. And who are you serving when you're screaming at somebody? We've all seen that at a grocery store, at a restaurant. Let's be kind of, hey, Tony, the waiter, hey, our food's cold. What can we do? And we've done that many times. Whether they say it or not, they're so appreciative. It's bringing law of increase to people, uplifting them in every aspect that we can.
Well, not only that, when you're kicking the karma can, and you treat people as human beings and recognize their humanity, regardless of whatever roles you two happen to be in at that moment, you never know when that role is going to switch.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're now in a different setting. That role has now switched, and they may or may not need you for something, or they may be in a position of authority over you by the structure of the thing you're in, i.e. the restaurant, where in a stereotypical setting, we're two human beings. You happen to be working there, I happen to be eating there. We could be in a different scenario where I happen to be working there and you happen to be patronizing that facility. Or you happen to meet me on the street later in life, or you make it big and you're like, hey, I remember that guy was always really cool to me. So that's my MO. I always, whenever I'm out in public, address people, hello, thank you, names. I haven't gone as far as edifying the waiter though, but that's a new move. Steve Ramona, you're always teaching me something, man.
I love it.
You're always teaching me something. So let's talk a little bit about, we can always touch back on this thing, but let's just talk about the world of podcasting. And according to you, let's talk maybe TV podcasts. Podcasts seem to have changed your life in a good way. And your utilization and energy you put into your podcast has changed your life. The actual podcast itself is just a podcast. It's your energy, what you're doing. Let's talk about that mission. And why don't we talk about how it changed your life? And then maybe if you could give some people some advice here on when you're getting started with a podcast, how to grow it and do whatever you got to do. Because you've got like a #1 podcast, right?
Yeah, it's been ranked at one time #1 in small business marketing. I've got 9,900 subscribers on YouTube. And that's all good stuff. And I'm so happy because it's my guests. And when you come on and when Jake comes on eventually, it's all about you guys as guests. That's the gold medal for you guys. For me, and it's not exciting, but I don't look at my YouTube stats every day. Guy talked to the podcast. I have them come to me going, hey, I'm only getting 2 views a month. I go, don't worry about that. I go, why not? Leverage your guest. And this is the power of it. Use everything we just talked about for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes and put that into a podcast. Meaning I bring value. I bring law of increase to every guest I bring. And when I get done and after bringing them value, a referral, a resource, a tip, it floods me with guest opportunities. And now it's guest opportunities of Ivan Meisner, founder of BNI. He's got a god amount of money. He was a guest on my show, and he's guest on other people's shows. See, again, the value of your network. I built such a rapport with him that I say, hey, Mike and Jake, which I will do. This is live. We're going to get Ivan Meisner on your show. Because I built a relationship, I can share that abundance, the power of a podcast. I love Achieve Systems. I came out, and that's where I met you guys in June 5th in Denver, because you guys do it right. It's a community of serving everybody. But I've been part and run networking groups, and they're great for certain people. But if you want to massively grow, and I'm probably going to get a lot of letters for this and emails, but that's okay. The podcast is so great because think about it. I am in complete control. You and Jake are in complete control of your podcast and TV show because you know what your network is. I know Monday I've got this guest and this guest. Well, it's not somebody new. I mean, it's not somebody I see all the time. It's somebody absolutely new. What's the power of that? I can now get into that guy or that woman's network. And it happened with Ivan Meisner. This guy was a San Diego real estate guy. And he goes, man, I love you. You had a great podcast. Would you be interested in Ivan Meisner? I said, hell yeah. And reached out, and away we went. Lee Steinberg, who Jerry Maguire movies, some of your older people, some people watch that. He's been on my podcast. Well, here's the power of the podcast. Those two people would never have met me. No matter what I was selling, what I was doing, why would they meet me? And it's nothing against me. Right. But with a podcast, everybody has a message and everybody wants to share it.
Wow. So you're basically, the podcast changed your identity and got you into conversations where otherwise you wouldn't normally be in, and rightfully so, because a lot of people have outlets and other things that they use. They have their favorite barber, their favorite personal trainer, their favorite chef, their favorite restaurant, their favorite car, their favorite salesman, their favorite store. But when it comes to media outlet, if you're doing your thing and you're doing it correctly, there's never enough media exposure. There's never such a thing as bad exposure, right? So going on different people's podcasts, especially in a synergistic formula, if you've got a big enough audience and you're looking for reach, I think that's fantastic. What a great tool. I mean, that's, if you think about it, it's pretty life-changing.
Yeah, and it could go on, but I'll tell you, I wouldn't be sitting here today talking to you and being on your Total Disruption Conference unless for the podcast. That podcast list to Denver meeting you, Layla, and Julianne, and wonderful people introduced us. That's the power of networking. Again, I'll go back to that opportunity door. It opens. And when you both asked, I was so privileged and honored to speak. But now it's being asked of many other people are asking me, hey, would you come and speak?
Right.
I'm not doing anything different than anybody else. But what I'm doing is going through the opportunity doors, and I'm bringing service, law of increase to people. People get happy when you do that.
So I'm going to add something to that. I'm going to call it the law of acceleration. And this is an interesting play because what happened was, okay, so we met, you and I met, I don't know.
June 5th.
June 5th, right?
I'll never forget the date, by the way.
Yeah, June 5th. And think about it. We've done an interview. Now we're on a conference together. We've referred each other some people. We're doing some things. I mean, that is speed. June 5th. This is another scheduled date. I mean, that's just 60 days or less. I mean, boom, we've done a bunch of different things on media. I'm back on your show. Jake will be there eventually. We're going to probably do something else in the near future. It's just the speed. And I think that's the key for people who are like us. When you're in media and podcasts and stuff like that, you can move really quickly and you can assemble things and you can organize really quickly. Whereas if you're trying to actually land something from a contract standpoint, that may take a long time. However, the law of speed creates trust. Trust creates bigger opportunities. So down the road, there might be some bigger opportunities. I don't have a monetary goal by doing all this stuff with you. I have a goal of just trying to bring people value, like you're talking about. I have zero expectations of anything financial coming out of this whole thing. Now, I hope people join our back office. I hope people like you and find you some way, shape, or form and do a little business with you. That'd be great. But right now, today, I have zero expectations. I just want to bring this value. So I maybe answered my own question, but if I'm a new podcaster, we'll go into TV in a minute. if I'm a new podcaster, Steve, what's a formula to grow your podcast, to get some guests? What do you think's a good structure to structure podcasts? And I know that you guys, and then we'll go into a little bit more about what you do professionally, like all the other business stuff. And then I'd like to get through the Steve Ramona experience before we get to the Steve Ramona menu, if you know what I'm saying.
I love it. That's great.
Like that restaurant play. You see what I did there?
You nailed it, as you always do. Podcast is hour 45 minutes setup, meaning that's your meeting time frame. Your first 10 minutes is make the guest, have the guest laugh, get to know them. A ton of energy. Mike, welcome to the podcast. Mike, I'm so excited for you to be on the show. We're going to rock and do some great. People are like, this is great. Now people are very introverts. Their energy comes up and it's always a better show. So that first 10 minutes, get to know them. You've done some research before. You don't have to do a lot. You don't need to spend 2 hours researching them. You'll jump on LinkedIn or website and find some pieces. And then you do I do a 20, 25 minute. I say 25, 30 is the max because that's the commute time for people. Usually their workouts, so they can finish your podcast. You do an hour, they break it up, they usually don't go back. So that's a tip as well. But then when you get done is the magic, because what have you learned about your guest? Their pain points, their desires, their passions, what they're looking for. Very valuable things that you do when you do a one-on-one meeting. But what's the difference? I get to highlight that to thousands of people because it goes on a show. Much different than a networking group or just doing one-on-one meetings. I used to do 5 podcasts a day for months. People are like, you're crazy. But you know what? Those are one-on-one meetings for me. That was my process to build opportunities to these incredible opportunities I have now. And that's where you leverage your guests. And of course, you bring them value, resource, everything we talked about before. Well, I get 3 to 10 referrals daily. Some for guests, some for opportunities, some, hey, you just got to meet Steve. He's got a great network, whatever that is. Audience, I want you to think about if you got 3 referrals a day, 5 days a week, would your business grow?
Exponential. Because who knows where all those referrals are going to come from. And talk about organic and marketing. You're putting energy into anything, right? So if you're trying to lead gen and get people to go, and either you're putting money or time or both into lead gen. And as we both know, being entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, without a gigantic company, so to speak, of a 250 person workforce, 18 salespeople, 7 closers, $100,000 a month in ad budget, bots, and all this other stuff to try to convert. That's the formula. Like right there, that is the energetic flow of lead gen. I mean, this is a home run formula right here. I mean, this is a home run sort of self-horse-powered formula to kind of get the energy going. And it takes a while, I know, but that's it. I mean, that is just that, Steve. I mean, drop the mic, man. Let's get the heck out of here. We'll wrap this up early.
Yeah. Put the ball on it. Let's go. And you made that's a great example. And I've talked to businesses and they go, what about us? I said, how many salespeople do you have? 5. They all shut a podcast. It's an hour,
exactly.
An hour a week.
100%.
Each has their different perspective of the company. They're meeting different people, which guess what? They're networking with people an hour a week. It goes out to the internet. It's built on there. It's recorded. It's evergreen, which evergreen means like this conference, it's available to people forever. They can look at it a year later. And I had a gentleman who was a guest March of 2023. It's the power of podcasting we don't see. Joe is his name. And he has this coaching program. And he reached out and he said about 8 weeks ago, and he said, hey, I got to thank you. I said, okay, what happened? He goes, well, we did our podcast in 2023. I said, it was great. I said, no, I loved it. He goes, no, you don't know what happened. Somebody listened to the podcast this week, reached out to me. We just got off a one-on-one call and he hired me. $10,000 coaching program from a podcast that was over a year ago. That happens more and more. We don't hear about it, but it does happen.
Wow.
Because people, if they like a podcast, like they like your Total Disrupt podcast TV show, they're going to start listening to other shows and go, wait a minute, Dr. Robin, I relate with her. I got to connect with her. Julianne Maya, I'm going to connect with her, or whoever it may be. But it sits there forever. 5 years from now, somebody on my guest list might make a sale or might make a connection.
Wow. So before we get into TV, I'm gonna try to pepper you with 2 personal questions to throw out here. The first one is, if you could go back in time and give your younger self a piece of advice, what would it be?
You can be wrong and still be good.
Wow.
You're okay to be wrong. I thought I just thought I had to be right all the time. I still work on it. My wife's beautiful and helping me with that. You don't have to be right. I can be wrong. My wife, my business partner, I can make mistakes. I could do the wrong thing. Admit it, move on. You're not going to lose everything because you make a mistake. If I learned that in my 20s, sky's the limit.
Yeah, I agree. I'm guilty of that myself sometimes. And it's a work in progress that, I mean, literally has just taken forever for me to overcome in some capacity. You know, it's kind of like you want to be right so many times. You want to be right. You want to be right. You want to be right. And then you're caught up in the fact that you've got to prove yourself, justify a ton of negative energy. All of a sudden you're fighting people. You're fighting yourself. You're doing things. It's down a rabbit hole. I feel like a lot of young people don't get that wisdom. There's all this external pressure. I just feel like a lot of that happens. And that's really good advice, Steve. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I think our Italian heritage is not a benefit of that.
No. But
think
about how many years you can save on your life if you're just de-stressing like that.
Yeah.
So let's talk TV. Okay. So, all right. So now I know a lot of people like formulaically come in and they say, okay, I record my podcast. I also kind of put it somewhere on the internet and all this. You have a TV show. You're on our network, Achieve TV's network, with us. And, you know, we're both on E360 TV with our TV programs. Why TV and podcast, and why is your podcast and TV show different? In other words, I realize there's some time and stuff like that, but what's going on there? Like, why'd you start a TV show, and then why is it different than your podcast? Or is it really?
I'm going to use Lou Vickery, who was incredible today. Shout out to Lou. I'm going to mention him again. He's a friend of mine as well. I'm going to use the baseball analogy. The podcast is the minor leagues, meaning it's bringing people in, learning about them. And the great guests, like you and Jake will be on my TV show, great guests like that, I can bring them to the TV show, which now allows me to do so many different things. More people are watching. Now, there's a cost value to that, but with anything, when you pay for it, you get more value than you do something for free.
Right.
So when I do the TV show, and we can do bells and whistles and play videos and do more things than you can with the podcast. Or you should. Podcast should be just conversational. A TV show is a TV show, interviewing people and getting them to react. Meaning, like you have here, people leaving messages, comments. The engagement with TV is powerful. And that's what I'll get with my guests that are just making disruptive, and I love your total disruption in their industry. I want people to hear that and go, shout out to Kelly, who's part of our team. She was just on my show about mental health and losing her sister. But what she's done, I didn't realize there's these different numbers. Like it was 7 cups that you can go on this website and find help for people potentially thinking about suicide. No idea. People were reacting to that like crazy. This is the power of TV. And it can be on more TV screens, and podcasts are not. So once you get the power of TV and the streaming power, just look at Netflix. Look how much it's grown. That's what we're doing with E360 TV.
Right. Yeah. Because you can stream it on Roku, Amazon. You can stream it everywhere. I mean, you can watch our stuff on our TV networks, and both of our shows are out there. But so that's why your show is different. I like that. I mean, so if you had to give somebody a piece of advice, whether it's TV, podcast, would you do the formula of, all right, take the TV audio, strip it, podcast it, or would you say do both, or pick TV or pick podcast? What do you think? I mean, we're posing this question. I realize it's got to be native to somebody, and I realized, let's just say budget wasn't an issue. Same amount of time and energy. Is there anything you'd recommend to somebody? One, and you can say no. I would do one or the other, either or neither. I mean, it's not a loaded question here. We get nothing out of it.
I don't believe in loaded questions, because authenticity, I can never say that word, is the most important thing. If you have no experience with interviewing, podcast. And the reason I say that is when I started my first podcast, J.R. Smith, I'll never forget, I started my show, I started recording, I was doing this. And welcome to my show, J.R. Smith. I forgot I was recording. Well, I screwed up, and I screwed up among other times. But after 40 or 50 shows, I got really good. And to be honest, I'm really great host and guest too, because I'm always law of increase, going back to what we talked about before. So if you want to practice, make it easy, learn about this craft, the podcast is the way to go. Now, if you've been a broadcaster, and I've actually talked to a couple of people that may join E360 TV, but they've been broadcasting, they've broadcast on radio, they've done TV, maybe local, jump right into it because then it'll be beneficial.
Yeah, full disclaimer, we're not promoting or pitching or affiliate to E360 TV. We're just talking about it because we're both on the network. And if you're going, literally, I'm just going to shameless plug for E360. Again, not from us. There's no link or anything. We're not looking for that. But it's really the best streaming platform right now for people like us that don't want to invest a ton of money in the actual platform. I mean, it's been life-changing for me as well. Yeah. I just like hearing it from a person that's a veteran in the industry. Speaking of veterans in the industry.
Yeah,
so last question for you, Steve, or next last, depending on time. How do you get through setbacks or loss of momentum? How do you handle that? I mean, you're a guy who's been around a bit. You're a business veteran. You're out there. You're serving people. You know, I'm sure you run into some low points in your life. How do you handle that?
Not very well in the past. I'm getting better, and I know there's a lot of people that would say the same thing.
Right.
But and Jake, thanks for putting that in the comments. Next, I have to keep that mindset. Okay, you know, Mike and Jake didn't invite me to this. Next, maybe it's the next one. Maybe, and you know, I'm just using examples of really what is the big deal. Unless it's life change, you know, death-defying, what do they call that? Potential death for you. Really, what is it? Maybe financially, it's going to bankrupt you for a while. But you can recover from all those. If you go through my podcast or my TV show, there's many people. I actually had a guy on my show, Rami, and you know, I prayed for him. He's passed away 8 weeks ago in his sleep, and he was a homeless person 3 times, a billionaire 4 times. So he literally lost everything, became a billionaire, lost everything, and, you know, went rich. Which a shout out to that if you want to really grow, because it's think and grow rich, as Layla told me. Think, not just grow rich. Think about it. He wrote, "Can you think and grow rich?" And shout out to him. And not only did he's passed away, his legacy, but he literally wrote a book of how he used those principles to become a billionaire.
Wow.
So it's an incredible book. So people can come back from anything. If you have the mindset, the support, the community. I mean, I'm going to shout out to you guys again. If I went into a tough time and I know you can help, I know I can reach out to you. You'll support me in any way you can, and vice versa. That's the kind of people we need in our lives, that we can make that phone call and go, what do you need? It doesn't mean, hey, I need $1 million. It's, hey, can you introduce me? Yeah, I can introduce you to this person or this person. Makes you feel good. You don't have to worry about those downsides because you've got that community, that team, that inner circle to be there to support you.
Steve, thank you. How do we get a hold of you? Where do we go? What's your story? Where do you want people to go that are sort of seeing this, you know, on the Steve Ramona menu? Now it's time to order from the menu. If anybody likes you, I'd love for people to get in touch with you in some capacity, even if it's for a conversation.
And by the way, my head's not really this big when you see me in person. Just want to let you know, because you will see me in person, probably at the next Achieve concerts. Steve Ramona, LinkedIn, I'm there all the time. I've got tools that people can see. My podcasts are out there. Doing Business with a Servant's Hearts, the podcast, YouTube, podcast platforms, you can find it there. Together We Serve, you can find it at e360tv.com. And then my digital business card is infone.co/podcast. Infone.co/podcast. Hey, reach out to me if you need any help at all. I got to live the world. I got to be a servant's heart. I got to be available.
Steve Ramona, we can't thank you enough, man. What a powerful, I feel like you and I the more we talk, the better it gets. I mean, what are you doing tomorrow?
I think we're trying to do a podcast, but we'll discuss that later.
I get it. So
I was loving the whole conversation. I'm hanging out in the green room, literally eating jelly beans. And it felt bad because Robin's talking earlier, like, hey, you need better dietary choices. And
she'd be appalled at how my conference choices were today, but that's what was available. I didn't cook. So yeah, I'm literally popping jelly beans, just loving the conversation, man. So good as always. Really great stuff, man. If you had one last thing to leave the audience with today, what would it be, Steve?
Get better 1% every day. Don't try to grow in 1 week. 100. We talked about it earlier with your podcast and everything. It's going to grow. Stephen Mensch, shout out to him. Exciting. I want to learn more. What did he say? You're going to take time to grow. Get better every day.
Yeah.
Because if you have a bad day, the next day maybe you go back 2%. You made that 1%. You can run those numbers all day. And if we started today, it's August 10th. There's 4 months left in the year. 20. You're up 100%. Is your business going to grow? Are you going to make more money? Are you going to grow your network? You know the answer to that.
Nice. 1%. That's a brilliant book. And if you have not watched the replay of that Ironman race, that's a tearjerker in a good way, man. That's a beautiful, beautiful story. So love that. Thanks for bringing that up. Steve Ramona, amazing as always. Thank you so much. And can't wait to see what we do next.
Thank you. See you guys soon. Everybody have a great rest of the day.
You as well. Thanks.
That was awesome.
I was just loving it. I'm not even watching time. I'm just popping jelly beans. Like, we should really probably do something about that. Like, I could have just let you guys go. So same housekeeping piece. So right now it's going to start playing here in 5 minutes. You're going to have that last interview with Craig Goodliff for today. That's going to be on the Facebook page. It's going to be on the YouTube page. So check out the YouTube page, check out the Facebook page so you can see Craig's interview. I'm aware that I'm still super sketchy, and it's gotten a whole lot worse at this point because during Steve's interview, we lost power. Everything went down. So this is where I'm really grateful that Mike was on and StreamYard was functioning. You guys kept going. The live kept going. Everybody didn't think, but I took like a 10-minute break while I had to run around and reboot everything. So that was pretty exciting.
I saw that. I was like, here we go. My show.
Yeah, and it's right there at the end of Steve, and I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding. But that's where some of the live stream, but it's worked out. We've had a good day. We've had just unbelievable content come through today. I can't wait to see all the replays. I know Steve's excited about using those videos. He's like, man, there's some great content today. So we're super stoked about that. We're thankful to all of our speakers, each and every one of you. We're going to send the email out. We're going to get you guys a thank you. I'd love to get on another call and we'll probably get on another speaker meet and greet call for everybody to connect you guys for community so your communities can connect. We all go further together. We know that's true. You want to go fast, you go alone. You want to go far, you go together. So we know that that's the case. Mike and I teamed up for that same exact reason. So yeah, you guys will be checking that out. So that's what would we wrap it out with today? That interview with Craig's going to be up here in a minute, and we want everybody to check that out because he's an amazing philanthropist. I make the joke about, some people are closet philanthropists, and Craig makes a point of putting cause first in everything that he does. And I'm super grateful for that. I've known him for a long time. He's got a great business and a great mentality. He's just a cool dude. So everybody needs to be checking that out. But what would be your parting words for today, Mike?
Well, my parting words for today were the common theme on everything else is just stay congruent, just move from here. It's okay to fail. If you're trying to disrupt, you've got to get right here first. You've got to disrupt here, you got to disrupt here, and then you can move that outward. If you're not in here or in here, you're not moving that outward. And you've gained anything from the human beings you've watched today and you have learned from today, that is the number one thing that I have taken away from. We've learned about successful people's setbacks. We've learned about things that are holding people back. We've learned about internal belief systems, barriers, self-talk, failure, false starts. We've learned about it all today. We learned about massive success, all the way from Michael Silvers all the way down here to this. To our last speaker. So it's been a real pleasure, everybody. We love you guys. Thank you all for watching. Tune into our last speaker, and then Jake and I will see you on Tuesday on Total Disruption.
We're going to see you on the show on Tuesday, guys. And of course, you know, like Mike said, it's not a pitch for E360 TV, but we're there. You should come hang out with us. That's what we're saying. Tuesday afternoons, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, every Tuesday. And then I'm not even. Let's do it one more time. We're going to give you the QR code so that way you can get in touch with that.
Perfect. It's your time to disrupt. All right, I'm ready. I'm fully energetic, ready to go.
So fun. I got it ready to go. But I hit the wrong button again. We will get to it.
That's fine.
Yep, it's all good. Welcome to live TV, as Julianne said. So yeah, there you go. Right underneath, Michael, there's your QR code. This is that day to subscribe. And this is that day to be part of this community. This is the day that you're going to get the pre-sale on the book. Like there's no upselling in the back. It's not there. You're going to get all the stuff in the thing. So we got the playbook of disruption coming out. That's going to be killer. We're working on that now. That is the tactical playbook for everything we talked about today, everything that we heard today, and a whole lot more. So this is the way to get that. $19 a month today. And moving from that, it's going up tomorrow, guys. So this is where that's going to happen. It's don't call me next week and go, oh, I just happened to hop on. Can I still get it for $19? No.
Right. Well, it's life-changing stuff, man. We're doing some life-changing things at a DIY pace, and we're also making it available to people for some laser coaching. If you need that focused target, we'll be around. We'll be available. People, even if we haven't done it, right? When Michael Silver said get 3 mentors in one, we are 3 mentors in one. We don't know it. We know people that do, and we can source the information and get it to you. It is not that hard for us to pick up the phone and go, hey, I've got a member that needs help in XYZ. Can you either hop on or can you give me the information and we'll pass it on? I mean, that's literally what you're doing is putting myself and Jake and all of our resources and our network in your pocket.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely true, man. 100% true. So, well, on behalf of myself and on behalf of all of the speakers today, who I'm so grateful for again, for everybody coming, spending the day with us. And I'll leave it with that, guys. Thank you so much for everything we're doing. Go check out. He's on right now. So I want to leave you guys at that. Let's get into that next one. Craig Goodliff. Mike, give us a parting word.
All right, everybody. Well, it is your time to disrupt. Let's go.
Awesome. See you guys Tuesday.